Go on.
Yeah, go on. No, I want to hear this from you specifically.
So basically, there's a conspiracy theory that SEAL Team 6 went in to rescue a bunch of slaves on the Ever Given. And the thing is, that's never happened. Like, everyone, like, all eyes have been on that ship. Like, there's no way, like, people went on or off of that ship without anyone knowing. The other thing is, there was no, like, unknown transportation, or there was, like, no unknown cargo on that ship. Like, everything was accountable for. But people are trying to make it into something bigger than what it really is. Kind of like Alex Jones when he says
the frogs are gay, they're turning gay.
Okay,
all the frogs are gay.
Like, that was blown out of proportions. Frogs technically do that. Like, they change gender due to, like, their ecosystem and chemicals in the water. So it happens, but like,
but the way he said it was hilarious because he came out and he said the frogs are gay. They're turning the frogs gay.
That man is clearly stable-minded and not insane.
The thing is, he is doing good now, but like, there are times where people hire him to say things, or he'll say something out of his ass because of like that situation. He does have good information at times, but it's just like CNN or any company. I'll say I won't say names, but like any company. Like,
I don't know, man. That man is legitimately insane.
Yeah, I don't know that
he
I
is.
Would personally be like, oh yeah, Alex Jones reminds me a lot of CNN.
Do our pictures not move on the stream? Oh, that's sad.
What are you talking about? Of course they do.
Oh no, they just light up for me.
Well, you have to actually be talking.
Sadly.
Well, yeah, no, like I'm watching it.
I'm
watching
it move.
Oh, there we go. Now it is.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I think perhaps this is just all in your head. Have you thought about that?
All in your head.
You know what?
You're Alex Jones.
Oh no! Oh man! Hold on. I gotta like pinch myself. I just got like mind freaked. Oh man. Yo, Chris Angel, where you at? Come out. Where you at?
So, hello. We're live. If you did not know. And we are currently streaming to the world. So, hello, my name is Moriarty, and today we're going to be doing a tier list, which should be kind of fun. We're going to watch a couple of trailers. We're going to have some fun. And we got a couple of return guests here because it's like a lazy month, quite frankly. It's just, I don't know. April is the month that I care the least to do anything. I don't know why. It just feels that way. It's like spring starts to come out, right?
So just specifically always April?
Yeah, kind of always April. I just never really do a whole lot. I don't feel up to it when it starts to be springy. And then November is always the worst month. That's when everything bad happens. Every November, something horrible happens. So, like, those are the 2 months, you know?
Yeah,
That's
I can get behind that.
My equinox there. So on the left there, we got Yif Wheeler.
Hello, yes, I am the Yif.
Yes, he is the Yif. Please feel free to Google him. Google Yif.
Oh man, you're in a lot of animes. Whoa.
Well, actually, depending on where you look.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I know.
Who unironically, or is it ironically? I don't know which case it is in this particular situation. Does do voiceover for some not safe for work anime.
Sorry, I was taking a drink.
What were you drinking?
Yes. So you're a little fake. Like somebody out there, they have thought horribly dirty thoughts while your voice is on screen.
Yeah, no, thank you for that.
Yes,
to be fair, that's just your and I's relationship anyway.
Oh,
look,
boy.
Oh man, look, I can't help the way people feel about this voice. That's all I'm gonna say. And you know, there was that thing with Sonic the one time, and it's a whole can of worms.
There was the what?
Oh yeah, there was a Sonic. There was a Sonic.
Fun story. I think it's fun, at least. He had one of these random ass characters that he'd played as his profile picture, right?
Oh yeah.
And somebody in my Discord was like, "Hey, is that X character?" And all of a sudden felt very ashamed when he realized that he was outing not only himself, but also Jeff.
Oh no, I out myself. Well, in your server, I don't. In other servers, I don't care. Whenever I had that one, it was even on my Twitter. I was like, "Is this you?" It's like, "Yeah."
Mm-hmm.
And
So like,
look,
it's that
what are you
kind of
gonna
a
do?
thing, you know.
I'm not ashamed.
Hey, say hi, Jeff. You know, tell everybody who you are. I guess.
My name is Jeff. I go by Yif and El Jefe to some. I am a freelance voice actor, willing to voice for any and all of your needs. And I am also M's sworn enemy, as it says in Discord.
Is that true?
Yeah, check your Discord.
Well, excuse me. All your needs there. I don't know. I don't know, man.
I didn't think you were sworn anything, but okay.
No, I was at one time your best friend, and now I'm your sworn enemy. Like,
Does
your
that-
sworn enemy, not mine.
Out of curiosity, right? Is that you swearing to be my enemy?
No, you have sworn to be my enemy.
I have sworn to be your enemy, which makes you my sworn enemy.
Yeah.
I guess. I didn't remember doing this, but okay. That's fine. And then, of course, next to your left is me, and that's me. And then the next up,
You never know what to say.
Oh, it's
We got a
chewing.
me,
Oh, I
and
love
we got an adorable little emote.
yeah, I don't know what that is, but it kind
Is that like baby osmosis Sam or
What?
Jones or whatever the fuck his name is?
Oh,
I love how you said Sam because
Yeah, I know.
it's pajama
I
Sam.
totally fucked it up. I know.
Pajama Sam.
Osmosis Sam. That's
Well,
my,
I love it.
my favorite video game character.
It is kind of Osmosis Jonesy, though, right?
Yeah,
It
just
I-
a bit.
is. If he was more see-through.
Well, I really like the Bart Simpson kind of just hair integrated into head thing.
Okay, so
The next is right.
that is Brody / Crocs Rocks / Pumpkin Fiend.
I mean, if you want something to call me that isn't Brody, just call me Rad, I guess, because that's just what I go by
No,
on
but
Discord.
I won't do that.
Brad, got it.
Yeah, Brad.
Well,
Brad.
no, M, of course,
Brad.
you always need to call me Brody because we're just there now. But I'm talking to if anyone else is a little, doesn't want to call me by my first name, that's fine. Call me Rad. That's
No, you're
there
Brad.
you go. Okay. Oh well, that's fine too.
What about Brock?
Because he's Brody Brad. He's Rad Brody Brady.
Brady, yeah, oh, there we go.
Yeah.
No, I especially don't like that one because
Why not
that's
Brady?
that is what people who don't know me call me.
Oh, that's a
Oh
shame.
no.
Good thing I don't know you, eh, Brady?
Damn it.
Janet.
Okay, so that's him, and he does stuff. I'm sure, right? Like you do something.
I mean, technically, I've been doing something, yeah. But
Then next up we got what did you decide your name was going to be?
right up.
Rydop. We got
We're
Rydop.
talking about me. I thought we just ignore me as normal. Why are we stopping here? This is uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, that's why we're stopping. Is because I
Oh,
felt
no.
like after 12 times, I named this number 12. It's actually number 13. I need to change that. So if you've been looking at the title, right, and you're like, oh man, number 12, I could have thought that was last week. It was last week. This is number 13, the unlucky number 13.
Yeah, we could be like apartment buildings and just skip it and like go to episode 14.
Just go.
I want to know why Ride Up though. Like we need
so
to
if-
stay on this.
It's really good. It fits
It's
him.
right, OPP.
Yeah, well, it fits him and it feels good. He likes it.
Yeah. Emma's has been trying to trick me since the beginning to change my name to Rido PP, and this is his like latest like
No, Rydop
where he
fits.
thinks
It
he can
feels
convince
really
me that
good.
it's like an actual name.
It
He
feels
kind
good.
of fucked up in that like it's been revealed that he is actually trying to name me Rido PP. I think he was trying to keep that
I'm
little
not.
bit-
Rydop. RHYDOPP. It feels good. Feels natural and organic.
M says the
I
PP
I
feels
just
natural
don't
and
trust
organic.
the things that come up naturally and organically out of your mouth anymore. I do not trust them.
Yeah. Rydop. It feels good. And so I think that should be I'm trying to convince him that he should change his YouTube channel to that, and his Twitter username. It is currently untaken, right? Like Rydop, he could be right up right now. He could go onto Twitter, and he could go as twitter.com/Rydop. That could be him.
Well, I already have Twitter.
The thing is, it sounds like a Littlefoot character, or not Littlefoot. What did Land Before Time? It sounds like a Land Before Time character.
And what's
Rydop.
wrong with that?
Nothing. It'll just be heartbreaking because like somehow his parents are gonna die in like an anime or something.
No, the meteor was heartbreaking. That was more of like that's more of like a Saturday night at the Chuckle Hut.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's
And then on the phone, right? We have Veager here.
Oh, we're moving on. You're forcibly moving us on.
Why don't you tell us about yourself?
Jack of all trades.
What did you do?
What did I do?
What do you do? Like, let's.
What do I do? I technically own, or I co-own a business. It's nothing impressive. It's just something that the family runs, and I just have a few shares in it. But besides that, I do for my hobbies is I'm a jack of all trades online. So if you want to hire me as a voice actor, I have a few lines I can give. I try to do podcasting every week, which I do every day, or not every day, every week, Sundays on Castbox, but I'm moving that. And now I'm going to be working on some pet projects through YouTube. And hopefully in the future, I'm going to be able to move so I get better internet, which technically I have a month to go till I'm done with a trial working for a specific hospital that I have in mind. And I'm very excited for that. So I'm a jack of all trades.
Another fellow voice actor. Well met, friend. Well met.
Yes.
Well met, kinsman. Nice to see you.
I love it.
I love you too.
Oh, let us leave this part. Let's leave this show and go make love.
Make love, yes, not war. The weirdness we have inside of us.
Oh, instantly. So now we need a ship name. First person to come up with a good ship name. I don't know. I'll tell you what. If someone comes with a really good ship name between the two of us, I will subscribe.
Veager.
The Rye Dope Double
Veager.
PP edition.
Come on, Veager.
The Veafer?
Veager.
Oh.
Not bad. Okay.
Veafer, Las Vegas.
That's Veager.
Oh,
and
you know what? And that works
Jeffers.
out because they used to
Veager.
have. They used to have that old commercial for what was the pill, and they used that.
Oh,
Instead of
that's right.
Las Vegas, it was Viva.
Yeah.
Man, I can't remember what pill it was for, but it was for a pill.
Was it Viagra?
Was it?
I want to say it was Viagra, but
Now I have to look up Viva Viagra and see if that's a thing. Another strange thing to add to my search history. Here we go.
I like that you're following.
I'm pretty sure Ian Brody are just sitting here like, what the hell are you guys talking
Yeah,
about?
that is exactly what it was. Viva Viagra.
See, he's
Yep,
starting with yiffing, and now he's following it up with Viagra, and his Google searches are going to be fucked for a very long time.
Look, have you know the work I do? You don't think my search history? Never mind. I'm not going to get into it. That's a whole spiel.
Here's the thing, though. I'm betting your search history is a lot more normal than the people that watch your stuff. I'm just saying. Not as an offensive thing, but like people that watch porn constantly, you're gonna see that. Like you're gonna just their search history is gonna be interesting.
If only you knew of the Sonic.
I don't know of the Sonic. I really don't.
You don't need to. You don't need to.
I don't need to. Okay, I'll trust you on that.
But yeah, first one to come up with a really good
One
name.
of the
except
this
for
is from
Moriarty.
Boney, by the way. One of the oft-run commercials for the Little Blue Pills feature a jam session of aging men happily singing about their sexual performance shortcomings to the tune of "Viva Las Vegas," substituting the words "Viva Viagra" for the catchphrase Elvis made famous.
There we go.
There you go.
Boney, thank you very much for that.
Yep,
Someone
I'm glad
give
that
this
it was
man a prize.
Boney who told you about Viagra.
Hey,
Made it-
B-Dog.
Made it just a
B-Dog.
little bit better. A little bit
I love
better.
B-Dog.
I call him Baby Boy Boney, but that's me.
Wait, what was it?
I'm Baby Boy Boney.
Baby
I thought you
boy.
said Baby Bone Boy or something, but like
Nah.
that's a lot better. I like yours better.
It's all baby bone bony.
So we got a
that's
couple
great.
of trailers we're gonna watch. One of which is super fucked up.
Yay! Oh, I love it.
It's so
Let's do it.
fucked up. It's really great. I'm super excited for this one because I guarantee you that when you see it, you're gonna be like, "What?"
The two types of people. Oh no, and yeah, let's do it.
It's so good. So we're also going to watch a couple others that look kind of okay, and then one that's kind of like, that's weird. It'll be good. It'll be good. It'll be
The
good.
chunky bunny.
It'll be good.
All right.
Chunky bunny?
Yeah,
I'm in.
if you scroll down on it, it's the big buck bunny. I haven't seen that in years.
Yes. Yes. Very good. Okay.
Sorry.
So we're gonna watch this. We're gonna start it off with a little short thing about Sea of Thieves because people, I bet you didn't remember, this game still exists. It's still actually apparently. All right, now I don't believe it. I think they're lying, but apparently there are people who still play this game.
I've yet to play it.
I mean,
Really?
you know, you're not missing much.
It's like it's fun until you find out that there isn't a game, and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, the first like hour or two, you're like, oh, okay, so they're just like getting me ready. It's a tutorial teaching me what I need. No, that is the whole game, and there's never anything more than that. Yeah.
All right.
But now they got season 2. Look at all of the cosmetics you could buy.
How is there a season of this game?
They do battle passes, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
Isn't it
there
that, like,
wasn't
MMO
seasons
-like
when I
kind of?
stopped playing. Like I was like, yeah, I saw season 2, and I'm like, season? What's going on with this?
I'm pretty sure they do battle passes now. So not only is it a game that you got to pay to play, but then you also got to pay to keep playing it.
That's why I play Dota.
Mm-hmm. It's the alternative to the subscription method, right? And I think actually we did a video, me and Ryan, we did a video about how this is the least predatory type of monetization if you need to have microtransactions in your game, but it's also
I believe we made the caveat at least that like for free player games,
for free to play
like,
games, it's fun.
Yeah.
But if you're going to charge me $60 to get into the game, and I don't necessarily know that that's how much it costs right now. Let me see, because I think Sea of Thieves might be $20. Right?
Yeah, it's 20 right now because
so-
of the sale that's going on.
Well, and that's $20 on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're going to buy it, it's going to be $30, maybe $40, and then they're going to charge you $20, for a pass for a season. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of paid games having that.
Like imagine if you got it through like Game Pass, because now you have your subscription that you're paying for, like for your subscription.
Yeah,
It's shit though, because like basically what you guys were saying is true, because you're paying. I paid, I think it was like $30 for the whole game, and now they want you to pay more money for more stuff that they should just add in for free. Like it's kind of like the situation with Cyberpunk, where they're giving away their DLCs for free, but the game is like a $60 game, which to be fair, it is a $60 game in my opinion. It's a good game as long as there's no like constant glitches or issues like with your like you running it. But
yeah, I don't have any problems with it. This is weird. So like Cyberpunk, a lot of people didn't like it because it was buggy, but most of those people, I think, are people who are playing it on console, which, quite frankly, if you're playing a top-of-the-line game on a 7-year-old console, I mean, come on, right? So Cyberpunk, I thought it was fantastic. Really good, fantastic. My game of the year, personally. I had no problems. I had like one bug with it, like... And yeah, Speedy Acorn says it's a good game when it works. I had no problems with it. It worked the whole time, and so therefore it's a great game. And it really is very, very good if it works. I think it was fantastic. It was super good. And then, like at the same time, because I got it for free from CD Projekt Red, so like I got to try it and I got to play it, and I was like, wow, this is it's super good. And then all of a sudden, everybody's like, this game is shit. And I'm sitting here going like, I think this is the best game of the year. What are you talking about, you psychopaths? And then I started to realize that all the people who were saying that were playing it on PlayStation, and like I stopped feeling any sort of sympathy with that. Like it just didn't anymore.
See, that's why. Well, that is one of the things that's making people upgrade now. Like a lot of people that were playing it and couldn't, they had to upgrade, and it's because of that game. And they're realizing this now that, oh man, I need to have like a better graphics card, better like video capture system, better all this other stuff. And it's actually instilling in people like quality over quantity. And I'm actually really glad that the game. What is it, like 200 gigabytes? It's over that, right?
Jeez.
Maybe. It's a pretty big game.
It's a huge game. And then the DLCs to top that off, it's going to be even huger.
Still not as big as Call of Duty, though.
Yeah, was it 264 or something? Look, there are 3 words that our Lord and Savior has bestowed to us that we can use to describe Cyberpunk, I think. Whenever it wants to. And those 3 words are, it just works.
Hey, it's true.
Yes.
Praise be to He, God Howard. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. It's not a Bethesda game, though.
Not yet.
Look, somewhere down the line, he had something to do with it. He wasn't credited. They kept him in the dark, but he bestowed his blessings upon it to make such a game. It's perfect. There are no flaws. Nothing goes wrong ever. There are no glitches. They're features, as Todd Howard intended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you see The Witcher 3 and you're like, oh, they're trying to copy Bethesda a little bit from the Skyrim, and then you see Cyberpunk with all its bugs, and you're like, oh, they're really trying to copy.
Yeah, they're really trying for it. You ever see your horse break all its limbs in Skyrim? You ever see the cars break all their axles in the game? Yeah, there you go.
All right, so I did. That reminds me, there was one bug I had in Cyberpunk a lot, and it actually changed the way I played the game. And I just thought about it. So motorcycles go too fast for the game to stream in the cars that are on the road. So you'll be on your motorcycle going really, really fast, and you'll hit something that's invisible, and then a car will slowly fade in as you're flying over it.
Wasn't that a thing in like Vice City or one of the old Grand Theft Auto games? Didn't they do that too?
One of them did, yeah. So I ended up driving on the yellow lines exclusively in the middle of the road because there's no cars there, right? Like they never spawn in the middle of the road. And so it did, in fact, change the way I played the game. But, I was okay.
GTA logic.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Sea of Thieves has
let's get back to that. Yeah,
it has a battle pass, I think, and it's it is a thing that exists.
Can I give like one opinion over Sea of Thieves though?
Of course.
You only get only one. I do actually enjoy the game, but I enjoy it with like a group of friends. And if I was to play this by myself, I would just be sad. Like it's not fun by yourself. And one of the things that I thought Minecraft did really well, the modding community, I should say, they made a Minecraft mod that is basically Sea of Thieves, and it like you repair your ship, you fire your cannons at other people, you sail the seas, and you go to other islands to kind of like get different resources. And it was really fun. But even if Sea of Thieves dumbed down its graphics and like they worked more on like free to play and like open world expansion, and like you could have 60 to 120 people a server, I think that's where they should have went with it. Because I know you've told me this before, it's very empty, and it really is.
It's really empty.
It's surprising.
Yeah, it's super empty. As you go through it, like you might see 1 or 2 ships every hour, if that. And like, there's a good chance that's just an AI ship. I don't know. It's super, super empty. So, yes, I think Sea of Thieves is a terrible game personally. And I was a founder, right? Like I got sent the key by Microsoft because like Microsoft loved me at the time, and they were like, hey. At the time. So they're like, hey, here you go. We got you hooked up. Go ahead and go play it. It's our next big thing. It's coming from Rare. It's the first Rare game on it. Oh, my God. And then you get into it. And I was like, wow, if this is the beta, man, they've got some work to do, but there's some cool bones here. Like, they could definitely do some cool stuff, and I bet they're just hiding all the story because they don't want anyone to spoil it. But no, it is in the exact same, I don't know, shape. It's in the same shape as it was in beta. The exact same shape. They added nothing when they released it. Nothing. It was completely empty.
You know what they did
add?
add?
Expected people to, like, make their own fun. Bring your own fun. Hashtag.
They added costumes, okay?
And
yeah, like 3 years later.
I've seen so many incredible videos of people just getting on here with friends and singing sea shanties, and it's been awesome.
Yeah, but that's all the game is. Is that worth paying $35 for? No.
I mean, sea shanties with the boys are priceless, but yeah, besides that, yeah, no.
Can't you do sea shanties with the boys in Minecraft, though?
You can,
I mean,
but one's a block, the one is the open season. You can play an accordion in this. I mean, technically there's instruments in the one mod as well. Yeah, I guess you got a point, but sea shanties with the boys.
I'm not going to lie, playing the instruments is pretty fun in Sea of Thieves, like, as useless as it is.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, I would agree that is the best part of the game.
I have one question, though, Em.
Yes, sir.
If they had specific servers, like servers that you could be a part of, like, say, a Crymore server, or some sort of server where, like, a Twitch streamer hosted, and, like, everyone could join that server, and, like, there would be games, there would be an area where you can't kill each other, there'd be, like, open sea battles, that sort of thing. Do you think it would be more fun then?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is that if you have a community around a game, any game, then you can have a lot more fun because you can say, hey, everybody, we're going to play this Tuesday at 7 p.m. and everybody shows up at Tuesday at 7 p.m. So you got like a nice full thing. You got everybody ready to play it. They're excited to play it, blah, 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 blah. It's like why we do game nights for these things. It's because it's like, oh, we're all going to go in there. We're all going to have a good time. We're going to hang out. We're going to do some stuff together. You know, maybe we'll record it and it'll be a video. That's fun. So yeah, absolutely. I think in that specific case, it'd be a lot more fun. Can you steal stuff in this game? So Speedy, in some ways, yes, but only in very specific ways. Namely, another player has to have found a treasure chest and have it on their boat. And then you can go onto their boat or sink their boat, either or, and then take their treasure chest. That is the only way you can steal. It's a piracy game with very little piracy. Can you steal an island or a shop? No. No, I explained that is the only kind of thievery you see is the type that I just mentioned. There's nothing else.
But they also steal your
money. It's not just a chest. There's also like a skull inside the chest. Or like a goblet, maybe.
I'd like to walk up to someone and like steal their peg leg and just run with it. That'd be pretty funny.
Aggressively run away, just like
got your leg.
So primarily what this video is showing then is just the cosmetics you can get if you put in enough time, if you invest enough time in the game, and you complete whatever.
I just looked up. So I read up on the Sea of Thieves Battle Pass, which is apparently called the Plunder Pass. And what they say is that there was no Plunder Pass exclusive cosmetics. So what
the fuck is the point?
Like from what I'm reading, 0 point. Like if you are a person who spends money on microtransactions and you also don't care about what you get but just want random shit, then it is better value than just randomly buying items off the store.
Wow. Okay. So there you go. That's the value here. Let's see what they're going to show off in the next 30 seconds. Okay, I do got to give it to him, though. The sea looks fucking incredible.
Oh, yeah. No, it's beautiful.
The water looks incredible. Great. And when you go out and, like, a giant kraken comes out and the sea turns red, that shit's cool as fuck.
All the dressing on this game is amazing. Like, I honestly think, like, just the setting of being there, like, just little stuff that doesn't affect the gameplay whatsoever, but makes you feel part of the world, like just going down and getting drunk and then just being drunk and throwing up on your friends. Like, stuff like that is so dumb. But, like, it makes it feel right. And it's just, like, everything feels good except for the fact that there's no game in there. Like, it feels so good to live in the world. It's just like, if there was anything to do, this game would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, like you can lock your friends in the brig. Wait, well, Deep Rock Galactic? It's not quite. No, Deep Rock Galactic is
Well,
the exact opposite.
I'm just saying, if you want that experience of going in with some buddies, just drinking.
Yeah.
some
Here's the
fucking
thing:
booze.
if they were to take Deep Rock Galactic, right, and put it in this, it'd be fucking incredible. Because
still
hey,
not
you can
played
see
that.
it, you can sail the world, whatever, and then when you get back, you can go on special missions with your team and do like a whole thing there. That would be fucking awesome. Be so cool. It'd be the game of the year everyone would play. Because there'd be some people who are like, no, I just want to sail around, man. I just want to like, go do stuff. But then when you're looking to do something, you could go do something. I don't know. This is why I like a game like The Division, right? Because it's essentially this. It's a game as a service kind of thing. But there's missions and stuff you can do. And then you look at like a game like Destiny or like the Outriders game that just came out, and the open world is such trash that you don't want to be in it. This is the exact opposite. It's an open world you want to be in, but there's nothing to do.
They should have made it free.
I really think they should have. Man, when they released this, when it first came out and they were talking about it, I was like, man, this is going to be such a cool free-to-play game because people will get in there and they'll just do stuff with it. They'll just do stuff and they'll have fun. It'll be kind of Minecrafty, but like you don't really affect the world. You just kind of like affect the story of the world, like a VR chat on the sea. And then they were like, and it's $60. And I was like, no.
God, I love your laugh so much. It's so good.
Yeah.
Do you know what game actually surpasses this though? With what you were just saying,
What's that, Veager?
The Raft.
Yeah, I like Raft.
I guess.
Not
I haven't
much
played
to
it.
do.
I haven't played it. Boney's a big fan of it. He keeps playing it a lot, but he's never invited me to play with him, so I just don't.
It's weird once you build like the one item that you kind of need to get it. The game's very simple. Go one place to another. You're kind of at the mercy of the wind or your paddle, depending on what you do. And then it's like, oh, now there's suddenly an objective after I finally built this thing. And then you go to it, and you're just sitting there going in one direction with like a million engines on your ship to make you go really fast for like 20 minutes, depending on how many you have, to 2 hours. And it's like, oh, another island. Oh, cool. Let's go to this next one, I guess.
Yeah.
So
And they always do cool things, but that's it.
What was that right on?
Yes, what were you saying, Raiden?
Was I saying something? Oh, I think I was saying that maybe when Thieves of Sea comes out or whatever the fuck that game's called.
It
like
is. It is that. It's SOT. It is an SOT. Yeah. I remember when it came out and we were like, oh, this is clearly playing off of Sea of Thieves.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck was that? It's another pirate game. It looks like Sea of Thieves, and the name of it is SOT. And it looks like it's actually got gameplay in it, which was shocking. Shocking, I tell you.
I don't know why I can't remember the name. Like this keeps happening to me.
This is what happens when you're around me, by the way. You just slowly lose your memory.
Are you just taking my memory from me?
Why do you think I host these things?
Some kind of gin or something. Like
I swear he like remembers something the other day, and he was very skeptical of him. Like, wait a second, that's out of character.
See, this is what it
Where'd you get
is.
that ability from?
I'm slowly taking it all away from you guys, feeding myself, right? And then in another year or so, I will have a fantastic memory, and you guys will all be slobbering, drooling slobs. It'll be good.
Too late.
it's true. I feel like every week I'm here, I'm just getting slowly like my IQ is decreasing by the second.
I heard it as you stuttered while saying that. Yes, it was fantastic. You really.
Well, that's just me.
You sounded like Jeff for a second there.
Self-deprecating humor is good. It's good once.
Wow.
Once.
Wow. All right. I see how it is.
It's true. If you over self-deprecate, right, then you have depreciated the value of the deprecation.
Well, there you go. You take the power away from the deprecation, then you can never be deprecated.
But then it's not funny anymore. Then it's just sad, and you're looking at him like, "Oh, look
videos. How about that?"
But if
We're learning comedy here.
If you're totally self-deprecated and there's no funny part of it anymore, then it's just kicking a dog, and we're not riding here.
Ah, damn it!
Organic, bitches.
Now you
Look
have
at how naturally that came up.
but now you haven't kicked a dog. You've beaten a horse.
Oh,
If you kick a dog, I think we're like on Powerpuff Girl territory.
No. M's not beating a horse.
That was a
He's
good one.
eating a horse.
that was good. That was funny. It was funny. Also, the story has I don't know, evolved. Would we call it evolved?
I would say
evolution?
devolved, honestly.
What's the narrative?
So it has changed now. He no longer wishes to merely kick Two Tim's dog to death. He now wishes to kick it into space and let it suffocate to death.
Well, mercy's for the weak, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also,
Say, don't skip right day. This is why.
Also, Brody.
Yeah.
We forgot that when he was talking, and I brought this up at the beginning here, but we forgot that while he was talking about wanting to have sex with pumpkins.
I'm sure you've forgotten lots. This was just from like the episode before that, or like 2 weeks or whatever.
So when he was talking about wanting to have sex with pumpkins, right? We forgot that he also demands that they have very close set eyes.
That was a separate thing. That was a separate, entirely different conversation.
Because if their eyes are too far apart, then they'll be hammerheads, and if it's a hammerhead pumpkin, he's not fucking that pumpkin.
Wait. So pumpkins have eyes?
Of course, he wants to fuck a little pumpkin boy or girl.
If you give them, don't say little. That makes
kind of off, man.
Oh no. No,
I was legit thinking you were talking about a potato for a moment because potatoes have eyes. But then I was so confused when you said pumpkin and eyes. So.
Well, pumpkins have eyes too. Almost any fruit and or vegetable that has a point where the stem connects to a spot is considered an eye, or iris, which is still the eye.
Yeah, you literally just read my mind. How are you doing this? Stop that.
I'll tell you we're
supposed to be gay lovers, okay? You can't read my mind.
Look, we're just so close and in touch with one another that we just finish each other's
sentence.
I was gonna say sandwich, but sure.
Hey,
wow. That was a thing. How did we get here, Acorn? It's kind of a long story, and to start, we need to go back to the beginning.
Oh, we don't.
This is me.
We truly
You're probably wondering how we got here.
I'm glad that you got the reference at least. Yes.
Right. Oh, that reference was commonplace in Smash Bits all the time, ever talking with anybody.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You used to work for Smash Bits. In fact, you were director or producer? Which one was it?
I was a project manager, director. Social media
I
manager,
saw your name at the end,
else.
directed by a couple of times.
Yeah, I was a director for every video that went up, and I was the project manager for everything else, including Johnny Test for a little while.
There you go.
See, I feel like you were doing everything there then, because like
he was.
Crap.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know he doesn't want to talk about this on stream because it's public, but boy, I tell you what, our conversations were. You need to fucking quit and take everything they've ever given you with you, because goddamn it, it's all yours. Man, he did everything for them. He built them. Now they're millions of subs and blah 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 blah.
Actually, the studio's closed.
Whatever. Built them up. He had them doing whatever, and they couldn't understand like the simplest things.
I'll put it like this. Here's the best example I can give you. We'll make this quick. Sekiro, right? Game came out. Before it even came out, I was like, so I was telling my boss, because I need videos, I had to pass by him before sending them off to get a writer written. I was like, we need to make a video on this, like either the day after the game comes out for max like search right there, or slightly before, make a video on it, comedy, whatever you want to do. It's going to be game of the year. We got to do it. He said, okay, I'll talk to someone about it. A week later, not only did he talk to someone, he got a newer writer to make one who's never played the game, never watched any videos, or has ever played a From Software game, and said, write me something. And the video turned out terrible, and he blamed me for it. And then once the game... it also came out 2 months after the game released. Mm-hmm. We go in, I'm checking it, and the people who did it before us, who actually did it the day before, who made a video that was very similar to our content, and they put it out, it did tremendously better. It's like, we could have had that! What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yes. So there you go. Are they really shut down now?
Yeah, no. Everybody left. The only person still there is obviously Rick himself. Some people went on to work for I think one's working for WildBrain, one's working for Cartoon Network right now. We all moved on, and I'm the only one who tries to stay in contact with Rick because I'm a nice guy.
I thought his name was Rob.
No, it's Rick. Well, it's Kedrick actually.
Kedrick. That doesn't fit at all.
He's also a priest.
Your boss sounds like
Oh,
M. Well, first of all, Speedy, fuck you. Fuck you in your face. Fuck you. You've got a personalized fuck you for me now.
Look, M can be, how should I say this delicately, a very gentle person. But I must say, M has always tried to steer me right, and it's actually because of him that I have the searchability online, thanks to the username that I use for a lot of my other projects. Thank you, Moriarty, for that. And my name here and everything else. He's always tried to steer me right, so I can't say anything bad. Usually, if he gives me advice, I follow it to most of the extent, or all of it, and it's never done me wrong.
There was a time I remember spending several hours going over all of the loopholes in your contract.
Oh yeah, no, that was great. I actually went into my boss's office, went into my contract, took a picture of it, and sent it to you.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not a bad guy, you see. I'm incredibly kind, nice in all ways. Yes.
Jeff's like, he doesn't need to. I already have it set up.
So Veager is trying to talk, and we just keep running right over him.
Yeah,
go
sorry,
ahead,
Veager. What's going on, baby girl?
It's all good. It's all good. No, do you know who Sean Zos is, or Z-O-Z? Or Sean's Oz? Sorry, not Sean Zoz.
I can't
Sean
say
Oz.
I do.
Have you ever seen Skyrim Abridged or?
Yep, I know who he is.
Yeah, so he does a lot of his stuff by himself. I would actually try and get in contact with him if you ever want. And I don't think you'd be in his videos, but you could help him out, and he could help you out. But he makes a lot of views, but a lot of people don't subscribe to him. A lot of people don't follow his channel, but he has a lot of good contacts, and he has a lot of future developments with other like companies and YouTubers, and even his subscribers, and like the ones that are on his like Patreon. He's going to be working with them in the future as well. But it's weird because you'll see a company or a YouTube group or whatever go downhill because they're not doing enough. And it's kind of how it is. Like, if you're not doing constant feedback or giving constant work, it's like it just goes out of the window. And I know this doesn't really make sense, but it's kind of like a TV series. If you don't show 1 week of like, I don't know, Superman versus Lois, Superman and Lois, people are going to be like, where's my show? And then they're going to look it up. Then they're going to be like, oh, they couldn't do it this week because they had an issue. They're going to kind of forget about it. Then 2 weeks go by. Then all of a sudden they don't care. And that's how it is.
Well, what we'll do is I'll message you when we're done with this, and maybe we can talk about it.
You can bring up that Fallout mod that you were part of that was super controversial.
Oh yeah, exactly. That happened.
Oh no.
The best part. The best part is there was the vote for that, and I was two of the characters. Well, 2 out of the 3 characters that I did, which was Fizzer and Private John, the very opening NPC. They were voted 2 of the most favorite characters in the mod.
Aw.
Even though I had to do the dumbest
part of
voice.
The story, though, that you're leaving out is that all the other characters, their voice actors, pulled out.
No, some of them did, yeah. It was pretty rough, all because one of the developers was very weird. Put it like that. Anyway, so
come on, that
Thieves.
was fucking funny. I'm hilarious. I say it all the time. I'm hilarious. Everybody believes me.
Well,
Season 2. Oh man. April 15th. Oh, no, wait. That's like
Makes my heart go doki doki.
That trailer. Oh, okay. There's something left. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. I was like, if that was all they'd shown. Yeah, but they're not going to show much else. Like, there's not going to be a whole lot. Yeah.
Thank you for the bits, Glee.
Boy, I got to tell you, this looks really fucking boring instantly.
They used that. The barrel just phased into existence. Why did they use that shot?
I don't know. But boy, that looks fucking terrible.
What was it supposed to communicate?
I don't
That there's
know.
all we're supposed to know is that there's a second season. I didn't even know there was a first season, to be honest. I
Yeah, I didn't either.
I had no clue.
Like I was like wondering what a season meant, and that's the only, basically the only reason I was interested in that trailer, and I still don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I guess I'm excited.
assuming. I have to assume because they gave us no information, but I am assuming that everything everyone was wearing was some sort of cosmetic you can get.
Yeah, like I'm assuming that hiding in barrels isn't a new mechanic either. It's just a new emote they're showing off.
Yeah, maybe. Apparently, season 1 is $10. Tim would like to know, did you hear about the Nintendo copyright, the Bowser Dong? No. I heard nothing about any Bowser.
I'm ashamed to say I see those two words together way too often.
It's $10 for season. So the season is just the battle pass or the plunder pass. Then, like the $10 plunder pass ends, and you have to pay for it again. And
Nintendo made a copyright claim on a 3D fan-made model of Bowser's genitalia, thereby making it canon to the world of Super Mario.
It's official.
It is an official dong of Bowser.
So when are we getting the Bad Dragon release?
Oh man!
I should reach out. Maybe I can do a promotion. Oh.
Wow.
No, it's a good idea. Think about it. Anyway, maybe don't.
You want to voice the Bowser dong dildo?
Look,
I don't understand. What's the promotion?
I'm just saying. I mean, pretty killer Luigi.
Wait, sorry, is it a dildo or is it a real dong?
No, it's just a 3D model. That's it. Somebody just made a 3D model and called it Bowser's Dong.
But people do that every day.
Yeah, well, they cease and desisted it.
That's an entire industry.
They cease and desisted it, man. I don't know what
Wouldn't he have like a cloaca or something?
Like cloaca?
Yeah.
We were talking about Cyberpunk, right?
Yeah, he has a turtle.
Yeah.
He would have.
I feel like at some point maybe
He'd have a cloaca.
So
no, we're talking about whether or not Bowser has a cloaca. I think he does. He's a turtle.
I mean, well, he's a dinosaur. He's not a turtle.
He's a turtle.
No, he's a dinosaur.
He's definitely a turtle.
Have you seen the Super Mario movie?
Dude,
are you
that
joking?
is not canon.
No,
I'm sorry.
A meteor hit the Earth, and it spun off Bowser.
He's a turtle.
Dinosaurs evolved into human-like creatures.
That is in the terrible movie.
Oh, so the fucking dong is canon, but the movie isn't?
Correct.
What world do you live in?
So I think dinosaur is actually correct.
I think so too, because what kind of like he has a dragon head, breathes fire.
You're gonna like
has
this.
Like
no, you're really gonna like this. I have an official answer, and you're gonna fucking like it because it doesn't help at all. Bowser is a Koopa turtle based on the Chinese dragon turtle and the main antagonist. So like that doesn't help at all.
He's a dragon turtle. He's a dragon turtle.
Way to say is just like Koopa, the same way like Tanuki means raccoon dog, right?
Right, but he's definitely more turtle than dinosaur. If anything, you could say he's a dragon. You could say he's arguably half dragon.
God, I love these tangents.
Well, yeah, that's why we're here, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure because Super Mario World takes place in Dinosaur Land, doesn't it?
Okay,
so
but that could be a number of things. It could just be that he likes dinosaurs. I mean, like Yoshi is a dinosaur, but Yoshi is clearly not an equal to Bowser. He's a pet at best.
But what's a Kirby?
So turtles do have a cloaca, and looking up here, birds and reptiles have a cloaca. So it has always been assumed that dinosaurs had them too. The cloaca of the Psittacosaurus. I'm going to put that in the chat.
No, please keep trying to say it.
Yes, yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Psittacosaurus confirms this expectation. So we actually found a dino cloaca.
Mm-hmm.
Only the external part of the cloaca was preserved, though.
So
can you send that in chat?
Can we potentially then say that the Psittacosaurus or Psittacosaurus.
Oh,
it could be a psychotic or a psychic taco.
It could be
a psychic.
See, now you're just coming
dinosaur.
up with new Pokemon.
Psychic taco dinosaur. I need that as a drawing.
I'm now afraid of that drawing.
Psychic
I'm not. I'm excited.
taco dinosaur.
But
I'm afraid of it because of where it's stemming from.
However, I think we can now say
the line is
pretty
drawn,
clearly that Bowser has a cloaca.
Yeah. I think we can say pretty
I feel
confidently
like
that
that's
Bowser does
canon.
have a cloaca.
But where do you think the line's drawn where people can't like 3D print figurines and such?
It wasn't
and
even
like,
a print. It was just a design. They just designed it and loaded it online, and Nintendo was like, "That's our lizard cock."
I guarantee if I go to a fucking 3D model resource, type in Bowser cock, I get 100 results.
You know, to be fair, didn't
Probably.
Warner Brothers do that with that one Bugs Bunny video that was out for a while? Like they took the video down. They had this lawsuit. Like they now own the video, and because they own that and everything about it, like it's Warner Brothers stamped.
Jeez, that's weird.
One thing I've heard about Disney, and I'm not entirely sure about how this is, but given that I've worked in other animation studios, I 100% believe it, which is that any time a artist at Disney draws porn of a Disney character, Disney then owns that, and they have to go like put it in the Disney vault.
Yeah, they have to. Yep.
Yeah, which is hilarious.
Kind of makes you want to work at Disney and just draw something terrible.
I mean, just work at any animation company.
Yeah.
Here's Mickey Mouse
to
with a
break into that
30-foot
vault.
dong.
I have
There
a
you go. That
question,
could be
though.
Ocean's 11, but it like
Yeah.
you know it changes the term of what oceans would be certainly.
Ocean 64.
Yeah.
So, quick question:
that is
if
genius,
someone
though. That's such a good
prints
joke.
it though,
I'm glad you like the joke.
Like-
You can't make a video out of that. Okay.
It's my idea.
You're not allowed to, Ryden. Even though it would be hilarious and it would fit your content and it's timely and it's very, very good. And in fact, we're not even going to use anything like that. We are, however, going to put it in the vault. You can't use it.
God damn it.
Yeah.
how it is.
So what's this with Age of Empires? What's going on here?
Oh, hey, Age of Empires 4 is out. Oh, this is very long. We're not going to watch this full thing.
Cool.
I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know right now, we're not watching the full thing because this is like a straight up full whatever. I'm going to give it like 60 seconds. I just want to talk about it a little bit. Because holy shit, dude, does this not look fucking gorgeous?
It does.
It
does,
looks
yeah.
so
Isn't it
pretty.
$9?
So when did they get to Isengard?
Well, here's the thing. Because every Microsoft game is automatically on Game Pass, it's on Game Pass as soon as it comes out. And this thing just looks so good. I can't wait to hear the Wololos.
I don't
We
even play
need
it.
more wood.
I should message Brax.
More gold, please. It just looks so good. And it still, as you can see, it maintains Age of Empires. I loved Age of Empires. I recently went through the entire Age of Empires 3, which made it very odd. I played it right after they decided that they were going to individualize all of the Indian tribes in the game. And it was kind of interesting to play through that again and see how they had done it, because they really did try to make each different tribe that shows up, I don't want to say historically accurate, but like historical, certainly. So that was interesting. I don't know that it added a whole lot of gameplay, but I understand why they did it instead of just calling them all like natives or whatever it was that they were originally. Yeah. Well, hey, you're an Indian, aren't you? How do you feel about that?
You mean Native American?
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, I really don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have any group, like if you have Russians, you have Americans, you have Native Americans, you have Canadians. Okay, that's cool.
Canadian.
Yeah.
I hate those guys.
Where's our
French Canadians? French Canadians. No. It's just, you can't like hate on like someone making a game about Native Americans or like showing a way of life. Like what's the game? there's a new game that's coming out or is out currently. This Is My Land, I think.
It sounds really familiar.
Yeah, I think it might be This Is My Land or This Is Our Land or one of the two.
This is it's one of the two.
This
and
land
you're
is my
basically
land.
This
you're
land
Native
is my
American.
land,
Yeah. The stealth game. Yeah.
It was made for you and me.
It apparently came out in 2019. That's crazy. I heard nothing about it.
Well, it wasn't finished.
It still says it's
properly.
upcoming. Yeah, I'm really confused. I thought it hasn't out yet.
No, not
Stealth
really.
mechanics are so strong in a game, no one notices its release.
I mean, it says you can
Exactly.
buy it right now. Oh, it's early access. So it's out. It's just not out.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly.
Yeah.
But there's a few people I know that are actually upset about that game because they feel that it isn't accurately depicting a few things, but it's history. At the same time, it's a game, it's fiction. And when you try and mix those two things, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. So in reality, if you told me that, oh, that game is being racist, and I'd literally ask you, why is it being racist? Like, what about it is like racist, or what about it is being rude? Because I don't know for how many people read, but there's an author that I used to like love his work until I found out, horrifyingly, that he was a very big racist. And he's sorry, I can't even think of his name.
Lovecraft?
Yeah. He is like a known racist, and I didn't know this growing up. But where I live, it's kind of like no one really talks about that kind of stuff. Like no one's really talking about anything in that manner. So
it's weird. The common misconception is that he was racist, which again, he pretty much was. He actually suffered from this like mental disorder where he wasn't just racist against like specific groups. He was literally afraid of everyone and everything. He had like this actual acute mental disorder. I forget the name of it because it's so wild. But basically, he was just so scared of everyone that he hated everything.
He did have his cat though.
Oh yeah, he did.
Isn't great.
We don't talk about that.
Yeah. But long story short, like I have friends with Tourette's, and I know they're not like calling me names and such. Like they can't help it. But to a degree, like if you read his writing, like all of it seems very like cut and dry, pointed at certain individuals. But where does it lie? Like where does the like a video game go too far, for example? And if you look at it from a standpoint of religion, race, if you look at it from species, all these sort of things, where do you draw the line for a game being too much or having too little? Because it is history. If we had like World War II and like all of a sudden there's like a World War II game and like a Jewish soldier died and he was only killed because he was Jewish. Like that's the only reason. Like that is technically something that happened, but some people would get offended or say, hey, that's not okay. Same with like Age of Empires. If they want to have like Native Americans in it, all I ask is like do it justice, but like I don't think they're gonna mess it up. I don't think they did at all.
In Age of Empires 3, like I said, it felt like they took quite a lot of efforts to not mess it up. But when the game originally came out, they were just called, like native soldiers, and then they split it up in the remaster into the various Indian tribes. So it felt, I don't know, a lot more whatever. So you can still see that the game is, it's Age of Empires. There's not a whole lot of difference between this and whatever, but it sure does look fucking pretty, man.
It does.
I never got to play them.
I've played very little Age of Empires, but I do love them very much because I'm a fan of city builders.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit and just leave it on so you can, because there's no talking or anything in the background. But boy, I don't know. I liked Age of Empires a lot. I thought Age of Empires.
Oh, they're great games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got more into Civ than I don't know why.
I was gonna say that too.
I would destroy all of you in Civ. I'm just saying.
I don't.
Oh, absolutely. I'm terrible at Civ. All I do in Civ is I play Canada, and I don't try to win. I just try to make a nice little country.
Get your will for laurel. You know what? I'm not gonna get into it. Screw you. I'm going to declare surprise war. No, you're not. I'm Wilford Laurel.
I play with my two friends, and my one friend always goes for the culture win, and my other friend always goes for the science win.
And I just like the easiest win.
Well, I just play Canada, and I just try to make a nice, happy little country and unite everyone, and I end up getting the diplomatic win just because of how I play.
God, this game looks great.
It looks super pretty. I don't think that you can compare Civilization and Age of Empires.
You can't.
They're very different.
I feel like it's just like a different scale, but I feel like the idea.
I don't think they're similar at all. You have turn-based strategy and real-time strategy. Like
I'm a masochist. I play Civ 6 and Civ 5 on deity difficulty in marathon mode because I hate myself.
Right. So you want to play the game for literal years. Got it.
Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. I have a game started 2 years ago and I'm still not done with it actually. And I used to play it a couple hours a day.
Whoa, look, did you see that? You can pack up your whole city.
That's awesome.
Look at it. It packs up the whole city. That's pretty freaking cool. I gotta be honest. See, watch. They're just like, boom. Hey, look, we're just gonna move our whole goddamn city somewhere else. That's cool. Oh, they're the Mongols. That's why they can do it. All right. That's pretty neat. I gotta admit.
So, can I be honest? I had no idea Age of Empires was real time.
Wow.
Really?
I had no clue. I thought it was just like Civ, because they look like they move on hexagons and shit, right?
Yeah, but no, it's real time.
I didn't think it was like
the
StarCraft.
Game looks like, and it's a StarCraft.
It's like StarCraft, like Command and Conquer kind of style.
Mm-hmm. They're not hexes where you're moving it. Yeah, no, this is real time. This is what the game actually plays like.
Well, I think that there are building limits. Like, it is a grid when you're building, right?
I think you can build pretty much anywhere as long as you have the resources and you can get a peasant there or whatever.
Well, you can build anywhere within a snapping range.
No,
like,
I think.
Are you sure?
Okay. Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, like on the ground itself, there's things, but you can build anywhere in the world. You can just go there as long as you can get a peasant there. You can build there.
Well, I mean, that's technically the same for Civ. You can send out your guy and start it as long as it's not a claim. You have to
settle a build. You have to put your settler down. You have to start a thing.
It's different. I mean, it's turn-based, but I think the main gameplay idea is like you're playing through the single civilization through the ages, kind of. So I think the idea behind it is like I think it's the same game, but one is taking the real-time approach and one is taking the like hex turn-based approach.
I guess they're similar-ish, but Age of Empires is definitely way more about combat. There's no diplomacy. There's no science and culture. It's all about war.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm. But it's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous game. So I just got a note that as of an hour ago, Sony had pulled all updates for PS3 off of their servers, so you can no longer update your games. This was supposed to be happening in June when they pulled the store down, but instead they have decided to pull the updates down today.
So what?
Does that is that updates for games you don't already have? Because you can put a disc back in the thing and have to update it again.
Yep. So you can patch games and install them now. And
that's actually that's way worse than the store going down. Like that's actually like really bad,
really terrible.
Oh, that's cool.
So there you go. Video game preservation is no longer a thing.
I like how we were going to watch 60 seconds of this, but I actually am greatly enjoying this video.
Well, yeah, I've just figured I'd turn down the sound and leave it in the background because it's just such a pretty looking game. And
it is.
I like Age of Empires a lot. It is also, again, available on Xbox Game Pass, which is, I still say, my dad disagrees, by the way. We had a conversation about Xbox Game Pass the other day, and he was like, it's shit. It's terrible. It's all indie games nobody wants to play. And I was like, okay, but, like, if you want to play indie games, you can get some really good ones. And it's not just indie games. It's got like every Bethesda game, and it's got like, all these, it's got a lot of stuff on there, man. You could play, I guess, Rage 2 if you're a masochist.
Well, the fact that nobody wants to play them is kind of kind of a benefit for it, because then you get into the issue. Well, I mean, if literally nobody wants to play them, then sure. But if it's like a game that like, maybe I play that, but I'm not going to spend money on it. Like now you can, you know, like it's just, it's like Netflix, but for like, I don't know what.
For games,
I can see why you personally wouldn't want it, but I honestly can't. Like it's like as you say, it's the best deal in gaming. Like it is so overvalued, it's ridiculous. Like it's not going to stay at the value it is now. It's only because they're trying to build users. Like right now is definitely.
I am always terrified that it's going to completely devalue the public perception of video games and destroy the industry even more than it's already being currently.
I don't think so.
Destroyed.
I don't think so. Because here's the thing, right? They're making money off of this, or they wouldn't be. Well, they intend to make money off of it. If you look at something like a Disney Plus, right? Disney Plus is putting how much money did they pump into fucking Mandalorian? Mandalorian shooting costs.
Well, the thing is, when you're starting your own Disney Plus, when you're starting Netflix up, you have a period of a couple years,
right?
Where you're going to be like your stock is going to be going up. You're going to be taking investments and re-putting into the company, and you're losing money. You're not profitable for say 5 years into the future, but like you can keep that going as long as you're building your user base. And then like over time, Netflix has gotten worse as they haven't been able to afford the IPs and stuff like that, as they need to get more profitable over time. And so like that's what's obviously going to happen in Game Pass. Like it's going to lose a lot of the games that it has.
No, I don't think so. Because here's the thing, right? You look at some of these things, the way that they do it, $7 a month for Disney Plus, right? And they were intending to be profitable in 4 years. They're looking to be profitable now in 3 years. That means that $120 million that they spent on the first season of Mandalorian and the ostensibly $200 million that they spent on the second season, that and again, I haven't looked this up, so I might be totally wrong. Let's say they spent $300 million in total on 2 seasons of Mandalorian. They're expecting to be profitable within 3 years. That content's still going to remain up there because it's self-produced by Disney. So all of these games that Microsoft owns, and they own like 40 studios, right? All of them go straight on to Game Pass, and they never come off. Every Bethesda game ever is on there forever. Yeah. You know,
but I can't believe for a second they aren't poaching their own sales by doing that.
I don't think it matters, because if you get enough people to pay monthly, you're going to have people. You start doing that Netflix where you're doing the content production side of things, where you're saying, look, we are doing this to keep our user base, and we don't care about the people who are playing the older games. They're already paid for by the user base.
You want to build up to the point where you're like a gym, where you're supported not by people watching the content, but the people who are too lazy to cancel.
Yes and no. Like, I don't think that's I don't think going in with the gym mentality is a good business, because then if anybody suddenly realizes you're shit, they quit. But if you just keep producing content, and it doesn't have to be, incredible. If you just take 80% of the amount of money you're bringing in and put that towards new content, you're still making incredible content.
So one of the things that I've holy shit, my voice.
Wow,
one of the things I've noticed. Yeah, it's those grapes I was eating. They were just like getting stuck to my throat. Jeff, come over here and rescue me. No, I'm joking.
Wow. But, wow, I don't know how I'm going to read that. I'm going to choose to read that in the worst possible way.
You're welcome. But no, if you ever look at statistics of any sort, so Netflix has been going down, and Disney is technically doing really good right now, but they're going to be going down as well. Subscription-based, I don't want to say contracts, just subscription-based purchases, they're going downhill. And with video games, there's a unique experience there because there's different games. Now, every game can be played in a different manner. You have Halo Wars, that is like a tactics game. You have Age of Empire, which is also a tactics game, but different genre, where it's more like medieval style, basically. You have Call of Duty. You have it's a first-person shooter. You have all these different types of games that you can interact with. Because you're interacting with them, it feels more personable, and because of that, you're more or less willing to pay for that subscription. Because of movies and whatnot, you can technically watch those for free online in like illegal manners, which a lot of people did when I went to college. And the thing is, I pay for like a set bundle of different subscription-based like TV shows and streaming sites. Like, for example, HBO, Disney, Netflix, YouTube. I even pay for nowadays. All of these places I pay for. The only one I don't pay for is Spotify for some reason. I don't know why, but I really should. I listen to it all the time on my phone.
YouTube, and you have YouTube Music anyway.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Can't justify paying.
You know, there's a certain ad blocker that you can get. I had it back when I was in school, like many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And even
You're
though
not that
the
old, Jeff.
thank you. Even though Discord, sorry, even though Spotify runs as an app, the ad blocker would for some reason work on the app, even though it was just meant for your browser. So it would just play. It would be like, oh, here's an ad. It'd play a dead 3-second airspace. Realize the ad can't play, and then just give you more music for free.
I mean, that makes sense because
It was
it's kind of going around the system because it can't read it. So
it was awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense though. But no,
So I have a couple other trailers I want to look at. One of them is really bad, like really, really bad. So I'm gonna wait for that one because holy shit, guys! Oh my god.
How bad we talking?
Oh my god, you guys are good. First of all, there's some. It's so bad. All right, here we go though. Let's look at Wave War 1 because it looks kind of cutesy.
Yeah, it does.
But also horrible.
This is a mobile game. I already
is
know.
it giving me?
Oh
like,
no, it's not because you. Okay, never mind.
headaches?
Okay.
Hey, Moriarty's in this. Look. Oh, it's Mortar.
Moriarty?
Moriarty.
Murders.
I feel like if Moriarty was secretly a murderer, that'd be his name. Murderarty.
Murderarty.
Isn't Moriarty kind of already a murderer name?
He's got the voice
It
of it,
is,
so I mean, it
actually.
makes sense.
Give us your best murderer line.
My best murderer line?
Yeah. What do you got?
Hey.
That's how he gets them.
That's he. So you say hey, and then what do? What's your next step?
Could you ask chat something for me?
You can.
I don't
chat.
actually know they can
hear
technically
you.
hear me. Why am I saying this?
Like they can hear you.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, has anyone seen the pear meme? The one like it's. Here, wait. You're gonna kill me.
I'm
Well,
going to kill you.
while this is happening, if I were to do a murder, I'd hit him with a, "Hey there, do you want me to perform something for you? You would love it." And they're dead for some reason. Why do they always die when I do this?
Yeah, it was super creepy.
Oh, that's half fun, is that it always turns out creepy. That's why I like
that.
to do
I
it so
really don't think I like that at all.
I think
I like
you
it.
do.
Can we do a roll call? How many people are still alive on this panel?
I think we're all here.
I've killed them all.
Yeah.
We sure that it didn't kill us?
It did
Like
not kill
Vito
us.
No.
and SMA
Look,
vibes.
anybody can hit him with the ooh woo. You gotta hit him with the
Ada.
That was far too breathy. That was not.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
No, you didn't. And
I'm gonna have to hit up your IMDb after this show. Wow.
I've got
Very
I've only got like 4 credits, but there you go. Please never auto again. Well, listen here. I'll do it just for you, for free, whenever you like. From now
Oh
on.
boy, he'll do it just
ASMR
for
auto
you.
ooh. Clee. Stay off my Twitter.
Yes.
It's like pulling teeth to get M to do ASMR.
Yeah.
He'd be good at it though.
No, he is good at it. That's the fucking problem.
So yeah, that's the scary thing. If I got on my mic in my booth, this is just my desktop mic. If I got in the one in my booth, oh man, it would terrify you.
So it's
about that pair.
it's a game, right? There is a shift as we watch this, right? Where you'll suddenly get that it's not just this, and it feels like it's a bigger game, and all of a sudden you go, So Tim would like to know if you can do Megatron's voice.
Oh god, no, I cannot. I'm not even gonna attempt it.
And then please remind everybody about Ryden's hate for dogs and cats. I did not know that you hated cats. I thought it was just...
I also didn't know I hated cats.
So
My cat just jumped off my lap after
you
hearing
just
that.
found
Thank
out?
you.
So when did you realize that you hated cats?
When did you first find out that you hated cats?
When what grade were you when you realized when you saw a cat and you were like, I want it dead?
I hate that damn thing. Man.
Yeah. You know, I was just torturing an animal, and then my parents were like, "Hey, you can't torture cats." And I'm like, "Cats? I thought this was a dog. Well, I guess I hate them too."
I've
That's exactly
gravely mistaken.
So I'll tell you one thing. Back to some of the video.
I'm just picturing that too, because it's like, hey, you can't torture that cat. Cat? Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
He's like getting ready to put it. He's like getting ready to put it in the microwave or something.
I didn't realize. I thought this was a dog.
I thought it was a dog.
Oh fuck.
How long did I cook this dog again? Was it 3 minutes? 4? I can't remember.
That's funny.
So yeah, this game seems like a really unique mix of strategy and tower defense
hold on,
gameplay.
because you'll see. There's a shift here where suddenly you're like, oh, I get it. Because it's not what you're thinking, right? So, boom! They get to the end and it keeps going. It's endless trench warfare, which just seems super neat.
Interesting.
I feel like that would probably be a bigger deal if I was familiar with this genre. I guess
I have no idea what genre.
You sound very excited about the fact that the screen moves, and that doesn't seem like that big of a deal to me.
I don't know. I think it looks cool, and I'm sure it's free. So there you go.
Yeah, there was a game that this reminds me of. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was
Is
called.
it the one about toys?
No, it wasn't about toys. It was basically it played like an old Flash game where it's like a top-down kind of like isometric view kind of thing, and you are you're just basically there's just a bunch of kind of random soldiers shooting at each other from both sides, and it's kind of like AI dependent. And every time you die, you just choose a random character on the map, and then you can control, depending on your level, you can control a squad of people who are around you that'll just start following you instead of doing what they were normally doing.
So as I was saying that it just keeps going, movement says trench warfare, the Snyder cut.
It just keeps going. Hello, Framinator. This is one of those games where it's very much. It's something that I can see myself playing because I enjoy playing city builders like Towns or Banished or anything like that, because they're games I can just turn on, I can put a little bit of effort into, but I can just zone out for 6 hours, drink a lot of sake, and then forget what I did 6 hours ago.
This
seems like that kind of game I can do. I might pick this up just for the fun of it.
So, just to clarify, this is the life that porn has brought you to, one where you drink to forget.
Yeah. More or less.
I'm okay with that.
I mean,
yeah, no, I'm okay with that too. I mean,
drinking sake, though.
Look, I've accepted my fate. I've got the creepy DMs to prove anything you could ever want to prove. So yeah.
Don't worry. I get plenty of those myself, my friend.
I bet you. Well, you got the voice, though.
Terror.
I mean, I got the voice too, apparently, but you got that deep, rich voice.
No. Okay. So, there is, and I'm saying this to you, the audience. There's nothing that I appreciate more, but wish I got less of than creepy DMs.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
I'm so sorry.
I do.
It's weird.
You do appreciate them, but at the same time, it's please don't.
Yeah, it's like a rite of passage. When I get them, it's like, oh man, this is awesome. This is also really messed up, and I freaking hate it. But at the same time, yeah, I'm at that point. Awesome. Ew.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate what you just said to me. I wish I hadn't read it.
I found it, by the way. I found it,
and I hate it.
This is your pair,
yes.
You say?
Yes. So I found the pair one on YouTube. I just had to find it through Instagram.
Oh my god! What
first.
The fuck is this? I can't. Can I show?
Yeah,
this
exactly.
What? It's so perfect.
Can I even show this?
It's so bad, but it's so perfect. But it's so weird.
I don't know if I can show this on stream.
I mean, honestly,
what is
Look,
this?
I'll tell you what this is.
I can show the thumbnail on stream.
This is the first season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in a nutshell.
Yeah,
I will show you the thumbnail. I'm not going to click the video because I don't know if it's like, you know,
hooked up. Yeah, no, I get you.
Oh, fuck me! I forgot what was in the browser. Oh no!
Oh no!
Would you like to see what was in this browser, everybody? Would you like to remember for a moment? Do you have the stream open?
Yeah, I do.
Because it's very important that you have the stream open, because I'm not going to... Here you go, everybody. Here's what's in the browser. I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that you're having a good time with it.
God damn it!
I've seen this now.
Son of a fucking
bitch! I know the context. Oh no!
There you go. So that was still in there.
I literally
And now
can't
here
see
you
it.
go.
Wait, no, Em, when was Chris on? Because that wasn't last week, was it?
That was 2 weeks ago.
So you've had that on your fucking browser for 2 weeks?
Okay.
No, it's in the browser in OBS. That's it.
He has it as his desktop wallpaper.
I thought you had
Whatever
like
the
your
fuck is up
fucking
right now.
Google Chrome tab just opens up to that fucking picture.
No, it's still in the browser in OBS. I have a couple of browsers. So this is the pear thing that Veager sent.
This literally looks like the people who were upset about Lola Bunny were given the annoying orange reboot.
Oh no!
Yeah, I can't show this though. I'm not going to put this on stream. I'm not going to click the button because I don't know
worry
what's
about
going
it.
to fucking show. Oh, and if it gets too sexual, Twitch is twitchy. They're twitchy. So we're just not going to do that. But it's okay because I still have other bad things for you. Speaking of bad things, hey, have y'all seen a fish and wish that you could touch it?
All the time.
Oh, this seems cool. Wow, that effect was terrible.
Yeah. This whole thing looks kind of terrible.
Why does it look like they're not 3D? They look.
So,
wrong.
are the beetles in there? What's going on? Okay, that's neat.
Sorry, did you say that was neat?
A little bit of customization is always kind of
Remember, if you're going to talk, you click the pause button. This is how
cool.
it
I'm sorry.
Do you play as the submarine in a fish tank?
Yes, you do. It's just hearing you say it though. Yeah. Yes, you do.
Okay.
Em is positively delighted.
It's so dumb. It's such a dumb idea.
You're not just cleaning algae the entire time, are you? I'm seeing the cleaner speed. What the fuck is this game?
Just imagine, right? You imagine the person who is like, hey, I would really like a game about a fish tank because I love fish so much, but I don't want to have real fish. I want only digital fish. And then I want to be tiny, tiny little camera that can go through and see the fishies.
Does that say health gun? Oh, my fish is sick. Better shoot it with my gun.
Oh, it's the Jurassic. Oh no, it's Jurassic Park reboot.
I'm starting to think that maybe video games do waste life.
Does life imitate art, or does art imitate life?
Oh,
These
it's
are
so
the
good.
questions this
It's
game
so good.
asks.
Wait, it gets better. It gets better. You're gonna love it even more.
I hope it does.
Wait,
Profit?
is that a No Man's Sky fucking mine the resource ass meter looking ass thing?
It's a clean. You're cleaning it. You go through and you clean.
I'm gonna go commit Not Alive after watching this.
This is entire No Man's Sky of infinite procedurally generated fish tanks that you can swim through.
Oh man, watch. See, so you clean everything, and then you take pictures of them.
I like this to an extent of being able to look at this cool fish in the fish tanks and you're seeing it swim around. I can see the zen aspect of that, but the actual part of Here's my submarine to clean up this algae. Better go do that for the 700th time. Oh man, so much fun. But actually seeing fish like this is kind of...
Do y'all like how there's a really harsh shadow on what I assume is glass?
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
That looks really good, doesn't it? Oh, man. So good. So good. And then you can show your photos. And there's... Oh, it's so good.
It Sims.
Wow. That background looks like we're playing Tabletop Simulator. Like, that's not even a background. That's like a picture that is like put through an algorithm to like look 3D.
Oh, yeah, that's 100% what it is. Yeah, no question. This is, what do they call that? LiDAR or whatever? The scans? Like, this is, somebody LiDAR scanned their room, and they were like, here we go.
No, not even that. I think it's like an HDR or whatever, where you just use it. Like,
you
generally
think they went that cheap?
It looks like it's a single image that is just wrapped around a sphere. Honestly, like
yeah, I think it is.
Nemo the video game.
So Phoenix brings up that he believes it is a vinyl sticker on the back of the tank, not the glass. So the harsh shadow wasn't on the glass; it's on the back.
That explains the weird water texture on it. That makes sense.
See, we're just not fishy enough people to quickly identify that.
I actually really enjoy fish. I just didn't know if that's what it was or if it was something else. I've had a fish tank for years. And I've used backgrounds like that, but
I do like the adjective that you just you enjoy them. You enjoy fish.
Yes, I do. I enjoy fish.
So the real question is, right, can you put them into a plastic bag and shake them while screaming fishy?
Oh no.
You can.
No.
It's not good for
well, you can, but only once.
Look, if you can do anything you ever really want to, technically, at least once. Because either you get arrested, you die, or you just don't want to do it again. And there are things where you can just do a bunch of times, like shaking
or
a
you
fish to
just
death.
don't want to do it again.
It's just how life works. If you want to microwave a cat, you microwave a cat. You might not like the result,
I don't
but you
think
can do it.
Be recommending.
I think Ryan would like the result.
Like, I think it's honestly funny because that is how you clean a fish tank. Like, you would remove the fish and then drain the water and stuff like that.
You
but
would,
like,
yes.
this has removed the realism where you're not allowed to put the fish in plastic bags.
I want a quick time event of trying to get a fish into a bag.
Oh, you can name your fish.
Oh, this one is Theodore.
How expensive are those fish tanks? Jeez, like $60 for a
It
mushroom?
can be more.
No, they're pricey.
Yeah.
I know
used
that
to
this
have a
is
fish
really
tank.
petty.
Put some fucking Hot Wheels in there. Like, make Lego City in the bottom. Why do they need it?
You actually can't add Hot Wheels to a fish tank. If you do, the paint can deteriorate and it's the paint they use. It will deteriorate slowly and poison the hell out of the fish.
Well, that's why I have a
spinning
submarine.
I would have worried more about the rust, because rust, when it deteriorates, and if you don't have a filter or a good enough filter, it'll actually get into the fish's lungs.
I bet their next project is gonna be Pet Rock Simulator.
Wait, support us on Kickstarter. They don't even have like.
Yeah, this isn't a real game yet. They are trying to sell it. I have no idea how much they're selling it for. But here you go. This is a Fish Keeper.
I'm gonna have to go look that up.
That's fun, right?
I honestly think it's a good idea, but they need to expand more and not just this. Like, it needs to be more. Like, if you had an animal sanctuary in a house, like, that would be cool. But like, details need to be made. You need to work with like different environments. You need to work with different creatures. Different perspectives.
The fish tank seems too small. Like, I feel like it's a cool. The submarine is like the idea that I thought was kind of like neat. But
yeah,
like,
me too.
I didn't want it in a fish tank. Like, I think like that aspect of it in like an actual ocean where like you're interacting with those fish. Like, I think that's kind of cool.
To make this game, they're trying to raise $59,500.
How much do they have?
$2,300.
That sucks so much. That sucks so much.
Thing is, if they had this as like a college project, like I'm being serious, if they went to a college and like pitched this to someone and said, "Hey, we're looking for people to help work on this like part-time," like, this could potentially be a good game for like anyone. And like, I'm not going to bash on it because it is like a small-time development kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're trying to get sponsored. But
I don't think any of us are bashing on it. It's just fucking funny.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to bash on it because it is a good enough idea.
Somebody's going to love it.
It's
I mean, the
just
fact of the matter is somebody has already spent probably
2,000.
Probably hours, thousands of hours of their life even building this game in Unity or Unreal or whatever, to the point that they feel comfortable showing it to people and assuming that other people will also be like, fuck yeah, I want to fucking around with fishes. So like, you know, whatever. There's definitely an audience out there, I'm sure. I just think this is just like, what a funny thing.
One person back for 240 pounds.
Wow.
And fish tanks are really expensive. I've looked at them before, like idly looked at them, not like, oh, I wonder how, you know, man, they're expensive. Crazy expensive. And the little like rocks and shit, it's like, dude, just go get a rock and put it in there. And they're like, no, it has to be this special kind of rock.
Yeah, no, as someone who owns fish, and my stepbrother, he used to buy and sell them, so he had this really crazy, intricate, like, fish tank setup with all these pipes going into all the different fish tanks and everything else. I asked him, how much is this regular-looking tank? He's like, this one was $350, this one was... I'm like, my fish tank at home is bigger, why is this one $350? He's like, because it's got the special hole cut in the side of the glass. Like, so if I go home, cut a hole in the side of the glass to be able to fit a pipe, the price goes up? Yeah, pretty much. So you get less tank, and just, I don't know.
Well, that's
get less tank.
That's like women's clothing, right? It's more expensive the less.
Yeah, take out the pockets, worth more.
Yeah, that's true too. Like the less fabric they use, the more expensive the clothing is.
It just works. Stonks, man.
It just works. Oh man! So I got one more trailer for you, right? And this trailer is bewildering and kind of makes you angry, and also is antithetical to the very concept of gaming. So
I'm excited.
I'm going to show it to you, but before I do, Clee here has asked me to run an ad. So you're about to see an ad, or you're not, if you're subscribed or not lucky. So if you're currently, right, as we speak, sitting here going, man, when is this ad happening? I've already pressed the button. So you're either subscribed or you were not blessed. And that just...
I got really unlucky. Unlucky episode 13 for me. I'm sitting here without an ad.
Without an ad on unlucky episode 13. We should have chosen something like spooky stuff to watch.
Oh yeah.
We failed at this, man. We're not good at theming.
You know what? I have an idea. I'll make the next trailer spooky. How about that?
That's a good idea. So the next trailer that we do, right?
Yeah, the next one we'll do. Let's link it theme to the
on a Sunday the 14th.
Sunday the 14th. It is actually
wouldn't even be
the 11th today, so you're bad at that, but that's okay.
Well, because it would be the 14th podcast, is why.
Oh no! We're talking about now. We are going to suddenly poof, and the next one is going to be about a spooky game.
Yeah,
I see.
Like we've just apparated this spooky trailer out of nowhere.
Yes, exactly.
Nightmare from only your history.
I'm going to pause it after the very first actor change, I think, which is about 15 seconds. You'll understand, but I want to get to that point because otherwise it won't make any sense. And that's the point when I think most of you are going to go, what the fuck is this? It's going to be good. It's going to be good. All right, so here we go.
Some of those Ben and Nimco situations.
No, this is so much more. You're going to love it. Just like I said, I'm going to wait to pause till the very first actor change.
Hey, it's us. Remember those live-action video games in the 90s? Those mega CD games that promised so much but ultimately disappointed? Corey Haim was in a few. Well, we're making one of those, but good. Ghost is the first.
Okay, so...
Nice pause frame.
Yeah. So I wanted to get it through the first person, right? Mm-hmm. So they are making a live action horror game based off of full motion video.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like an old FMV game.
So we're all there together, right?
Yeah.
We're all like, yes, this makes perfect sense.
so far.
I don't like that laugh. I don't like it.
It makes perfect sense. Yes, of course. This makes a lot of sense. This is what you would want to do, right?
Well, also, I totally do not remember like these CD games from the 90s. I was born in the 90s. Who is she talking to?
I don't know, but
I feel like the real live action horror game is us watching this right now.
Yes.
I really enjoyed some FMV games. There's a series called Tex Murphy, which is very. I will never make a video about it, probably, but maybe one day, like far in the future. It is one of those game series that's very near and dear to me. It explains a lot of things about my personality, quite frankly. So, like, I really like Tex Murphy a lot. And it's a full motion video game where you're a detective, blah, blah, blah. I've played them. You know, there were games like, Shivers, which was a full motion video horror game where you were like exploring a museum. There was games like the Goosebumps games where, you know, they were full motion video. You had Jeff Goldblum as a vampire acting very badly. Those things exist, you know, they're definitely out there. But this is what they're remaking. All right, and here's how they're going to do it.
First real-time live-action horror video game. There won't be any floating words or glowing doors to help you decide which way to go next. You're really there. It's your job to keep us alive when all around is trying to kill us. It's your job to help us survive the night.
Okay.
Is she crying?
So yeah. Hold on. I'm building up to it. Because I'm telling you, you're all going to go, what the fuck? I promise. The what the fuck moment is coming. I promise you. So what she has just said is that they are going to do it as a live action game where nothing like the world doesn't have any sort of interactability so that you can, you know, do whatever you want. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before you hit the play button, are they using like Skyrim combat music for the music in this game?
Yeah, I don't know. It's super generic though.
Yeah, it really is.
Super generic. Yeah. Okay, here's where you're going to go, okay, what the fuck?
When time, we mean real time. The game will only work at 10 p.m. in your local time zone. If you try to play it at any other time, you're just going to see a blank screen. So, you'll be playing at the same time as everyone else in the country. I know, cool, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Right?
I don't. Well, it's.
I only have questions. Like, I honestly don't know what.
Here's the thing, right? Because if you had said to me, "Hey, we're gonna lock the co-op mode in Splatoon, so you can only play it at a certain time," I'd be like, "That's stupid." But you say, "Hey, the entire central conceit of our game is that you can only play it at a certain time," I'm like, "That's kind of cool, actually."
No, because here's the thing:
10 p.m. your local time zone. So it's not even like a set time. It's like
I don't even think it's 10 p.m. local time. I think it might be 10 p.m. California time.
Well, that's what I would have expected. But then they said your times. I think she specifically
they did say your time zone. Yeah.
Well, regardless, you can only play it at 10 p.m. It is ridiculous concept, if you ask me. In the first place, imagine I can't play this game because I work. Well, sorry, you can just never play this game.
I'm guessing the idea is to probably I don't know. Are they trying to do like a zeitgeist like cable TV thing, or is there actually going to be something about the game that like requires a bunch of people to be on at once?
Do you think
I just read that actually, and you're like nailed to the head right there.
What
was? It's basically you're controlling a TV producer camping out in the broadcast van for a failing cable channel with a presenter and some ghost. And then the ghost hunters are exploring a haunted building. And it just sounds really bad. Like, I'm reading it and it just sounds bad, but like I get where they're going.
Well, no, I'm picturing in my head. So if you can do it in I don't understand how there's a reason you would need to restrict it to a specific time zone. Like, it sounds like it should just work at any time. If I can just go in and play it.
Well,
but they're actors, so they've already acted out these scenes. Like, they're not changing their actions based on me.
Yeah, they're not live. Yeah. Could you imagine if they had live people that you could be like, no, I need you to like scoot to the left slightly. Now bend over.
No, I think it's because it's the people in there were filming at that specific time, and they didn't have like the funds for any other time period. So since it's at like
no, I'm sure it's
10?
more along the lines of like, oh, it's 10:13, and then you look at the time, and it's really 10:13.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think that's what this is. But it's about to get even more ridiculous. I promise you. This is Central Conceit is not the most ridiculous thing. It is ridiculous, but it's not the most ridiculous thing.
Costume.
What?
I said I hope it's a guy running behind a ghost costume.
That'd be great.
This is one sheet with 2 holes.
Yeah. Like you can see the jeans they're wearing.
Oh my god.
The whole thing in general is just ridiculous. I mean, you could do that and it would be the most sensible thing they've done.
What happens if you're late?
Oh, they're going to hear. Watch.
Off at any point, not only do you lose, but we die in really horrible ways. So don't turn the game off. We also have the long lady to worry about, who, rumour has it, if you look at her in the face, you die.
Mm-hmm. So you can't quit the game or you lose the game.
I want to notice something real quick. There was a person, I thought, in the back left. Where
I think
is
it's just
she?
a shadow.
Is it?
Are we doing like an ARG
Not
for
only do you
this?
lose, but we die in
The game
really
is the
horrible
ARG.
ways.
Yeah, there's a
Oh, there is a person there.
It's just
Oh,
dude
My
sitting at
immersion
his
is
computer.
broken.
But it's just
Oh,
some
how
dude
dare
sitting at his
they
computer. That's it.
They're just back there playing Fortnite.
Yeah, right?
That would be so funny. You just
And
see
are
him
they?
playing
Let's see.
Fortnite.
I'm going to see if we can't get the screen on it. No, it looks like they're probably writing.
It looks like Discord almost. Like you can see the darker shades in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Like I feel like that's not new information. Like that just makes sense. Like it's a real-time game, so you have to sign it at 10 p.m. So yeah, if you exit out of the game, then like you have to wait till the next day to play it again.
The game is you've lost the game.
Well, yeah, because that game you were playing that you started, they like your characters died, and you. But I assume
I
you
have
could.
a feeling that this is like
I
a
don't know,
comeback
like
every night thing for a week. I don't think this is a one-time thing. I think this is a show that you come. We set our time at 10 o'clock and we play it, and then we talk about the spoilers on TV on Twitter. Like I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
here.
I think that is what it is basically, and I'm just like,
what?
Yes, that's what I think they're doing here. Have you not gotten these vibes yet? Just wait.
How's it a game?
It's not a game. This is just wait.
It's a TV show. Just make it a TV show.
It is a TV show, but you have to interact with it and pay $60 for it.
Just pay it on Netflix then.
We also have the long lady to worry about, who, rumour has it, if you look at her in the face, you die. Don't let us down.
So, the game is out on all the usual formats, including Nintendo Switch.
That's right. It's a Switch game.
everything.
Well, I can't imagine an FMV game is particularly laborious.
Wait a minute. I just
You're gonna play
realized
it
something.
on the Switch. You're gonna do all of this and then play it on the Switch.
So I just noticed that I haven't seen a guy at all. Is it only
They're all
like,
women. Yeah, they're all women. I haven't seen a single dude either. I gotta be honest.
That one mysterious figure.
I gotta be
that
honest.
guy.
This is the
Yeah,
part where I stopped watching because I was like, "Oh yeah, we're definitely watching this." So maybe a dude shows up, but so far they've all been women.
Okay.
Oh man.
But if we're playing, then we're the dude.
Oh yeah, I mean maybe that's the point. Is they're going to play up the sexual, the sexual aspect where you get to like, I don't know, find which girl you like. Oh God, could you imagine if they turned it into a dating sim with?
You're just flirting with one of them behind.
I mean, there aren't enough horror dating sims. I really think that's a market.
There
we
are
could look
plenty.
into.
We don't need any more of those.
Are there? Well, I need to go.
There are. Check your Steam.
Movement says, was the person in the background a dude? I mean, it looked like a dude to me. So
could have been mysterious figure. You never know.
Could have been a ghost.
It definitely looked like a dude to me.
Oh wait, hold on, wait. I think you thought I meant dating sims that are actually horror games. No, I meant horror games that are actually dating sims.
Hold on, did she actually walk out of the
where you
bathroom?
get to date the monsters.
You turn the. Damn.
They will come. That's all I read.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, PC, and Mac for limited run games.
Now you'll notice that they're saying that it comes out on all the usual platforms, of Switch, PlayStation, PC, and Mac through limited run games. So they've forgotten Xbox, for one. And for two, the PC and perhaps, or the Mac and perhaps PC versions are only available through limited run. No, none of you are having a wait, what the fuck moment.
No, I am.
Moment. Like
I gave up on this a little bit ago, so I'm kind of like
what? Okay, yeah, I think I'm starting to get it because it's like the concept, okay, but then the delivery method of the concept seems a bit odd because this is if you can only play this game at 10 and it's already recorded. I assume there's not an online portion.
Well, it's all online. You're playing with like everybody in the world that one that tunes in at that time.
But like,
so
no, because if you leave, they die. It's you and the cast. Like the other people playing at the same time is like that's just like happening, but it has nothing to do with the gameplay. I don't think like that's just because
you're basically having this Death Stranding moment where you know that somewhere someone else is standing where you are. Like,
yeah, I think I get that part, but have you ever seen the Hitman live action game, like where someone controls the guy that's being Hitman?
Yes, yeah. That was like a YouTube thing.
Yeah, that was a YouTube thing. They're trying to do that for this, though.
They're not doing it like you're actually doing it live, but yes, that is definitely the feel.
Yeah, and I don't like what they're doing because it's not the same. And I can see where they're going with it. It's just no. Just no.
Hold on, Boney just said they're forced to limit copies because of EPA orders. Because this shit is fucking garbage.
Damn. Thank you, Boney. Oh my god, that was funny.
For the Canadians in the group, that is the Environmental Protection Agency who says how much trash you can release.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. I've seen the Simpsons movie.
Oh, EPA, Twisted Tail.
Yeah, the government has lost all of its credibility, so it's borrowing some of mine.
And then they actually did that.
Not Tom Hanks. Yeah, no, Tom Hanks did do a thing for the EPA very recently.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
So, let's see what else. Oh, God.
Simpsons
I've laughed too much that some of my lung is coming out. I'm sorry.
See, I gave it to you, man. I'm so sorry.
And
I was choking in the beginning.
Collector's edition has so much cool shit in it.
Collector's edition?
And the collector's edition has so much cool shit in it. I need to turn this up.
So much cool shit in it.
Yeah, you're selling it. Got it.
PlayStation, PC, and Mac for limited run games. And the best collector's edition has so much cool shit in it.
You really sold me on it.
Whoa! Ah!
So as you can see, that's the kind of stuff you're getting into. That's what you're paying for is Shaky Cam, the game. Shaky Cam, the game.
Limited Run Games is the name of the studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Limited Run Games is a group that publishes games in limited runs.
Oh, hey, Caroline Ward's in this game.
Do you know her?
Hell no. Who the hell is she?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Jim Henson's Creature Shop.
Ooh.
I'll explain Limited Run because I think it's kind of interesting, and it's obvious that you don't understand. So Limited Run takes games, and they print out a limited run of those games. They are not necessarily the publisher of those games. So they did, like most recently, No More Heroes, right? They put out a collector's edition of that. They have previously done like a Doom one from the original, Doom game. They put out a $129 collector's edition that comes with, let's see, a keychain, a comic book, the game itself, a floppy, just like random ass shit. And it includes Doom and Doom 2 and it looks like maybe Doom 3. Which
Cool.
They do a lot of physical releases of indie games.
they do
which
physical
is
releases of
nice.
games that don't get physical releases. That's what they do.
Damn, Doom is so great though. Ah,
I mean, yeah, but if I wanted something Doom, I'd just be like, yo, John Romero, sign something, because he'll do it for free. You know?
fair.
As long
But-
as... Yeah. So that's what they do. You're jumping
I'm
out?
gonna have
Okay.
to be going.
Good to have you. Thank you so much
Good
for coming.
seeing you guys.
thank
So,
Thank you for
Veager, tell
having
everybody
me.
where they
Peace
can
out.
find you.
Peace.
No, wait, Veager, tell everybody where they can
Oh,
find you.
oh.
You're supposed to tell
That's-
everyone where you
that-
could be found. But you know what? You know where you can find him? You can find him at twitch.tv/MRIXRT. That's
Wait a
twitch.tv/MRI. Yes.
Marexert?
First of all, I will actually end you. So I don't know what else he would have wanted to do, but here you go. Here's Veager, blah blah blah. He's on Twitter, and if he didn't want to promote that, he done fucked up. So like, you know, there you go.
I'll go
I'm
tag
getting
in all
like
my
a
favorite-
billion comments right now because this girl said this thing about parasocial relationships on Twitch, saying that you need to call your viewers your friends, that they're part of your community and you need to look at them not as viewers, but as friends. And obviously I don't agree with that for a lot of reasons. I think it's unsafe and it's, you know, creates a parasocial relationship, blah, blah, blah. It's how people
Yeah,
get
that's
killed.
what I did. It wasn't.
But
It's how
then
people get
you
murdered.
let people pay you to say you love them.
Of course, I don't think that's wrong. Now, then I tweeted that out, and some other people got involved, and they started talking about it. And now I'm getting her tweeting her side of the story, explaining how she doesn't agree with it, but she's not replying to me. She's replying to people in my replies. What the God? Like, who does that? Like, if I'm the one who said something, you don't go into my... Fuck your audience, chick.
Jeez.
That's annoying. I don't go into her shit, right? Go in there and be like, hey, so saw you talking about stuff that this girl was talking about. You should talk to me about that. Fuck you.
Get that Twitter clout, bro.
Don't worry, M. We all hate you. Thank you very much. Movement redeemed an I love you, and I think that one's probably coming straight from Raiden. So, like Raiden, I think Movement wants an I love you from you.
Movement, I love you.
Yeah, see, it felt good, right? It felt nice. Did it feel good? Because here's the thing.
So he paid you and M didn't even say.
He didn't pay me to redeem points. But here's the thing, right? Here's what's crazy about it. Because
Paid us in time, okay? That's payment.
Well, here's
God, anybody who listens to us long enough deserves it.
Again, here's the thing, right? The average amount of gain that a subscriber or not a non-subscriber gets here on this channel is 220 points. So, per hour, sorry. So if you take 8,800 points and divide it by 220, that is 40 hours of content that somebody has to watch in order to be able to redeem that.
I love you too, Framinator.
So in that case, yeah, Movement, I do. I love you. Thank you very much for watching. It is incredible that you're here and that you spend that much time with me. There you go.
The parasocial.
He's gonna say no,
contract
not gonna lie. I want to gamble. Well, fuck you then, dude. All right, so we are actually done with it. We're gonna do something different tonight, and you guys are more than welcome to enjoy it or not. Is your ninja ready there, Mr.
My ninja is absolutely it's going, it's glowing. It is. Let me get the window open.
All right. So
yeah.
Mine's
all
mad
right,
at
let's
Fortnite
do
again.
something fun now that you're done with that stream. Thanks. I hope you didn't actually say that to Veager. That would be mean. It'd be very mean. Can't believe you would say such a horrible thing to me. Change it to someone loves you. Oh man, I should. I'm going to change it. You're right. I am actually going to change the reward to someone loves you. So
You know what? If
Just
someone
in
does
general.
it again, I'll say I love you in the creepiest voice I can come up with.
Someone will say I love you. They might not mean it. There you go.
He might not be it.
Well, that's what he said.
That's a good clause.
Well, here's
Yeah,
the thing. If you redeemed it, it previously said, I will say I love you. I might not mean it. And now it says someone will say "I love you." They might not mean it.
Oh, I don't see the description on it. Where are you? Where are you getting?
You gotta
only
click
saw
on
the
it.
title.
Just click
I'm gonna
it.
get so much crap for this
Like,
list. There's a lot of games I think are great.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see.
As soon as you click it, it tells you. Yeah. So then you can be like, whatever. Are we making a tier list video live? We sure are. We're gonna make a tier list video live, and I am going to well, maybe not me, but it will potentially be edited into a thing.
Oh
So,
wow.
yeah, maybe. We'll see. So we're going to do a tier list video live. And we're going to talk about 100 different games.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Wait, and Spyro's not in them.
Correct.
Spyro.
Well, so we have to assume that it's in the top 100 games, which Spyro is not and never would be. So of course it's not going to be here.
But there is a hat. I do see a hat in time.
I don't see
empirically
The Legend
better
of
than
Dragoon
Spyro.
here.
Like it is better than Spyro. I think we all agree. Yeah.
Legend of Dragoon needs to be on this list.
Read up from my weight. What? Only the guests are allowed to say "I love you." We can't have writing saying it. No one wants to hear it.
I'm definitely not a Riot employee.
Jeez.
Yeah. You spelled Rito wrong.
We'll just start right at the beginning, right? And we'll just kind of go through all of them. I've never done a tier list ever. Like ever. The closest I've done a tier list is when I was talking with Tier Zoo about like how he does his stuff, and he talked about creating tier lists. But I have never created a tier list.
Yeah, well, no, I'm. This is what I do for a living. I don't necessarily tier them, but I have to rank them. So I feel like there's some crossover.
Well, that's cool.
I made a tier list of
living?
all.
I appreciate that you took me completely seriously.
I'm gonna get so much flack. There's so many games on here that I just think
We're gonna just start from the
absolutely
beginning, and we'll go through it. And we'll see what's up, and we'll talk a little bit about them and about our history with them and how much they make us, not like certain people that may or may not be in the chat and or the panel, and we'll just kind of go from there and see how we feel.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
So we're starting with what I think that looks like Bioshock.
So the very
That
first
is
one
BioShock.
is BioShock, right? That is BioShock, the first BioShock. And oh man, okay, so I gotta say, I feel like this is a very clear A tier if we're talking about, and we got to determine it now, right? Are we talking about it when it came out or today? Because I think it's very clear that it's A tier when it came out, maybe even S tier when it came out.
Interesting.
But today, it's like B or C tier.
I don't think that we have to throw that in. I think we bring our own biases into this, and however we feel about our ranking, we don't have to justify, and then we'll maybe aggregate them. I don't know how the best way to do that would be, but
we're just going to argue about something until we decide where to put it in a letter. That's what it's going to be.
I never played BioShock when it came out. My experience is solely after the fact. So
I played it for the first time 2 years ago.
That's the only context in which I can really judge the game without meaning something, without me being like, oh, I guess it's A tier because I guess I can see how it would have been good when it came out,
Well, okay, that's the thing, right? Because BioShock is really, really influential, and it was super cool at the time that it came out.
Yeah.
It was super, super cool. But if you play it today, it's kind of boring.
It was really boring, and I couldn't finish it. The game.
Oh, really? I loved it.
The gameplay itself was just kind of generic, always.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it. But that's I was getting into a lot of immersive sims at the time, and so it was just sort of cool to see this. I kind of an older, because the ones I would play are Deus Ex and stuff, the modern ones. So it was cool to go back and play this one from 2007 this game came out?
Oh yeah, I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head. It's definitely older though.
I think it was 7 or 8, yeah. But I played it for the first time 2 years ago, and playing it, I never really knew what kind of game it was. I only knew the one plot twist. And the cool thing was I didn't know the second plot twist that happens after that. I had no idea that was in the game, so I was still able to have a twist in there, which was really nice.
There's a couple of cool twists. I think that BioShock's probably the coolest twist in video games.
Yeah.
So Nami brings up the point that really we need to be able to compare it to everything else, right? So as it continues, so something has to be S tier, something has to be F. whatever. So the question is, do we want to do it from whatever? I think we just kind of do it off of how we feel about it today, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Regardless of whether you have played it recently or you played it at the beginning of time, whatever, right? Like just your general feelings about it, right? So for me, I think that I'd have to say that this is a B game to me because I've played it recently. And while I really, really, really enjoyed it at the time that it came out, right? It was super neat. It had a cool story. It had the coolest twist, really, just some of the neatest stuff. The whole Andrew Ryan scene, I still think is one of the most brutal scenes. And I think it's also one of maybe 2 or 3 examples in all of gaming of an actual second person perspective in gaming.
No, we had this conversation, I think, a while back.
We did, yeah. We had this conversation because I think it really is second person perspective in gaming with that Andrew Ryan moment there. I think it's one of very few examples of it. So I think that's cool. And I think it's whatever, but I also think the gameplay is really dated. And I think it's not a whole lot of fun to go through today. Plus, the level design is kind of terror-bad.
Oh, I love the level. I mean, there are some levels that are not great.
Not the environment.
No, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like, I like the.
I don't know.
The layout versus the art design.
Yeah. Like I with the exception of I think one of the final areas that I can't pinpoint at the moment. I really like the level design. Like I like how it's laid out, and it's sort of like this. I haven't played Metroid Prime, but I think that it's compared to that a lot in terms of that kind of loops back in on itself, but is still sort of linearly pushing you in one direction, and it's sort of the spoken pivot thing. Or pivot.
Yeah, they definitely yes, that's definitely there. But one of the problems for me, I think, with regards to that is that it's so labyrinthine that you end up as the player spending a lot of time going, I don't really know what to do.
I love that. Like, that's the thing, right? Like if I get lost in a game, that's a good game.
I disagree. I disagree so hard.
Yeah, I think that would need some more qualifying statements for me to agree with that.
what made the game for me, what I really enjoyed about BioShock is eventually, the gunplay, like for me, it was cool first and then it got kind of boring. I wasn't crazy about the plasmids. I mean, they were cool. I loved the idea behind them, but some of them were pretty basic. What I loved more than anything was some of the philosophies they stuck into the characters themselves and into the game world, and the choices that you had to make, like with the little sisters or any small choice that could affect, like, oh, well, secret room opens up now, or, oh, I did this a certain way, now this is happening. I liked the little bits they added extra that you could find, and I loved the setting it was in. It was at a very older time, and yet was futuristic, very steampunkish. That's one thing I really enjoyed about it that kept me playing it.
What I really like,
I think B as well.
And I don't know if this is gonna make sense, but like, because there's a bunch of stuff you can pick up in the game, and that's like just a common thing you can do in like every goddamn game now. But like, it felt to me, I don't know how to describe it, but it felt to me like there was the perfect amount of stuff to pick. It didn't feel like you could just pick up like anything, like you're playing a Fallout game or an Elder Scrolls game and you can pick up any useless thing. But it also didn't feel like it was just like, oh, there was one thing located here and then you go get that. It was like this, there was the right amount of everything everywhere.
So, yeah, like, oh, there's something in this room, and then you look down a pipe and go, oh, there's a little thing here. That's neat.
I want to play off of something that was said in chat. I think that the distinction here is not so much that you get lost while you're heading towards something, but instead that you are distracted and then you lose yourself exploring. That's a whole different thing. And I don't think that that's what this game is. BioShock, man, you just get fucking lost.
Well, I think there's also like there's a style of game, like if you think of Uncharted, where it looks like an open world game, but as you play it, like it's impossible to get lost. Like it is completely linear. It's nice when. You go ahead.
What did you got the impression that Uncharted was an open world game?
No, but it's designed to make it feel like you're in a jungle, and it's designed to feel like a jungle. They show you that faraway mountain, they try to make you feel like you're in an open world setting without giving you that freedom. So you're very much on a linear path, but if you're going with the flow, you might not realize how limited your options are.
Mm-hmm.
right? Whereas, so like it's impossible to get lost in that game where you might want to, right? You might want to go explore this other area, but you just can't go there.
I don't know. I mean, I've never played Uncharted and felt like, well, I mean, with the exception of Lost Legacy and like that one segment from Uncharted 4 that's literally for that. Like those games have always to me been like, yeah, there is a path. You go forward. That's it. This is Crash Bandicoot.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. So you can't get lost in that. And that is a like style of gameplay that like right it like that. So when you think about that game, and if you get lost in that game, it just means like there's a dead end. They didn't do good level design, right? Like so that is a bad example of a game where getting lost in is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. So I think the way we need to vote on this is we'll just each give it a letter and then we'll do the average, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm a B.
Yeah, I think we all
A B.
It sounded like.
Well, no,
I mean, I'd give it an A, but
Oh, okay.
I'm more of a wasp myself, but yeah, B for sure.
and Wyden, are you also saying B?
oh,
Yeah, I'm good with B.
All right, so it's like B.2 or something.
I'm like a dad with no kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm like I'm leaning lower. Like Brody's leaning higher.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's about where it should be.
All right, let's move
Probably.
on then. I think we're gonna have to actually like move it a reasonably like we can't spend 50 minutes on a single game. If we
well, I don't
want to
know. I probably haven't played most of these.
That's fine.
Yeah, like this one, like I don't even know. I think this is
Castlevania on the
Castlevania.
PlayStation.
I can't
Yeah,
read.
I've never played it.
Seen gameplay, never really played it myself. Which one is that specifically? Just the actual
Look up-
PlayStation 1 Castlevania?
It's Symphony of Evil, right?
Oh, if that was Symphony of the Night? Is
Or
that
yeah,
what it's
Symphony
called?
of the Night.
Symphony
Yeah,
of the
okay,
Night's
so
good.
that one was actually,
Dude, I
from
can't
what I could
see
see, that was
them.
kind of neat.
I
So
don't
if it's
remember that enough. Is it?
It
I
is.
need to
It is.
look.
It is. Just look to the card.
Okay.
It is Symphony.
If it's Symphony of the Night, C for me.
Interesting. Okay, so we got one C.
No,
That's
you know
usually
what, I would
regarded
say
as the
a
best
C
one.
as well. Yeah, I think there's a C game,
So-
and here's the thing, right?
So
It's not bad by any means.
No.
I think a lot of people think Castlevania Symphony of the Night is like one of the better ones, but I just don't. I just don't care enough about like.
yeah, well, so, I'm gonna ask. Like, yeah, Symphony of the Night is regarded as I think the best Castlevania game. So you're saying that every other Castlevania game is garbage?
I don't like Castlevania all that much, so
Like I think there's personal bias coming in here. Like I don't like Metroidvania. I enjoyed Hollow Knight, but I don't think I would enjoy going back to the older Metroidvanias.
Mm.
I
Well,
greatly enjoy Metroidvania titles. The second Castlevania, not something that the second Castlevania I actually really enjoyed, except for the whole like the problem with that is that the game would just pause and be like, "Oh, a night has fallen," whatever the hell the thing was. Maybe that was the first one, and it just took away all the momentum. You had to keep going back and forth. Level design was crap, but I can't get over how much I enjoy the game. And it's I don't know, I'm weird, but get that game.
I feel like a C is a good place for it too. Yeah.
Yeah, like a
So
low
we're-
C maybe though. So like.
We good with
Yeah,
C?
like Speedy says, it's not bad by any means, but it's just,
Yeah.
it is what
All right,
it is.
Fallout New Vegas.
That's an A. That's an easy A, maybe even S. It's fucking incredible.
S. That's an S,
So,
baby.
New Vegas is great. That's actually where the Frontier mod came from. If we're just talking about the base game,
Yes.
I like it a lot. Especially for the time I played it. I love Fallout games. It is probably one of probably the best Fallout game. I can't give it an S. I can give it an A.
It's an
I'm
easy
with
A.
you there. I don't think I can give it an S.
It's
I
a
like, I
can.
easy A.
I easily.
I think like S is gonna be like there's a rare game that's gonna make an S.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
I
like
think
that-
if we're
like,
looking at
like-
100 games, right? Like 1 or 2 are going to be up there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's like Fallout New Vegas. I think was just such like a formative game for me that it's just like, yep, that's
so good.
That's it,
It's
baby.
it was
so good.
really good. I agree.
Yeah. Fantastic, incredible game. And the thing is it really shows the value, or not the value, it shows the strength of Fallout as a like a, I don't want to say a genre, but as a game that Bethesda just fucking couldn't get. They just didn't understand.
It is hilarious watching other people do what Bethesda wants to do better than them just constantly.
Mhm.
Oh,
Like-
it's beautiful. It's a work of art.
And like New Vegas is it, man. And if you want to play that today, you got the outer oh fuck, is it World or Wild?
Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds.
Well,
Wilds is not the Fallout game, but it is, in my opinion, the better game.
Yeah, I get the names mixed up so much. So Outer Worlds, right? You've got that. Boom, that's it. And here's the thing, and I'm going to make this argument right here, right now, live in front. I actually think that Cyberpunk is a modern New Vegas. I think that it fits into that way more than any of the other bullshit they've brought up. I think it is a New Vegas, just super fun.
Sure.
Yeah, I would not necessarily disagree. I think Cyberpunk's more of like a stripped back but larger Deus Ex, Mankind Divided, and Human Revolution kind of game.
See, a lot of people make that argument. I don't. I think it's really more New Vegas. I really do.
Yeah, no, I definitely see that. Well, at the same time, I think like there's just a lot of shared DNA between like Deus Ex and New Vegas, just with how conversations and stuff work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think A, man.
Yeah.
Easy.
I don't think we should start filling out like S or F until like D or A starts getting a little bit crowded, because otherwise,
unless something's clear.
I think maybe like maybe S is the kind of thing where like we move stuff into it after it's already been placed in A, and we're like we're comparing and
I don't want to like start placing things in S and A and then just have it way too overvalued.
Whenever it was scrolled through, I actually seen a game that's going to be highly controversial, but I would easily give it an S.
We'll see.
We'll go into that later.
So yeah, now we're on Half-Life. Wait, we're good with A, I guess. Yeah. So
Half-Life is an easy A as well, man.
Never heard of it.
I would put it with
never
B.
heard of it.
No. It's okay. See, this is one of those questions where it's like, are we talking about the influence of it or not? Because it's one of the most influential games, just period.
Yeah, for sure.
Incredibly influential game, and I think this is going to be, what do they call it? It's not going to be a parabola. It's going to be like a double parabola, because there's very little that I think we're going to have in the seas.
Bimodal distribution.
There you go. So I don't think we're going to have a whole lot in the seas, quite frankly. I think it's going to be mostly A's and B's, and then D's, and that's how like it's going to be that. Oh, hey,
so the reason I wanted to put it in B was because I think of it a lot like BioShock, where the gameplay is very dated. I think it's less dated than BioShock, honestly. The gameplay, but the controls,
I've tried to play it
more than the gameplay. The controls dated.
Half-Life is a dated game, and I don't think it's as fun today. Similar to Half-Life 2, it's not as fun if you play it today, but it's just so goddamn influential. Right?
I would put it in a low A just because of its influence alone.
It's so hard to say because, man, like, not only is it still a good game that you can play, and like Black Mesa, right, is fucking incredible, but it is definitely a 2000s game, you know? Like it's from 2000 and it looks like it. Interesting.
It's the kind of thing where like I wasn't a PC gamer at all when it came out, so it's just like that game went over. But it's like where BioShock, I could play that and I still found it fun in 2019, like to play it for the first time. I have tried to play Half-Life like on 3 separate occasions, and I can't do it. Like if I'm being generous, I would give that game a C. I don't really.
The sticky like forward button is what kills it for me.
Yeah,
like just you have no control over your movement. It's infuriating.
That is not something that I know what you're talking about in Half-Life.
So we've got
when you press the forward button, you move too quickly and you kind of like slide on jumps and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get what you mean. The thing about Half-Life, right, is that it was the game that launched the story in first-person shooters, and it was before this, right? The game that came out just before Half-Life was a little game called Doom 3, and everybody at that point was expecting that Doom 3 was the I don't know if I would say ultimate, right? But it was certainly the top tier-ish way of showing story in a modern game, and it would be dark and gritty, and it would be this super ultra realistic whatever. And you would have cutscenes that were super, incredibly well done, blah, 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 like the Blizzard kind of thing of this movie-esque game that was more movie than game, right? And then
we've all played a Metal Gear Solid game.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, yeah.
But then with Half-Life coming out. Half-Life is the game that killed Doom 3, by the way. Because it came out and it was so incredibly pretty right? But also immersive. So it had scripted sequences, which was something that didn't exist at that time. You'd walk into a room and a helicopter would fall out of the sky, or you'd walk into up to the elevator and the elevator would fall. All that kind of shit, right? It was just, I don't know. I think it is a clear A for me. Even today with its dated gameplay, it's just so influential.
I would put it at the lower A. I like it a lot. I loved the games ever since I was able to start playing them and getting into them. The story's always been great. I actually really like the movement. The airboats were always cool. They actually had a couple really fun twists that were, again, really fun. They were just interesting. I liked it a lot. But from today's standards and with how much I've actually played it, I've played it enough to where I can safely say low A. Great game, very influential, and it's getting the A because of its influence alone. But gameplay-wise and by today's standards, it's at that lower tier for me. Just a bit.
Yeah. I'm with you. Like I don't really think of the influence too much, and like for me, just based on where it stands from today's standards, it's in a B for me. But
I gotta give it a C. If I'm going based on my experience with the game itself, I gotta give it a C.
So I think that evens out to a B then.
So I think it puts it above BioShock.
Yeah, but
B.
It's all B's. Like we're not trying to organize.
Let's get 7 more tiers in this. Just get really nitty gritty with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could slide it like ahead of BioShock, and that's like the way of showing. Like
that's what I mean. Like I don't think we're trying to organize it on the tiers itself.
Well, I'm just saying, if you're
order
really
all one. Yeah, they're all in order. All 100 of them. This is the objective list.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What's next?
Next up is Street Fighter 2.
Ooh.
I could not tell you anything.
I don't know which version this is, but I think it's I'm guessing they're talking about the genre overall, but I'm pretty sure that the picture shows like Street Fighter 2 as in like Street Fighter 2.
Yeah, it just says Street Fighter 2. It's hard to see some of these pictures. Like I think it's Smash Bros, but I really can't tell.
Mm-hmm. I think that Street Fighter 2 is a fine game that I have no interest in playing. I feel like you put it right into B where it belongs.
I don't like fighting games like besides like the Smash formula, really. I don't like the an Injustice, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat style fighting games.
So
I enjoy them, but
that's what's weird, because if we're talking about Street Fighter 2 specifically, I mean, the Street Fighter series was always popular. Street Fighter 1 had some traction to it, and it launched like a bit more of the competitive fighting scene way back when. But it was just arcades.
Entirely.
It was Street Fighter 2 that I'm pretty sure that's why they have 2 on here. It's what really propelled things going forward. Because it wasn't just an arcade cabinet; it was something that you could get for your home.
Mm-hmm. No, Street Fighter 2's influence, again, if we're talking influence, man, it's right the fuck up there. They seem to have kind of front-loaded a lot of these. Holy shit! With like just the influence ones.
It's probably just the ones that came to the dude's mind whenever he was making the list.
These are influential. Street Fighter 2 is probably the reason that there is fighting games still. Like it's pretty influential for the fighting game community. I actually made a video that talks about the fighting game community, and like Street Fighter 2 takes up such a huge part of it, because without it, we really wouldn't have it anymore. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I feel like, though, my personal take is it's a B game.
B, yeah.
I abstain because I have nothing to say.
You cannot abstain.
You
must
make a decision. I have no.
You must make a decision.
My fighting game experience is playing Marvel's Rise of the Imperfects on the PS2. Like, I am not a fighting game guy.
It doesn't matter.
I love fighting games.
You have to say. So Speedy thinks that influence should matter, but not too much.
I don't think influence should matter at all.
I think it's gonna.
Like, I'm never gonna factor that in.
And you may not. I think we have a good.
I think you guys are allowed to take that into your consideration.
Yeah, for sure.
8-hour votes.
Yeah, because we're doing like a 4-man whatever, so it will naturally be even out. But you gotta make a choice. I'm saying B.
B.
Honestly, I'm gonna say C. Honestly,
It's all up to you.
I feel
Make a choice.
All right. Well, this is just going to be mean to fighting game fans, but I'm going to say C.
So what do we do if there's 2 B's and 2 C's?
We meet in the middle. I'd put it at a lower B.
well, you can't really do that. So like, it's one or the other. I think we should just. I mean, if you're going 50-50 and you were to round that 0.5, it would round up to a 1.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what you can usually go. Like, if I say it's a lower B, or you say like it's an upper C, then we're still at the same point.
I think we're not going to have enough C's, so I'm just going to put it in C for now. We can later.
Yeah.
We're not going to have enough.
You know what? Let's put it in C. We'll put it in C for now.
No, it's fine. We don't care anymore. So the next one up is Super Smash Bros.
It looks like 4. I think this is Smash 4, but it could be Ultimate. I can't.
Yeah, I think it's Ultimate. It looks like Ultimate.
It's Ultimate.
Yeah, it is.
So if it's Ultimate, yeah, that's like a hard C for me, man.
Really?
Oh yeah, I super don't care about Smash in the slightest.
You know what? I'd give it a B. Never mind A. Give it a B.
It is.
I'd give it an A, but just because, like, I mean, I don't know. It depends, because if Brawl is on this list, then Ultimate's not getting an A, because Brawl deserves it. But
it's weird because people say that. I like the story to Brawl, but a
well,
lot
yeah,
of people say
that's why.
Brawl because it was like everybody had it. Is the reason why people say Brawl's great, and so it's that's just based on nostalgia, right?
Well, for me, it's Subspace Emissary. Like that right there does it for me.
I think I'm leaning towards C as well. I mean, honestly, it's like C or D. I really don't care for the new
Ultimate is fine, but it's just so casualized that there's no. I don't know.
Really, I feel like
Sword Fighters forever.
Super the opposite.
It's just
at least in terms of like, because I'm not a fighting game guy. Like I don't know the terms for anything in Smash, but I know that like everyone hated Brawl because it had tripping or whatever, like competitively. And like when I found that out, I was just laughing. I was like, "That's amazing! Keep that in forever, please."
I'm not talking about the community, because the community is obviously incredibly competitive. But the fact is that you have to take this game and then change the rules of it, removing items and changing things about how you play the game in order to make it competitively viable. It's very casual.
But I mean, I feel like Sakurai actually in this one actually took that into account. Well, he does it every time, but I feel like this time he was really like, okay, I'm going to make this work for that, but also still give, because I play with items. Like I am the kind of person where it's like, yeah, stage hazards, items. We are not playing this even a little bit competitive.
Smash 4 introduced the Omega mode, which allowed like that was I feel like that was a direct response to the Smash community saying like, "Oh, we only have one map. Why can't we just?"
Yeah, and like they could have just done Smash 4 like they could have done an Ultimate as like just a Smash 4 port essentially, but they actually like went in and they like tweaked Bayonetta and like all the characters that people had like problems with and shit. So like they were doing something. Like I don't know. It's not something that I particularly care about because I just want to play Smash to play as fun Nintendo characters and have a good time. But I don't know. I guess for that side of things, I think it is competitively built.
Well, I'm going to give it a C.
I C. We had a B, and what was yours, Brody?
A, unless Brawl is on this list, in which case B.
So it's solid C.
I mean, that's 2 C's.
I think that's fair.
2 C's, a B, and
this is not a hill I particularly care about dying on, so it's fine.
I don't know. You sound like you want to die on it. So
no, I'm sure there'll be plenty later.
Oh, I just got some fun artifacts there from your ninja.
Oh,
man.
That's
hello.
interesting.
Look at that. That is like some VLC player level artifacting. That's really good.
Wow.
Let's reload that. Oh,
It's actually kind of cool.
let's see if I can't force it to reload.
It's actually a tear list.
Wow, that looks really good.
Do you want me to stop and restart the OBS from my end?
From your end, are you using OBS?
I'm using OBS Ninja, so I can stop and then show it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess. Hold on, I can refresh it. So let's try refreshing it. It works again. Wow.
Oh, cool.
Weird. That one looked really bad.
Nice.
All right, so next up is Team Fortress 2. And I want to say this is an A-list game, but it's also kind of B.
It's a B list. I mean, even with the updates, they've changed a lot of the stuff that made it like ridiculous. I used to put it in A growing up, and now they've gotten rid of a lot of like, they did a lot of quality of life updates. They took away the whole point of crafting in the game, but they still have the crafting, and they made the game like, if it's not community based, like with all the weapons and all the updates, and how they steal from those same people that upload these ideas without giving them any sort of compensation outside of a thank you or like a signed version of what they made. It's not like Valve kind of really turned their back on it after a little while. But
they super don't. So. Valve 100% does not give a shit about this game.
Oh yeah, no,
100% do not give a shit about this game. They literally crashed the economy and went, oh, that sucks. And then they fixed it like a day later. Like they didn't. Oh, if it had happened to CS:GO, they would have actually cried. You know, if it had happened to Dota, right? They would have like spent $1 billion fixing it. But TF2, they were just like, that sucks. You guys will get over it.
As someone who has, regrettably, in a year, I put over 300 hours in Team Fortress, and over my lifetime, I've put 450 hours into it, which isn't crazy for an amount of hours for a game, considering a lot of us have over 1,000 in some. In my opinion, I'd personally give it like a B, maybe even a C, but where it stands now, B.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid B game. It's one of the best free-to-play.
I agree.
Team style games. It's better than Overwatch for sure.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely really good, but it's also just like abandoned. It's just super abandoned.
It feels like one of those things. It's very maintained by its community, right?
100%. Right, and then
I feel like
Valve
it's
comes in and they're like,
I feel like it could have had a better rating if it died, but because it's been going so long, like it's been able to get worse. That it's now,
it's the Simpsons of video games.
In fact, there is a time I would have called it an S tier game. Right around the time that they did like the Manco updates, where they were like constantly updating the game. Yeah, like it would have been right up there. But now it feels very B.
I think I'm good with B as well.
Yeah, I've only played like 50
Probably
hours.
More leaning towards an A though. I think like again, like not influence, but just like you can't have a player base that long and say like
B's good. B's good.
Until Dawn. Boy, that's the thing, right?
I don't even know what this game is.
It's not bad.
I think it's better than Man of Medan. Okay, so I think it's a D.
I think it's better than anything. No, I don't think it's better than Heavy Rain, but I think it's better than anything else David Cage has put out.
Heavy Rain is fantastic. What are you talking about?
No. Heavy Rain is great. That's why I stopped myself. But like everything else David Cage has put out, I feel like Until Dawn blows it out of the water.
Yeah.
But no, Heavy Rain is fucking fantastic.
I'd like to give it D just because it wasn't great. I watched my sister play the entire thing of it. I've never been crazy about games like this, except for Heavy Rain. It was very. They tried to make a horror style game with like a monster. Like the deaths were kind of cool. Otherwise, it was just very. Boom.
I really liked how it. I liked how it like had its cake and ate it too. Like I won't spoil it for anyone that hasn't played it because the spoiler is you should play the game.
Yeah,
it's important. But I liked how they were able to have like two kinds of things.
Why do you think Until Dawn has David Cage involved in it?
Well, no, I just mean like it's that like you go David Cage, Telltale Games, and then like Until Dawn. Like that's just the association.
So you're not suggesting that Until Dawn is a David Cage game.
No.
All right, I misunderstood because it is clearly not.
No.
It's that kind of. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Is it Sony Bend or no Supermassive?
I don't remember the name of it because they've changed their names on everything so much. Until Dawn video game.
I'd give it.
Yeah.
I'd probably give it if I'm just going based on like also just what we've already rated so far. I'd probably give it a C.
I think it's a D. I think it's a very strong D. I think that it's not an F
I
Man
don't
of
think
Medan
it's
is
bad,
an F.
and D is where I would start putting bad things.
It's bad. I
It's
think
not
Until Dawn
good.
is not good. I think it is not a good game. I think it's just kind of like passively
Maybe I just have a
bad.
weakness of Hayden Panettiere.
Oh, is she in it?
Yeah, she
Yeah,
is.
yeah, Hayden Panettiere. She's one of the main characters. Well, there's like 8 characters, but like I would say Hayden Panettiere's character, and I can't remember the actor's name, but I'm pretty sure the character's name in the game is Chris. And him and her, I feel like, are the main. But you play as all 8 of them, and you can
Actually, I watched like most of Nashville because of her.
Yeah, the cool thing about the game is like you play as every single character and they can all die. And so if to get the best ending, you just have to like make it through this horror movie without any of them dying. And that's sort of like what makes it a bit more unique. Well, I mean, Heavy Rain had the same goddamn thing though, so
Oh, Heavy Rain was iconic.
So did Man of Medan.
Dude,
And so did whatever the newest one is that's really bad.
When I realized in Heavy Rain what the trophy for making it to the end with all 4 heroes actually meant was, like, that was so cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
first game I ever.
I'm not saying it's not got positives that you can't see. Like, I think Until Dawn is the best game that they've made, but I also think it's a D.
I just think I think it's probably just one of the better just of those kinds of games at all. Like if that's a genre,
yeah,
like that's probably like Heavy Rain's number 1. That's
I'd
number
give it a B.
2.
Actually, if Heavy Rain were on here, but we're not talking about Heavy Rain.
Little Hope, that's the other one. Yeah, Little Hope is definitely the worst. Man of Medan is very bad.
Very bad.
But Until Dawn is also not like it's the best of them, and it's a D. That is, I feel very confident about saying this.
All right.
So we've got a D. Were you C or were you B, Brody?
I was saying C just based on what we have here, but if I'm rating it in my heart of hearts, I would give it a B.
Okay.
A B. So we got a D, a D, a B, and where?
I have never even heard of this game before. Like, I guess I don't I don't want to disrupt the status quo too much, so I'll just say a D. Because like I honestly don't know.
All right. Okay, so it's a D.
Just keep it there.
Next up is Warframe.
Yeah, well, do we want to go in through these like the order it comes up? Because there are a lot of.
Yeah, we'll just keep going through them. Why not?
Warframe was cool. I liked the idea behind it. Very grindy of a game, though. Parkour was great. Gunplay was great until you realize that you grind for 2 guns that you can get super early on and then just walk through every aspect of the game. And then it just becomes Destiny where it's just nothing but PvP.
Okay, yes, but here's the thing, right? It is 100% a Destiny or any of those, right? Any looter shooter that you can go and play. It's 100% one of those. But it's also like really solid for free.
It is, yeah, it is.
Like the fact that it's free, I think, is a big part of this. You're getting a game that is constantly updated, right? They've been working on this thing for however many fucking years, and they update it all the time. They add new shit in all the time, and it's free. So, like, yeah, you can go in and you can spend an infinite amount of money because they're totally happy to take it from you. But I think being free gives it a little bit of leeway here and puts it like in that C range. You know what I mean?
You can also make money on it, actually, if you know what you're doing. There's this whole market to it that like people have been making money off it for years.
I mean, that's what I think you can find that in almost any MMO.
Well, specifically this, like the way the player market is assigned in this particular game for Warframe, there's an actual, like similar to how Path of Exile does it, there's a legitimate market where people have been making, like, oh, I have this Warframe specifically, like I have one, I have Loki Prime, which is you can't get any more at all, and I sold it, like, well, I don't say I have it, I sold it like a year and a half ago for $300, and that was only after having it for like 2 or 3 months because it was done and it was over. And now it's thousands of dollars and people are going in and buying it, and it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, like Warframe, I think is just, it's a game that a lot of people really fucking love, and I get it. It's very flashy, jumping through the air and doing all those spins and stuff. It's still a regular old, yeah, it feels good, right? Like the movement in the game is super cool. It is still just a regular old looter shooter. And
give it a C.
It's a okay one, you know, and it's free. And I think free is a big part for a lot of anything where it's like, look, the value you're getting is infinite compared to the amount of money you're spending is a good bonus, right?
I just feel like so I mean, with regards to Warframe specifically, I have a friend that was like way into it, so I'm just probably gonna I don't know, give it like a B just for him or whatever, because I've never played it.
What kind
but
of weird ass shit is this?
Because I've never played it.
My
but
friend liked it, so I mean,
yeah.
maybe.
Well, it's just like I don't want to do him
Why are
too
you
dirty,
trying
but
to
I
be
also
so
I don't-
nice to something you don't
No,
even
well,
know about?
well, no,
I feel
well,
like if you don't know
I'm
the
not.
game, it's
I'm
a
not about
C
to be,
at
which is that
best.
I was gonna say that just like I also just like don't. I kind of refuse to let any financials or like free or paid whatever. I just refuse to let that affect my view of the game. So I would just be interested in like how is this game as a game, and I feel like it just as a looter shooter. I feel like Borderlands is for me, and then nothing else is. Like that just feels what it's like at this point.
Yeah, Warframe's a lot closer to Destiny. That kind of Destiny stuff.
Yeah, like I've played Destiny. I'm not a Destiny guy.
If you've played Destiny, then you've played a slightly worse version of Warframe. That is my opinion.
yeah, you really have.
Like Warframe is a better version of Destiny. If somebody's like, "Oh man, I fucking love Destiny," they would just die for Warframe. It's that kind of a thing. But I also think Destiny is like the worst looter shooter. So, that tells you it's a C at best kind of thing, for Warframe. But I could make the argument it's a D too, like I don't know. I think it's a C.
The worst looter shooter was The Division.
I'm a little bit tempted.
Wrong! Wrong, you heathen!
I said it just to make Em mad. I don't really believe that.
I've played both Divisions. I kind of agree.
You're a
Ew,
fucking
get
trash human. And
Division 2
nobody
was pretty
likes
good.
you.
I didn't like. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just how much I hate the aesthetic. I don't know. It's really. I'm the kind of person where like I'm into what Nier Automata's putting out, but I don't like the pastel palette, so I don't play it.
Wow, you're just a bad person. Yeah.
We should just ban him and never allow him back.
So,
Rocks don't even look edible.
Are we?
Oh shit, we did forget Anthem.
Yeah, we are forgetting Anthem, just like everybody else. Yeah, that game, dude. Here's my full review of Anthem. All right, I've never played a game in the entirety of my life that I decided was bad quicker. Never. Literally never. I played the game and within 2 hours I was like, this game is fucking trash. And I don't do that.
Defiance, so
You can describe that game in 4 words.
Oh, it's way better than Defiance, dude.
There was an.
Or I'm sorry, Defiance is way better than it. Yeah.
Really?
Oh my god, yeah. Defiance is way better.
I am also extremely surprised to know literally any other person who's played Defiance.
Hell yeah! Did you watch the show though? Because you had to watch the show.
Well, me and my buddy when it came out, yeah, I think we tried to, and I don't think we were able to, so we just played the game. Did you know? Okay, we found out because I found this out a couple months ago. They updated that game, so it's sort of like a Final Fantasy 14 situation where they like rebooted it or something, but it's like still the same game.
Yep.
So it's like still going, I think.
It sure is. Yeah.
That's wild because that game was like that was PS3 that it came out. It came out on the PS3.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
no,
and it was
Defiance
not good.
Neat. No, but it was super neat because the whole idea of this mixed media thing, and then they would update it to follow the show, and the fact that it was a free-ish MMO because like really it's the first of the games as a service type of thing if you think about it. It's really.
I mean, I feel like.
Huh?
Yeah. No, I was. Yeah, you're. Yeah. I was gonna say just WoW in general, but.
Well, I mean, of the newer genre of games as a service, like the Ubisoft side, like Division and that kind of stuff, where they're a game you buy for $60 and then they continuously update it with the idea that you'll buy DLC and stuff like that later on. You'll pay for it with cosmetics.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like that Defiance, man, like super terrible game, but neat. Very, very neat. Did we forget Anthem? Man, that game, I've literally never played a game. And I'm being so serious that I decided was absolute garbage that fast. I give most games about 5 hours, right? Unless the game is done in 5 hours. But I generally give a game 5 hours to like come up with it. And I almost never walk away and go, wow, that game was just fucking trash. Usually it's like, well, it wasn't very good. I didn't enjoy it. Somebody else will enjoy it. I end up throwing all these caveats at it. But like Anthem, boy, I think it's somewhere in the Discord too. I was like, this game is going to absolutely sell like trash. This is going to fail. They have made a failure game. And boy, was I right.
Yeah, it feels like as time goes on, I'm just more and more able to see duds early on. Like I called No Man's Sky from the first trailer that game was not going to be good. Defiance was a thing where like I played the beta and I realized that it wasn't good. Because I feel like ever since Brink came out, I've just been on edge about games.
Brink, that's another game.
Yeah, I mean that's the game that taught me
not to pre-order.
Well, not to pre-order, but like to temper your hype just in general.
Brink, because like man, they made that game sound cool, and it just I remember I got home from the GameStop at midnight, and I put in Brink, and I played it with Crypto because I convinced him to do it, and he drove to his fucking GameStop at midnight, right? And we both got back. And by 1:30 a.m., I was apologizing. I was like, I'm sorry, man. I'll pay you. I'll buy the game. I'm really sorry. That's such a shitty experience.
You're apologizing to your friend. I'm sorry. I thought it'd be better, man.
I'm really sorry I did this to you. Yeah.
The buddy I played it with he played it for the rest of that entire month, the first month that it came out, and he got the platinum trophy for it. And I'm like, why? You don't even like the game. He was like, I knew I could do it.
Yeah, but you could like get every achievement in that game in about an hour and a half. It was just
well, like the part that took him so long was that you had to like do a specific set of objectives in a certain way or something like that. Like it's been a long time, but if you played the game online, it was basically impossible just because like player variables just made it impossible. So you had to do it solo, but also the AI was so bad that was also basically variable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or maybe the AI was so good that it was variable because they wanted to make it simulate players.
Uncharted 4.
Uncharted 4, a decent.
It's a B.
I think it's the most recent one on the list so far, actually.
B. I think give it a B.
B.
It's a good ending to Nathan Drake's story.
Yeah,
very good ending. I mean, I think it was probably the best graphics I've seen in a video game to date. I'm not sure if I've seen or if I've played a game that had better graphics than that one yet, because I was just like, I spent a lot of time just looking at like marble reflections and stuff like that for some of the.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen Miles Morales on PS5?
Well, I don't have a PS5. I've played Spider-Man PS4, and like a lot of their technology was really interesting, like some of the window stuff.
Yes, it is so cool how they'd use. I love how Insomniac just uses tricks and they don't try. I mean, in Miles, they absolutely brute force it because they use ray tracing and shit. But if you turn the ray tracing off, they're still using all like the texture tricks and everything. It's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. Like I definitely appreciate that. I think there's like a level to PlayStation games that you don't really see.
Well, I think Insomniac is as well as just like whereas Naughty Dog has the resources to not even have to cheat. Insomniac prefers, I think, to cheat because I think the more gamey you get, the easier development is, and it still looks good, right? Like you still get the result, so it doesn't.
I think, like it's not even like it's like even God of War, like had like amazing because they had like the snow tessellation at that one part of the mountain, I think, and like they did like God of War was really easy to do because they like I guess not easy, but they forced it to be like very like linear. So like you have to like go through an animation to climb up a ladder to go to a different ledge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not open world, even though it looks like it's open world. So like I honestly don't even know the level of tricks that are happening on God of War, but like you can tell they're doing stuff like when you're going through the tree, right? And like that's an entire loading screen, but they're doing like the Tony Hawk American Wasteland style. Like it's not a loading screen. You're traveling through a level.
You know, well, yeah, I mean that's the classic like Uncharted go through the tiny crack in the wall.
Yeah. But yeah, so ultimately, I'd say like honestly, I think I might put this at an A. I don't know, it's just kind of short for an A. But like other than that, like it's just a perfect.
Is length a determining factor for
how
good something is?
That seems a bit the weird.
Zack Snyder, Justice League, best film all time.
Well, I think that if you take a game like Uncharted and then made it an open world game,
Uncharted Last Legacy,
it made it more busy work. Like it obviously wouldn't hold up to that same level the entire time because you padded it out for length. But then also you would have more playtime, and so you might have a better experience in the world.
Have you played Last Legacy? Like Uncharted Last Legacy, the spin-off with Chloe?
I haven't played that one.
It's really good. I think Uncharted 4 is the best Uncharted game. I think Lost Legacy is easily the second best Uncharted game.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I think I only have the collection. Like I don't have that one.
Yeah. So it was originally planned they were going to do Chloe DLC for Uncharted 4, and it ballooned so big that they were like, okay, this is just a Majora's Mask now. This is like a Borderlands pre-sequel at this point. We're just making its own game. And it's really cool because like it's like 10 chapters, but chapter 5, which is like 70% of the entire game, is this big open world segment. And
well, it's not just that it was short, but I think just like it's so dependent on action set pieces and stuff like that.
I think that's fine. That's just the kind of game it is, you know.
Well, no, it is, but it also means that like it's not as replayable. It's the same experience every time. So I think like it just does.
I guess.
Like okay, if like a Fallout New Vegas versus an Uncharted, and Uncharted is so scripted and so like they're controlling it so finely that like if you have the same experience on those two games, like one is a mastery of like game design, and one is just you're in a linear train wreck.
But I mean, at the same time, I mean, I rewatch movies, so I mean,
gasp! Like, how dare?
So yeah, B tier.
You get the same experience versus replaying Fallout, where you'll get a different experience.
I think that you may have noticed that I've been very quiet, and that is because I don't care about Uncharted. It's a B. I mean, it really is for me. Like, I think it's fine. I think it's very pretty.
Yeah, well, yes,
cool
like that's why, like, yeah,
it's like
solid, just a solid set of games, basically.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's it's not a bad game. It's just it's fine. You know,
yeah.
I would never ever play it. I watched it on Twitch once. You know,
that's what it is for. The story.
So you're waiting for the Last of Us remake.
I don't want to talk about that this stream, but we will talk about that at some point. Yeah. Because that's a whole thing, I think. Yakuza, and I can't tell which one this is. I think this is.
It looks like it's either 1 or 0.
Two.
I think it's.
Is there a 0.2 or a 1.2 or something?
Cannot tell for the life of me. I only.
Is that it?
It could be Kiwami 2.
Kiwami 2. Okay, so it's Yakuza 2. It's the remake of Yakuza 2.
Yeah.
I like Yakuza games. I've not had much experience with them. All I know is that they're fun to play. They're very meme-ish and they're self-aware. But besides that, they're about average. I give it a B.
I think they've overtaken Sonic as a flagship series at Sega. Like I think in terms of like financials, it actually does better than Sonic.
Well, I could believe that.
So I'm gonna go a little radical here and say I fucking hate Yakuza. This is a D game at best.
Kevin and Chris aren't here to defend it.
It is trash. There's nothing good about it. It's 180 hours of fucking game to get like 2 minutes of story. I don't like it. I don't have the time for it, and I don't ever want to play it. And as far as I'm concerned, Yakuza could burn and disappear, and we're good.
So from what Kevin's told me, Yakuza Kiwami 2 specifically, they redo the fighting engine or whatever. Because I've only played Kiwami 1, which has this like it's fine. It's a fine game, but the fighting is kind of clunky. I think it's based on like the old like Cuneo beat 'em up games, right? Like the stuff that like the Scott Pilgrim game is based on as well. Like and so I see that and I'm like, okay, I get what you're going for. But apparently Kiwami 2 and like Yakuza 6 have like a totally like better fighting system, and so I don't know how to rate this, because if I base it off my time with Kiwami 1, I would probably give it like a B, but I don't know, maybe it's better.
Is it a B for banging?
I'm a little bit leaning towards like with M. Like I only played Yakuza 0. I haven't played this one specifically or the rest of the series, but it felt very odd to me. It felt like it was a game that was designed in an alternate universe, because like it didn't use any convention that like a normal video game would, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like it's just so different and like unique, which like isn't obviously like makes it a bad thing.
Super doesn't speak to me. That's like it just doesn't.
So it sounds like it's going to go into C2.
I mean, you guys like it. That's cool. I would never play it. I don't like Yakuza. I've tried it. I've tried to like it because everybody tells me, "Oh man, it's so good." But the thing is that
it's very memey.
They're talking about it's so good at the 20-hour mark for 2.5 minutes during a cutscene. It's hilarious. Like that's not in any way an interest to me. And I'm not a huge fan of like brawlers where you got to punch a dude 37 times and then he gets back up and you got to punch him 37 times again. Everything about Yakuza does not speak it to me.
I like Discord profile really fits this conversation.
So Speedy says I hate it for no reason. I don't hate it for no reason. It's not that I hate it for no reason. My reason is I don't enjoy the game. Like that's the reason.
That's because that's the thing. Like I'm saying I would put Kiwami in B, but that's literally like that's not to do with the gameplay, or at least not like the main fighting gameplay. Like it's more of just like the character. Like the characters are I think are really like good. I like how they're written. Majima is great. But then like you go through Kamurocho and you just like interact with the city, and I think like that's what most people are playing that game for. I don't really know that people are playing it for the beat 'em up stuff, which is why I think that's so subject to change. That in Yakuza 7, it's now not a beat 'em up; it's a fucking turn-based RPG.
Oh, sorry, guys.
So, what's your votes?
I'm just gonna go B to be safe because I feel like that's probably gonna get average.
I would land it in C.
I'm gonna say D.
I'll give it a C. Yeah, but even then, I'm giving it a C because other people like it, not because I don't like it.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the fun content that comes out for it, the memes and the community itself, I wouldn't care for it. It'd be a bit lower. It's like they said there in chat. Nami said, "I love my Japanese soap opera." That's what it is. It's just a bad soap opera. It knows it's bad and it's intentionally bad for it. I think it's funny more than anything. That's the only reason why it's going to see. For me.
Mm-hmm. So
I think that's right.
Battlefield 1.
This is a straight D to F for me.
Actually, I you know what? I can't do Battlefield 1, but if I was doing Battlefield 5, I would say F, but I haven't played Battlefield 1.
So Battlefield 1, I kind
of... Oh, no, wait! I have played Battlefield 1. That one is F. I haven't played Battlefield 5.
I liked Battlefield 1.
No.
The story, not the multiplayer.
No. Fuck no. Battlefield 1 is like a very solid D for me. This is probably the worst Battlefield, next to maybe Battlefield 5. Battlefield's been bad, man.
It has.
I only play like the multiplayer in the Battlefield games. I think I played the co-op in Bad Company too. I've never played a campaign in those games. And it's just Battlefield 1 and 5 have the same multiplayer, and it just sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks so hard.
I like Battlefield 5's multiplayer to an extent. Battlefield 1's multiplayer wasn't good because I'm someone who plays hardcore all the time, and it sucks because just like in every other Battlefield, snipers are good, but there's ways to counter them. In Battlefield 1, the easiest way to play and win any match is you either load up on snipers and shoot people in the foot, because in this particular one, in one, it's just an auto kill, or you run around a tank because vehicles are impossible to kill in this damn game. I will say, again, I only rank it higher. A lot of people didn't like the stories because they were episodic and they told certain stories. I like that, mostly because when I was done, I was like, this couldn't be real. And then I would go and look it up and go, wow, these are actually really accurate, and I like this a lot. And
Battlefield 1 is not historically accurate.
Oh, for sure. No, for sure it's not historically accurate, because they obviously have to flavor a lot of it up. That? But there are some things that, like, they brought attention to, and I've gone in and looked those up, and it's like, oh,
you mean like
that's really cool.
The fact that they had, like, armored trains. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, no, not stuff like that. Like,
there is some level of like the stories have some grain of truth, you know, about something that really happened. But they just, I don't know, man, like half the guns didn't exist in World War One.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't feel like a World War One shooter at all. I don't know. Battlefield 1 wasn't very good. It felt like it was still taking too much from Hardline. which was a terrible.
Well, you shouldn't take anything from Hardline.
Yeah, it felt like it was still taking too much from that, and that's like, oh my god. And they hadn't quite figured it out yet. Like, I don't know. Battlefield
All they gotta
1,
do is make Battlefield 4 again. Like, that was a good game.
so good.
Never mind.
Battlefield
I'm
3
mixing
was the
up my
best, if you
Battlefields.
ask me.
Well, here's my
I'm a bad company too, man.
I started
that's good
the first game I ever got for the Xbox 360 was Modern Warfare, the first Modern Warfare, and then I got World at War, and then I got Modern Warfare 2, and then I got like Black Ops, and then instead of getting Modern Warfare 3, I'm like, you know what? I can only get the one game. Why don't I get Battlefield 3 instead? And I've like never regretted anything more than that.
I gotta say, I messed up my Battlefield's really bad. Yeah, the story for 1 was terrible.
Did you just say you regretted getting Battlefield 3?
The stories for 5 were good.
Very much so.
Battlefield 3 was fucking incredible.
It was great, yeah. I
mean,
liked 4 too.
It was fun until they pulled all those servers and then started making you like pay for the like. It was fucking weird, man.
I think the worst part of Battlefield 3 is the fact that you have to use the
to host them your own.
Well, the fact that on PC they use a web browser is probably the only grave sin I can think of. But
yeah,
well, this was on console.
Yeah, like no, that sounds. Battlefield 3 is great. You're fucking insane. Battlefield 1 though is not great.
No, it's bad. I got 1 and 5. I didn't like the multiplayer for either 1 or 5. The stories for 5 were good. The stories for 1 was not. That was bad.
No, the World War I one, it wasn't very good, and they did like this Lawrence of Arabia bullshit in the middle of it. But
yeah, not great. I liked 5.
The edition they had, well, I don't remember what they called it, the Colossus or something, where you could jump onto like the plane or the blimp or the train. You could jump onto the train or you could jump onto the blimp and you'd be a part of this massive unit, and whoever controlled it would be able to, do a bunch of damage. And then like when an enemy would die on the field, it would say the name of the soldier and all that. Like they tried to make it super flashy, and I don't know. It just wasn't good by any means. The stories for 5 are worse than 1 because they retcon historical events to make women do it instead, says Framinator.
Doesn't that make
I thought a lot of those they based on like the actual things. Obviously, they can't be entirely accurate for, they got to have some fun with the game. But
I mean, it's a game I only play for multiplayer. I could care so fucking little about how accurate that game is, as long as it's just fucking fun to play. Like, that's why I'm just like Battlefield 4. Just do it like modern, space, historical, whatever. Like, I don't care where you go, and just make it fun.
The Last Tiger was a cool mission.
I mean, I'm with you there, but if they're going to go into a historical setting, I would appreciate some historical accuracy.
I like it, but I mean, I like the Wolfenstein thing where it's just like an alternate history. Fuck it, let's go.
If that's your setting, I'm not going to argue with you. But if your setting is is history, then I would expect history. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I also agree that I don't go into Battlefield to play the story.
Yeah, right. Like, I used to be like, oh, Call of Duty players, they never play the game; they just play the multiplayer. And it's like, no, that's all I fucking do in Battlefield, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, most of my time was definitely in Call of Duty playing the multiplayer, but like, I think the reason I love the game so much is that campaign.
So are we good with a D then?
Yeah.
I think D.
Yeah, I'm happy with D.
Now here's a fun one.
F.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2.
Really? You give it an F?
Oh, we're going to there already? Yeah, this is the straight A.
We're jumping.
Straight S
okay.
tier. Finally, our first easy agreement.
Is that not the next one? It looked like it was the next one for me.
No, Red Dead Redemption 2 is the next one.
Yeah, Red Dead. Yeah, there's still a bunch ahead of
Okay,
it.
well,
Yeah,
I mean, we can do Red Dead Redemption. You must have moved stuff because I'm looking at a separate screen so I can have the Discord up. So Red Dead Redemption 2 is like a D for me, maybe a C. I find it to be disrespectful of my time as a player.
Yes.
I think it really disrespects my time as a player.
Like I've come around to the point where I'm like, okay, fine, I get it. Like, if that's what you think, if that's what you want from the game, then cool. I was just vastly disappointed in it because I love Red Dead Redemption 1. Like that's one of my favorite games of all time. And just to then, like, I played 2 hours of Red Dead Redemption 2, and I was like, no, I'm done.
Yeah, I don't need a 6-minute animation to skin a bear. Like I don't want that. It doesn't make me happy. Red Dead Redemption 1 was a really good game, super fantastic story. I enjoyed it a lot. And I know that a lot of people really like the Red Dead Redemption 2 story too, and that's totally fine. It's not about that. It just the game, it felt very disrespectful of my time, and I eventually came out of it going, I don't really want to see the rest of the story because I don't have any, like, you know, it's not what you get me, you feel me.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, I don't know that I would ever go back to it, but I wouldn't like rule it out, but I would definitely have to, like, now that I know what I'm getting into, I think it would maybe be a little bit you know, like it lessens the blow of being disappointed in this sequel I've been waiting for years. Now I know what it is. So if I ever do make the choice to go back, like you know, I'm getting into it. Like I'm making that decision to an extent where it's like you know, if I'm disappointed, it's my fucking fault now.
So I'm currently playing it through. I don't know if I've experienced or if I've like really felt disrespected with my time to what you're saying. To know like that I can agree with that. I think that there are some aspects of it which I was really unhappy with. Like I think the original Red Dead Redemption made like the side missions like so interesting of just you wanted to go off and do all these things and you felt like you were leveling up and it was like really valuable. And so I wanted to interact with it the same way in this one. So I started doing like the legendary skinning of animals. And then like I think I did that for like a couple, you know, like hours until I came back to my camp and then I realized like, oh wait, so all this does is just make like a cosmetic tent. Like this, I thought, you know, like there's no like bonus. Like I just all of a sudden just destroyed the reasons for me to want to go hunt and want to do the side missions and like stuff like that.
I mean, I feel like that's not. I can't believe I'm going to defend Red Dead here, but I feel Red Dead Redemption 2. But I feel like that's more of a situation where it's just like, what are you as a player motivated by? Because I'm not motivated by leveling up. Like if I play an RPG, I want the leveling to be like Final Fantasy VII Remake, where I don't even fucking feel it. Like I don't feel the RPGness except when I'm like allotting points. Like it for me, like or like if I do like progress, I like the sideways kind of like Metroidvania progress where they like give you a thing and it like recontextualizes how you play the entire game. But in terms of like that, you know, like they're still giving you a reward for doing those missions in Red Dead 2. It's just not necessarily the reward that you want.
Well, no. So basically, in Red Dead 1, you'd be running along, and then you'd like kill a rabbit, or you'd run over a rabbit, or you'd shoot an alligator, or whatever. And a box would check up saying like 1 out of 2, you know, alligators do, and you'd be like, oh, that's a mission. And that does exist in Red Dead Redemption 2 as well, where like it has like, oh, kill this many birds, or do this, or do that, whatever. But for whatever reason, I was interacting with it like much more immersively in the first game than in the second game. Like in the second game, all of these things that like I was dragged into in the first game and was really excited about. This game, like they're still kind of there, but I don't see any reason to do them anymore. Like it's just kind of.
I mean, I think you do have to kind of. I think there are some games where you just have to not bring your own fun, as we say for some games, but bring your own motivation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I realized one issue with Red Dead Redemption as well is that like, if you just start doing the missions. I don't know. The missions are all the game is. Like, there's nothing left outside of it, really. Like, you do the missions, and, like, they're, like, super heavy, world-changing events, and, like, they're huge. And to a level where your actions... Like, you could play the majority of the game without doing a mission, like you would normally to expect, and not affect the world in any way. And then you do one mission, and then all of a sudden, like, the immersiveness has been kicked up a million times, and you're just like, why can't I do this in the open-world game where I could just do this in this one mission, you know?
Yeah, Rockstar has a very restrictive approach to open world game design that reminds me a lot of like Ubisoft right before they started going like their method where they just like litter the maps with stuff to do. Where it was like you do a mission and then you go to this next story mission and you go to that, and there is an open world, but you're just going from mission to mission, which is kind of like how Assassin's Creed 1 was. Except I mean there were collectibles, but I mean it was more or less just that. Which I actually think that was fine in that game because that game was smaller scale anyway. But in Red Dead, it's like it's such a big world. The moment that I realized
thinking about it though, I still do think it's like an A or a B up there for me because it is like. Yeah. I think behind that, like just this, going through like as an Uncharted, playing through the story, like it is really good. It's just kind of like it is that open worldness is just the open worldness only exists through the story, which is a weird way to say it, but. the open world only feels real in the story.
I'm gonna go ahead and say the Red Dead Redemption is a D for me.
I'm giving it a C.
I'm giving it an F.
Damn. Well, I guess my B isn't gonna bump it up too much. That sounds like a D to me.
That sounds like a pretty solid D. Yeah. Wow, some people are going to be really mad about that.
Oh, for sure.
I feel like it was unfair, but
some people are going to be really mad about that.
When I was in the tutorial and they were like, "Yeah, you know how in the first game you just had a weapon wheel with all of your weapons at all times, like it was a fucking Ratchet and Clank game?"
I still can't get over that.
And I was like, "Yeah, I love that." And they were like, "Yeah, in this game you get 2, and you got to go to your fucking horse to switch them."
Yeah.
If you start the mission with a horse, we will start you off your horse with no weapons.
Fucking.
See, even you're disagreeing now. It's a bad game.
It's such a nonsense game.
Bad, though. It's like again, like it's just annoying. Like why? It's just
because it disrespects your time.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like people were like, "Oh yeah, it's the animations are so detailed, and you grab everything individually. It's so immersive." I'm like, that's the opposite of immersion. That fucking takes me out. Like I feel like I'm someone that will like happily watch a fucking 2-hour cutscene in the middle of a fucking game. Like I fucking love Metal Gear Solid games, but when it's constant, like just like 10-second animations every 2 seconds of gameplay, and it's just like.
I think we went on a huge rant praising Goshi.
That sure sounds like a different game that is very relevant to me and Brody right now.
Yeah.
That's a hint. That's a hint that I'm making a video. It's going to be out soon. Yes. Dota 2. I kind of think this is a B.
So, okay, I've got a thing to say here, so I'm going to say that last. You guys go ahead with what you think.
So, Dota, I'm not a big MOBA fan, right? Like, I played them all. I played League. I played HOTS. I played them all. I think Dota's the best of them.
Yes.
Right? But it's also like, I don't think MOBAs are necessarily my S tier type game. So, it's an A or a B.
There are no bad genres except MOBAs.
Yikes!
I don't know. I've tried, man. I've tried to get into MOBAs. I can't. If Overwatch counts, but I don't think it does. So
there is a MOBA out there for everyone. I promise you, there is.
Isn't there only 3 MOBAs?
Yeah, there's League, Dota, and
no. So actually, weirdly enough,
that's gone now. Actually,
there's a lot of shooters that actually fall into that category. Some certain Call of Duty games actually fall under MOBA as well. Not because of the way they play, because obviously some games play differently than other MOBAs, like Demigod compared to Dota, or you've got even some fighting games. Like, so there's some free Steam fighting games that you can play that involve 3 people that don't never level up, that just have their basic abilities that you can do. And they are still considered a MOBA. There's some Call of Duties that if you look at them, they're classified under MOBA. And that was mostly because of the map sizes.
Well, Demigod doesn't really exist anymore. That's a weird one.
It really doesn't. So
I feel like it's a thing that's also just kind of colloquially evolved to mean like League of Legends.
So yeah, when people hear MOBA, they're definitely thinking of League or Dota.
Like what I'm looking up the definition, and it is saying it's on Wikipedia, so it's like it's not definitive, but it says it's a subgenre of strategy. So
yeah, it's just a battle arena. So here's the deal with Dota. I'll be quick with this because I don't want to take up too much time. As someone who has logged 450 hours into it, as someone who has won their 200th game today, and as someone. Yeah,
so it took you 450 hours to win 200 games. That's
matches take anywhere from 45 to an hour and a half,
which means you're losing half of your games.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway, so the point is I've had games run almost 2.5 hours. Anyway, this is the point. The point is that did my connection just dip? Okay, no, sorry, my stream. It's got one of the best and yet also worst communities out there. Just like most games, some communities are really toxic. Dota, just like League, has a really toxic community. And yet at the same time, they help make the game better than what it is. Even the training nowadays is entirely done. The community has made the training program. And they've not just like Steam's not forgave it, or Valve hasn't just gotten rid of the game and said, nope, we don't want to do it with this. You guys can do it. They've helped implement their own measures into it. They're very open and understanding to their people. They had a very trash card game, but we don't talk about that. But it's great. It's constantly being updated. Everything, just like League, is cosmetic. You don't have to pay for anything special. The only thing that you can pay for is a special training thing that just says, hey, we recommend this. It's like live coaching during a game. It's one of the better MOBAs. It's a lot more strategy and complex thinking than, I'm going to use my ability at this time, everything's dead. No, there's actually, like, you can destroy trees. There's height that you have to worry about. The strategy is definitely way up there, and it has a very high skill cap. But even if you're not good at MOBAs, it still feels like you're doing something, even if you're just getting absolutely obliterated. Even the bots are fun to play, because the bots have a brain. They don't just run it down mid, and then you're done. It's good to me. It's one of my favorite MOBAs. I put it above League, and I'm also a very seasoned League of Legends player as well. I play most. That's horrible to say, I know.
I don't only play the game, I also play its competitors. This is like one of those weird commercial kind of like, what's the thing? I'm not only a spokesperson, I'm a user as well.
Yeah, exactly. I've played Here's the Storm, liked it, wouldn't put it above Dota. Very fun, very stagnant. Even though it's all the same game all the time, Dota it's above everything, because there's always a new way to play and always a new mechanic to learn.
Here's the Storm was terrible.
I liked it. It wasn't bad.
Here's the Storm wasn't bad at all.
Here's the reason why I'll say it's terrible is because, like, the genre is very much meant to be competitive, right? Like, it's obviously a competitive game, and, like, Here's the Storm was, like,
tripping
casual. So each map was a gimmick that, like,
yeah.
And so, like, it removed the entire strategy of the MOBA being you're just kind of playing around the individual map.
It sounds a lot like Valorant there, buddy.
Ooh, hot take.
You're gonna Valorant? Yeah, all their maps are gimmicks. Are you suggesting Valorant's not a competitive game?
I'll be back in a second.
I really don't appreciate how all of the maps in Mario Party 7 are gimmick maps, and only the first one is.
I don't disagree with you, by the way. I think that is, yes, very true.
If I had to give Dota a rank, I would put it at A, personally.
But no, it very much.
You're right back.
I mean, before I give my rank, I have to ask again: can I abstain?
No, I'm never abstain.
Well, then I got to give it an F.
I'm also giving it an F. Wow,
for
this
Dota?
I mean, there are no inherently bad genres except MOBAs.
Okay, so we got 2 Fs.
I'm with you there, dude.
And I gave it, I think, an A or a B, and he said it's an A, so I guess that makes it a C. Wow, y'all are about to average out everything.
We're so biased. God, we're like all the worst people.
One or two, like, League's gonna be another F from me, like, right away.
My cat's one sec.
Like, there's gonna be a couple Fs in here that'll, like, might come out of nowhere, but I'm gonna try to be fair.
So Fire Emblem 3 Houses. I'm gonna go ahead and just give this a C right off the bat, because I don't fucking know. I don't care.
Yeah,
it's anime, and I don't care about it. It's a game on the Nintendo that I don't care about at all.
It's anime and it's a Nintendo game, but I don't care about it.
I intrinsically I don't think I've seen this one specifically, but I've seen a lot of Fire Emblem games, and it seems like the game that I don't really like, because I'm the kind of person who doesn't like consequences in, like, a RTS.
I'm the kind of person who doesn't like consequences.
If my main character dies in an RTS, I'm gonna reload the level and then try to, like, complete it without losing anybody, you know. And, like, if losing a character is part of the game and is, like, you know, kind of like the XCOM approach, I generally don't like it as much.
So I will say that, like, I like the kind of games because I definitely, I don't know that I have, like, that mentality exactly where it's like I will just restart the map, but I have the similar mentality with, like, stealth games where it's you know, I want to do the you know, no alerts, no kills or whatever, and but then I played Sniper Elite and it basically forced me to kill people, and it was basically like, oh, okay, now that you're forcing me to kill people, I'm also just going to play in a way where it's, like, not loud, but I'm not going to care about reloading if I get caught. I'm going to try to get back into stealth like I'm playing Metal Gear Solid again for the first time. And with regards to, like, permadeath in these games, I feel like it's best if it's done in a way where it's like, you can't reload. Like, they're gone, and there's nothing you can do. Because then you have to just adapt to the situation.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think I'm good with C.
Uh-huh. There you go. That sure is a great one there. So I'm gonna take a quick side here because we have been sent something.
Oh.
And I'm pulling up.
This is never good, because last time we were sent something, I think it was the Sonic Real Doll.
I'm sorry, it is always good.
You know, if we're sent pleasant things, they don't interrupt the tier list.
Yes, the pleasant things are good. I'm just terribly afraid of what it could be.
Please
I gotta
let's not talk about
figure out
Sonic.
how to get this in here because remember, I'm bad at streaming.
Okay, I already know what it's going to be. I see some evil laughing.
Oh no.
All right.
Oh no.
So here we go. This is a tier list.
Oh, thank you.
And it's going to be behind because I'm, again, very bad at streaming. Here we go. No, it's behind the right. There we go. Boom. Look at that.
I bet you Aaron sent you that. I'll bet.
It is the stream list or the tier list of the four of us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I think when we're looking at this tier list, and I'll share this link for everybody in the chat in a second. You guys can go ahead and tweet it at me if you have a different interpretation. But I think that this is very clear. Like we start with Jeff, right? Jeff is like an A, right?
Well, I think just looking at the options,
Oh, thank you.
just looking at the options available, there would need to be an F tier inherently.
Oh, you want me to add a tier?
Like there needs to be an F tier for these one of these four. You know,
Let's see.
somebody's
Add
going
row
in.
below. There we go. And we'll call that F tier.
I get bonus points for being a bird too, so don't let that sway you.
So I think he's clearly an A, right? And then we got Red, right? And
Hey, wait. So who's controlling this? M?
That's me. Yeah. So then,
How do you want that video to turn out, bud?
like, I think he's very clearly an S tier, right? Like he's a clear S. I was going to give you an A, but then you threatened me, so I'm going to give you the S tier, right? And then we have to figure out what to do with the two of the. So I'm gonna say Raiden's an A, and then I'm gonna put myself at like C or maybe even D because I'm a terrible streamer. But if you disagree with this, all right, then you are more than welcome to send me your version of it at this website, which is there.
Yeah, please do. I want to see these as well.
And there you go. Just tweet it at me, and we'll all laugh and retweet it and stuff. So let's see. Next one up is Halo Reach, which I guess is probably the best Halo of the
I
modern.
agree. I loved Reach.
Excuse me, what the fuck?
What?
The best Halo?
It's the only one I've played,
It's the
and
best
it's
one.
not very good.
Wow.
How is it not very
Wow. All right.
Terrible. What the fuck? The Forge was good. Like the only good thing about the newer Halos is generally like the Forge mode is like the better, but like
Wow. All right. So I think
I find
it
it
might be the best Halo.
It's the best Halo.
Yeah. I
Like
mean,
it shows actual
ODST
loss.
is clearly the worst Halo.
It is.
Right?
what's wrong with you guys?
Well, look, every Halo is like, oh, there's one person, oh, like Keys, oh man, he's dead. This guy who we've just barely met is now suddenly dead, and now his daughter's taken over everything. Oh man, and then her daughter has like a little bit of strife, and there's some humor. Reach goes into a team. They're not, I mean, they're obviously still Spartans to an extent, but they're not these godly, overpowered Mjolnir armor-wearing badasses. They're using...
describing it!
They're
Literally describing ODST.
No, ODST is bad.
ODST is bad. There's a difference. The point of Reach is that
Firefight mode was sick.
you're getting
ODST
into
is
these characters.
terrible.
There's a bond they have. You're getting attached to them because you're carrying on with them, and they're going through their own trials and tribulations throughout the game. The story itself feels super good to play. It's the precursor to everything. It's best. It's just objectively the best.
So you think the story is the best, but like, what about
No, the gameplay is great too.
like I think Halo 3 is generally the one that people would say is probably the best Halo. Like
that's just out of nostalgia.
I think a lot of people would say Reach is the best
because
Halo.
the multiplayer like redefined what multiplayer meant and was like a moment for
it's very funny. I find that people who say Reach is the best hate 3, and people who say 3 is the best hate Reach.
No, I like 3 as well. Not as much as Reach, but I like 3.
I played Reach for the first time when it came to PC in the Master Chief Collection. So like recently, like within the last couple of years. And
so I will make a poll about it, right? And you got two options. You can either agree that Reach is the best or not agree, and I will leave it up to you guys as you vote to decide.
And yeah, I played the game because my buddy. Growing up, everyone played Halo, but I had a PlayStation, so I didn't play Halo. And I would just hear from these all of the people at my school, like, oh yeah, Halo's awesome, Halo, blah blah blah. And then I play it for the first time in like 2018, 2019, whenever it came out in the Master Chief Collection. And I'm playing with my buddy who's this longtime Halo fan, loves it, and he's like walking me through it, and I'm playing Reach. And I'm just like, this isn't very fun. This is very slow, and I don't like it. And I was like, are the other games like this? And he goes, they're slower. They don't even have a sprint button. And I was like, well, I don't like this game, is what is happening now. So I
don't think Reach had a sprint button. Sprint was a power-up that you could get.
Other games did, but like Reach had sprint as an option, so at least you like could do it. And I don't need to have like a fucking sprint button, but just the default like movement speed in that game was so abysmally slow. And like I like Rainbow Six Siege, so I don't even hate slow games. I don't know what it was. Something about Halo was just like I asked him, I was like, are the other games different than this? And he was like, no, they basically play identically except for the abilities. And I was like,
that's the only part that is wrong about that statement. Reach, compared to every other Halo, did things differently as far as it goes. Not everything can be done. I mean, yeah, everything can be done through just run and gun. It's, oh, look, I can blow up this barrel and kill a bunch of guys. That's how speedrunning happens. But it is one of those games that quite a few of the maps can be done through tactics and strategy alone, where you can skip entire chunks of fights for more favorable options. There's ways to clear different obstacles without just the lol, run and gun, here's my gun, melee the elite in the back, move on. You can stealth through enemies. You can avoid the fights. You can tactically take out certain enemies and then avoid the rest. There's a lot more strategy to it.
Yeah, it's worth saying that I have not touched the campaign. I only went in and then played like some multiplayer. So I'm purely talking about like how it just feels to control the Mr. Chiefs. Like
That's fair. Mr. Chiefs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. It was the kind of thing where I was like, oh, I was playing it, and the way I put it was like, if I was playing Halo 1, which came out, in 2001, I think, and it played like Halo Reach did, I probably would be like, okay, this makes sense. But knowing when Halo Reach came out and knowing the other shooters that came out around it, and I'm not saying it has to be like other shooters, but just like I compare that to even like a game like BioShock Infinite, which I don't particularly like, but I still think feels good to control. Whereas Halo, I don't know what it was. It felt like playing Super Mario 64 for the first time, where I was like, why do people like this again?
You know what? That's fair. I can respect the opinion.
Wow, that was a whole lot of just vacillating there. You went back and forth, and I no longer feel like you stand firm on anything, Jeff.
No, yeah, he brings up a valid point to it. I stand by my opinion entirely, but I'm not going to disregard someone's opinion based on my own. That's not how a conversation goes.
That is how it works. Yeah.
You
hear what they say, you disagree with it, you go, you hate dogs, and then you kick them and run away.
So, are we putting it in D or F?
I think
we're putting it in A.
It's an A.
It's definitely an A.
Yeah, I gotta give it a D.
Yeah, I gotta give it a D. We're bringing it back to
great. So now it's a C.
No, then it's a B. Right?
Yeah, you can put it in B if you want.
That makes it a B. And that's only because
don't ever say I never did anything for you. Okay.
Exactly right. Like I was generous giving it the D, so it can have it.
I was generous giving it the D.
Next up is Sonic Mania.
A, because it's the only. Sonic Mania taught me that 2D Sonic games can be fun, so I'm gonna give it an A.
I'm gonna give it a B.
Sonic Mania is not fucking better than Half-Life. I'm sorry. Like,
it is for sure better than Half-Life. 100%.
I'm gonna say a C. Like, it's a good Sonic game, but I mean, it's like it's
still a
good
Sonic
from
game?
standard.
You know what?
So
I'm gonna say B just because if there's like a Sonic Adventure 2 on this, I got to give like that the A, right?
no, that's S.
Well, okay, yeah, that's fair. That's a fair
Who
point.
says there's a Sonic Adventure? Why are you playing it like, oh, what could be on here later? No, you just
Well,
go
no,
with
I'm
what's
just
on
thinking of like where would I rate this if there were other Sonic games, and I'm like I wouldn't give it an A if there were other Sonic games, so I guess I shouldn't give it an A.
Why? Why does there be there like you can share the same tier? Why does another game exist in?
No,
tiers?
I just mean like imagining this where it's like, oh, I'm thinking of other Sonic games being on the list where it's like, okay, well, I would put those here, and I would not call Sonic Mania as good as those games, so therefore I think Sonic Mania should probably go down.
I got you.
Yeah, I mean it's like a B to me. So
It's a B.
yeah,
I
cool.
think B.
That was easy. That was the one we agreed on. Hat in Time is an F game.
That's an A. That's
Oh,
an S.
I moved that one way out of the way before.
You moved that one out of the
No,
way.
we're finding Hat in Time because it's an
way to
F.
the bottom.
Oh, I already noticed that it was there. Yeah.
If you want to do Hat in Time, I have to find it again. Hold on. I don't know where I put it. Oh no.
We'll get there.
It's right there.
Somebody can-
No.
Where?
6th row down, 6 over.
Yo, you actually found it. All right. I
Right
like
there
this
at
game.
F.
I'm
S.
gonna put this in B.
S.
It's an F. It's a
S.
straight hard.
So
hard
who said S?
I said S.
Okay. So I'm saying B. You're saying S. He's saying F. So
It's all up
That's-
to Jeff.
yeah, I'll set Jeff. We're averaging about a B right now.
It's A Hat in Time. Oh man, it was good. I loved the platform. C.
It wasn't good.
C. I'd put it in C. I
It
liked
wasn't
it.
good. It is just the developers like splurging onto a thing going, oh man, you know what would be cool? What if we did this? And then they make a whole level about that. And then they go, oh man, you know what would be really cool? What if we did
I love
this?
I
It
love
was
it though.
fucking
Man. That's
terrible.
why. That's part of why I like it.
It's a
I mean,
C.
I also love the writing and presentation. I think.
No.
Yeah, the right. Yeah,
Like
the right
that's
is
exactly what I would want from like a Mario style collectathon. Like just
Everything
try to
about
make
it is
cool.
bad. And I
Yeah.
hate it.
It's like everything I could have asked for.
Not
It was
good.
amazing. I loved it. It was
Not
so
good. Not good. It's just not good.
I once got this glitch
Well,
in the,
M's
like
a ukulele man, so I get it.
in the like the devil level or whatever. Like there was this one like side mission where he like gives you a special badge and you turn into a scooter.
Yeah.
And then I had a glitch where the mission stopped and I still had the badge, so I could just be a scooter when like wherever. But then I couldn't unequip it, or else so I couldn't not have the scooter, or else I couldn't like re-equip the scooter again.
I think you can.
basically
I think
what
you
I
can
was
just get that to be a scooter whenever.
Are
Like,
you
I think that's just part of
suggesting
the
that Impossible Lair is not fantastic?
Oh well, Impossible Lair is fantastic. That game is friggin' phenomenal.
So you agree that Hat in Time is trash?
I like it.
No.
All right, so
It's C tier.
we
This
have
game
finished the
is
poll on Reach. The poll on Reach is done. At 363 votes, it is
What?
363 votes, 58% yes, 263 votes, 42% agree with Raiden. So there you go. That is 58% yes.
okay.
Reach is the best.
Here we go.
Okay, so I feel confident at a B tier then. Like you guys, I can't even talk to you. ODST is so good.
It's
Like the only reason
Get out of this chat. Get out.
it's not in consideration is because it didn't have a multiplayer, and so like Halo 3 is like immediately put above it. But like I love ODST. That is like one of my favorite campaigns. If like it didn't have the Warthog like in the end mission of Halo 3, then it probably would be my favorite campaign.
Can we just ban him?
Everything about that is just terrible.
Yeah, I don't. This is awful.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Right, Raiden, I'll save you. All Halos are bad. There, now you can be mad at me.
Thanks, man.
So next up is Arkham City. Is that
Yeah, this
City?
is an A
I
for me.
played that game for an hour and a half and said I was done.
Arkham City? If it were okay,
I
so
played it twice over.
like
I think it's good. I don't think it's the best. I think it's probably when I played it, I thought it was amazing. But now that I've played the rest of the series, I think it's probably the worst of the three.
That's the thing. I think it is the worst of the three.
It is.
Arkham Asylum.
I thought like they went straight down line. Like Arkham Asylum was the best, then City, then Night.
Okay, so there's this fucking moment. I played them back to back. There's this fucking moment in Arkham City where Batman he'll get tools as he goes through because it's a fucking Metroidvania game. Like it's an open world Metroidvania game. Like, that's just what it is. But there's this fucking like in Arkham City there's these fucking modules things that these screens you can go up to and you have to like hack them to do a thing and play a little mini game. And you can't hack any of them till you get the hack tool, which like okay, fine. But you know how you get the fucking hack tool? You go into the police station and just story-wise you have to now hack one of the things. Now, every time you've gone up to one of these things in the outside of the world, he's like, I don't have the tool for that. I need the municipal codes. He goes into the fucking thing, into the police station, and he now has to go through one of these. And he goes, okay, Alfred, send me the municipal codes. And that's it. That's all he had to do the entire time to access these things. But he wouldn't do it until that point of the story.
Yeah, it's like
I gotta be honest. This did not bother me nearly as much when I played.
The combat was boring.
It shouldn't bother me. Like that should not be what gets me, but that is what ends up fucking getting me about that game.
The combat was boring, and driving the car was pretty lame as well. I'm not gonna lie.
No,
that was nice.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I guess it's fair. I'm talking City, but either way, I don't know. I still didn't like the combat too much. We're gonna. It's like low. So I'd almost put it at a tier.
Surprised you'd say the combat's bad because I feel like that's like the top like tier part of Arkham.
So I played it back to back with in the collections or whatever, and I think when I originally played it, I would have said the combat's good, but playing Night, especially right after it, I think Cities it's more simple. I think Night has a better combat system.
The weird thing about the later games as well, it's just talking about the series as a whole. They expect that you've played the other games before. Whenever I got the one, because I started about halfway into it, I got the one that came out for the PS4 because I got the PS4 bundle for it. And I was like, okay, I'll give this game a try. There was no tutorial for the combat. It was just, hey, don't forget, you can press this to do like a counter. And that's it. You had to just mash buttons until you figured out what anything did.
Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, my goodness. So, Aaron Animates has the Crymore Shark Head, which means that she's the first person to ever do that emote in this channel. It's pretty crazy, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What a special honor.
Yeah, right. I mean, like, you have to... you have to give quite a lot of bits to unlock that. It is like, yeah, no, that's a big deal. Good job.
I had a thing pop up whenever the poll hit, and it said like 63,000 bits from her or something like, or 59,000, something crazy high.
She's given a whole lot of bits over the period of time this stream has been up. So thank you very much for being such a fantastic
thank you.
Fan. So the next one up is Jungle Party, I guess.
I've never in my life heard of this thing.
Like
I don't like the name F tier.
I don't think we actually voted on Arkham City. We just kind of decided.
I'm gonna give it a C.
I think it's probably where it already.
So he's saying B.
To be. Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I said A.
A, and then what's his name? Jeff.
Oh, Arkham. It's like it's a C barely.
Yeah, so B is kind of where it sits.
Okay.
Because you got A, B, and 2 C's, so it'd be like a low B. Yeah. Next up is Jungle Party. No clue what this is. Do we want to make another tier for games literally nobody's heard of?
That might be useful.
Yeah, put him like in the what?
Is this the only game on the entire list that will be games nobody's heard of?
I don't think it's gonna be. I feel like it's probably gonna be something.
I'm looking through it. I think it's the only game on the entire list that nobody's heard of. That's a good one. There we go. Next up then is Modern Warfare 3.
I think this was a pretty solid C. Pretty good campaign.
So that's the thing, right? Campaign-wise, I think Modern Warfare 3 was super solid. Game, like, multiplayer-wise, this was the beginning of the worst, I think, multiplayer experience in Call of Duty. I didn't even
play the multiplayer.
It's really bad.
Like, I told you my Battlefield story, so I went back and played Modern Warfare 3 just to finish off the trilogy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the multiplayer is not very good, if you ask me. I don't think Brody played any Call of Duties, though, right?
I played Black Ops 3 and Black Ops 4, and I like those a lot. I think that Black Ops 3 is the game that Brink, the game I wanted Brink to be.
You're never gonna let this Brink thing go, are you?
Well, I just mean like whenever I talk about Black Ops 3, that's the comparison I make, so it was just apt.
And then what's his face, Jeff? Why am I forgetting your name? Jesus Christ!
I don't know. I'm very offended by that.
I've known you for years. You've invited me to your house, and I can't remember your name on stream. Oh, see, this is.
I'm gonna just ban him.
This is why, man. I'm a bad streamer, and I've been talking to you for what, like 3.5 hours now, and I'm only just now being like, what the fuck is his name again?
There's this guy that I've known for so long. Damn, I just can't remember.
Did you play any of the Call of Duties there, Rando?
If you breathe, it really helps you out in the long run. Feels like a tire losing air.
Yeah, he's about to suffocate in about 20 seconds.
You okay there, big guy? Feeling better?
So did you play any Call of Duties there?
Did I? Yes, I've played quite a few. I've actually got the 2 newest ones when they dropped, and they're okay at best.
Yeah. So what do you think of Modern Warfare 3?
I liked I liked it. Yeah, I liked it. It was a good one. Not great. It was good.
It was a good one.
It was a good one. Not great. Not like we're not talking Modern Warfare 2. It was a good one.
Okay. So I'm happy to give it a C. I think it's a C game.
Yeah, I think it's a C.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Solid C.
So
I mean, it's looking at Red Dead Redemption down there in D. I still don't think that's fair. But
no, this is great. This is a very good visual.
Everything else is right.
Like I love having all of these games and then just Red Dead under them.
It's fitting.
I think it's
very fitting.
Yeah. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, which I think this is the remake, right?
Yeah. This is such a tricky one. This is because if we're doing the original CTR, I'd probably give it a B.
Well, this is the Nitro Fueled, so
yeah. Well, so Beanox did a lot of really cool stuff with this, where they did a full year of community support and just adding new characters and stuff or whatever. But it came at the cost of putting these terrible predatory just microtransaction stuff in what is just I know that games are for everyone, but it is definitely a game that is marketed towards kids, and it's man, and the fact that they didn't it didn't release like that, right? They added all of that shit in a month in after reviews and everything were already out, and that's
100% stealth. Yeah,
it's so shitty.
So I kind of think when we're talking about Nitro Fueled, that is the story, right?
But it's also I don't want to let that necessarily affect my view of the art portion of the game, which is what I want to rate it on.
Yeah, no, I think the fact that it is one of the most predatory, shady, just the sleaziest monetization, and the fact that they purposefully waited until reviews were in before they slid it in there in a stealth update. Specifically, probably, I think, because of Star Wars Galaxy, or not Galaxies.
Battlefront. Yeah, no,
Battlefront
you're absolutely.
That's why they did
that. Yeah, for sure.
So no, it's a fucking scummy game. That might be a solid F for me. The gameplay aside, I think it's pretty shitty.
And, well, the other thing is I have negative stuff I could say about the gameplay anyway, but it's also I love the game, so it's I don't know. It's
but
tricky.
You love the original, don't you?
Well, that's I love the original, but I also this has stuff the original is out. This has crunch, and that alone is enough for me to be yeah, this is the one I'm going to every time I want to play this game. But it's so CTR has like this like secret boost system, like it always did, and Nitrofield actually makes it a little less secret to use, which is pretty cool, because it's just like this like hidden mechanic. But the problem is, like, CTR was a PlayStation 1 game that you would play, like your buddy would come over, and if you were doing like some crazy shit, it's like, haha, funny, like your buddy can't do it. But they added online to this game, so if you go online and one, don't know what like the secret shit is, and two, don't know how to use it properly, like you're never ever gonna win a match, like literally never. And it's like, I don't like necessarily the Mario Kart thing where they like rubber band and they give you like items that like make it like too easy almost to catch up. But like this game, it's like there is such a gap between the skill floor and the skill ceiling that it's like, why this feels wrong for a karting game. Like this, it feels like there should not be that much of a gap available. It's cool for the people that like to play it skilled. It's cool that they have that. But definitely for me, hopping online, it was like, okay, no, I don't want to do this. I'm just going to play against bots.
So how are you going to rate it, buddy?
I think I just got to go with a B.
A B? Wow.
Yeah.
And what are you doing there? Anybody else?
I didn't play it.
I don't even have an opinion on
because
this
I
game.
think
I would put this in the tier if I could.
I think it's an F. I really do, just because of that very, very, very shitty, predatory, sleazy things they did. So, like, I mean, if he's giving it a B, I guess that makes it like a C or a D.
Yeah, so with your F and the B, yeah, it's in between C and D. I mean, I was saying which I feel like that drags it down to at least D or F. What did you say, Jeff? You also...
I've never played it, so I wouldn't know. It looked okay.
I mean, you can put it in D. You won't hurt my feelings.
I'll put it in D.
All right, go. Mass Effect 2.
I didn't play the Mass Effects.
Here's the thing, right? Like, specifically Mass Effect 2. I think you can make an argument that this might be an S tier game.
This is a tricky one.
What did I just do?
Me.
You just pulled up Team Fortress 2 into S tier.
Where did Mass Effect go? How did I swap them? What? Okay.
I think you can make an argument because it still hadn't done the Mass Effect 3 yet, right? So there was still so much hype and so much potential in Mass Effect 2 that, like, as you play it, if you had never played any of these games and you were playing through Mass Effect 1, you'd be like, all right, so this is like an all right strategy RPG kind of thing. It's got a cool story. The Reapers are real bad guys, right? Like, they made the Reapers fucking bad. And then Mass Effect 2 comes along, and it not only improves everything bad about Mass Effect 1, it does take a controversial step in turning it from strategy to action RPG, which, I mean, I think it actually worked out, but, oh, excuse me, there was definitely some controversy about it at the time. But they did that, and then they made everything better. They improved the story, the suicide mission. I mean, like, this is pretty fucking good. And then Mass Effect 3 happened, and they were just like, we hate this because, you know, whatever. Like, Mass Effect 3 destroyed the image of Mass Effect 2. But if we just took Mass Effect 2 on its own, and you'd never played Mass Effect 3, I think you could very easily call this an S tier game.
So everyone I know that has played through the entirety of Mass Effect 2 says that, like, yes, it is like one of their favorite games of all time. I played probably about 10 hours of it back when it came out on PS3 for the first time. And I was really digging, like, the story and, like, the writing, the characters. But, like, I don't know, something about it was just, like, I couldn't get into it. Like, I don't know if it was the gameplay. I'm not sure exactly I don't know if it was, like, Commander Shepard just being fucking boring as hell. But, like, something about it was, like, I mean, I hear FemShep is, like, better, so, like, maybe I should go and play that, like, then maybe it'll be better.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite shop on the Citadel.
Yeah, my buddy quotes that all the time. The collection is coming out? Has come out?
No, it is coming out. Yeah. And I'm kind of excited for it for the simple fact that, like, Mass Effect 1 is a game that's worth playing, but nobody's going to play it today because it's very, very aged. and it didn't age well. Like you go in and you play, and you're like, this is fucking clunky. So I'm excited for that. But like the rest of it, it just feels like I don't know. We'll see. Mass Effect 1 definitely deserves the remaster though. And I think Mass Effect 2 will start to shine again once people, I hope they don't go in and fuck it up. I hope they don't fuck it up. You know,
they're gonna put a little console where you can play Anthem in the game.
Boy, yes, and they're gonna tie the story together with Andromeda.
Well,
that was the good one, right?
Did they announce they're doing a 4? Like a proper 4?
The 4 wasn't Andromeda. No, they didn't.
I thought they did a thing with like Liara or something.
Well,
I could have sworn that they showed they were doing like a proper Mass Effect
4
sequel.
No, that was Andromeda. It would be Mass Effect 5.
No, well, okay, yeah, a 5, yeah, but I mean, they're going back to like those characters.
No, BioWare dropped news that a veteran team is working to bring us Mass Effect 5 after the Mass Effect trilogy. Yeah, okay.
And like they did like a promo. I'm pretty sure it had Liara. I think it had Garrus. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, okay. I remember this now. This came out in whatever the Christmas thing was that they did with Jeff Keighley.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm glad that you're like, oh, Jeff Keighley. Yeah, no, I remember that.
Well, he said Jeff Keighley, and I was like, I only know Jeff Keighley like 2 times a year. So
you remember Jeff Keighley, but you don't remember me. I got you.
Well, it's spelled different.
Yes. Only my brain for one Jeff.
So I would say it's an S tier. What would you say, Jeff?
So my buddy played the hell out of these games. I've seen quite a bit, and I know deep down that they're genuinely good games. I don't have enough on me to base an opinion off it. So if I had to go with what my friend says and with what I know a bit about the game, I would put it in A, not S.
And what would you say, RACROX?
I would give it a C.
Wow, you're such a shitty person. And what about you, Raiden?
Honestly, I'm glad I'm going after him because I was about to say I feel like this is controversial, but I'm gonna give it a B. And now I don't feel nearly as bad.
So we have a C, a B, an A, and an S. So that puts it in between A and B.
We have, on ties like this, put it in the lower category. Like, I think that's what we did with Street Fighter 2. But then I think in some cases we've also bumped it up. Like, we did that.
I guess it all counts on whether or not Mr. RACROX is willing to bump himself up to a B.
I mean, you can put it in A. That's fine.
There you go. We got at least a second A.
I was just like, yeah, it's not S, but I can concede an A.
That's solid A.
So Final Fantasy VII, and this is the original, not the remake.
Oh, the original.
Overhyped is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
If it was the remake, A. If it's the original, D.
D. Wow.
I wouldn't put it D. Man, it's definitely overhyped. It was the really popular one that everybody played growing up. So there's a lot of memories attached to it where people want to put it higher, but that's not what you do. I can't see myself doing that because I've played it and I'm still playing it now on Steam. It's a C for me.
Yeah, I would also say C. What about you, Raiden?
I don't know much about Final Fantasy, so I'll just go along with the flow.
Wow, you just don't know things. You're not much of a gamer.
I know a lot of these. I don't know, like
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2.
Yeah, the series that gets to 12. Those are the ones I don't know.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 might also be an S tier game.
I think that no. 3 is the S tier. 2, I don't think you could have even reverted it. Like, they didn't have combos yet. You couldn't even revert it.
Yeah, maybe. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, because this is the PlayStation version.
I'm not taking it without version. I'm just doing.
No. But like, I'm thinking like it's definitely. I don't know. What about, like? I guess I might be attributing a lot of Thug to it, which I think
exactly. Like, as I say, I'm a Thug man. So
Thug is clearly the best. I don't know.
I think 3 and Thug are kind of on the same level. 4 is like kind of with like.
All right, so A tier then, yeah.
I think it's an A. I think it's an A or a B, honestly. I would say probably B, having played the rest of the Tony Hawks.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I feel... Okay, yeah, you're probably right.
It doesn't start to like you go play back the old ones. They don't feel right until 3, like because you can't do any combos. You can't do it. It's all just vert tricks. There's no lip tricks. There's no like manual tricks. There's no
Did they like modernize it in the remake, or is it like a faithful thing where it's like you don't have any of that?
I think it's
modernized. Yeah,
because I remember like I think people love the 1 and 2 remake.
Yeah, it's modernized a bit. Yeah, I don't know. And then like, let's see, Nami's American Wasteland. It's not. I don't know. American Wasteland's kind of special.
Wasteland.
Yeah, I guess I would probably say I think we're agreeing this is like a BA.
Yeah.
Thug though. Yeah. If it were Thug, man, that'd be a whole different story.
Oh yeah, that's it. Like that would be an S for me.
Yeah.
Watch Dogs. This is a D game for me.
Yeah.
I watched my buddy play the one segment where you jump on a bunch of mushrooms in a drug trip sequence, like in every Ubisoft game, and that's all I know about the game. So I'm just gonna say C.
They took an Assassin's Creed game and made it unfun.
They did. So
they made an Assassin's Creed game.
Hey, I like Assassin's Creed games usually.
Well, no, picture Assassin's Creed, but you don't kill anybody. You just
also you don't parkour.
Yeah, like you take the parkour out of Assassin's Creed, what the fuck is left?
Watch Dogs.
Story.
I guess.
I think that I would give it a C. To
historical locations that are fun.
Because I think the campaign
is
kind of fun.
Like I like AC4. Like I fucking love AC4, and I like AC1, and I've played AC2, and that is my AC.
So picture like Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, maybe. Or maybe like Black Flag without the ship, and then
no, what have you done
without the
ship? So not only is it Black Flag without the ship, but then you don't kill anybody, you only hack things. It's not good. It's a D game.
But they had the Doge billboard,
Yeah, it's bad.
The classic funny Doge billboard.
Yes, of course.
So I'm giving it a C.
Yeah,
I'm giving it a D. I'm giving it a D.
Or were you again, Brody?
I just C because I don't know what else to say about it.
I think that leaves it in D then.
Next up is Uncharted 3: Drake's Deception.
This is the first time that another game in a series has like showed up.
Yeah.
There.
Looks like there's a bunch of Assassin's Creeds coming up.
Out of the ones I've seen my sister play, this one actually wasn't that bad for me. I kind of liked it.
It is regarded as the worst in the series, but not in like a necessarily like a bad way.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people say Fallout 4 is the worst Fallout, but it's still a good game.
Well, I was going to say that like with where we placed Uncharted 4, there's no way this is going higher than a C tier.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? I'm thinking if Uncharted 2 is on this list, then that has to go C, unless that also goes B, and then Uncharted 3 has
You got to stop thinking about what could be on the list. And yes, Uncharted 2 is on the list.
Okay, Uncharted 2's got to be like at least... Uncharted 2 is at least C, if not B, with Uncharted 4, and then Uncharted 3 is D, because it's not as good as 2.
See, you're doing this weird thing where it depends on what you've already done.
Why can't Uncharted 4 and 2 both be B, and then Uncharted 3 be C?
What I mean is, it's just that like Uncharted 2 is such an amazing game, but Uncharted 4 is an even better game.
Yeah,
and,
I think
are you saying there's no room? There's no room in these tiers?
So are we saying it's C or D? I guess it's like where are we putting Uncharted 3?
I'm saying
I don't care. I don't know enough about Uncharted 3. I didn't care about it.
No. So sorry, people are making this thing in the chat. I'll get to that in a second.
You should never read the chat. What are you doing? Foolish.
I like reading chat. Look, it's a habit.
If you talk to them, do you know what happens? They talk to you, and that's just you don't want that.
That's fair. Look, I'll say it like this. Just to try to clear things up as best I can when it comes to the Fallout comparison I made. Fallout 4 is regarded as the worst. Not mind you, for Fallout 76. Fallout 76 is the worst Fallout game. It's just a bad game in general. As far as normal Fallout games go, Fallout 4 is a great game, but it is the worst of a Fallout game.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
That's the general community thing to it.
I think Fallout 4 is definitely the worst of the Bethesdas, other than 76. Yeah, I think that's.
It's a great game. It's just a bad Fallout.
I don't think Fallout 4 is a great game either. I
like it.
I don't think it's good. I think it's not good.
It'd be cool if they added a little more, like a little more people walking around. I know that kind of defeats the purpose of everybody's like nuked, but anyway, we're getting off topic. Sorry.
So Uncharted 3, I guess I'm gonna go with Brody here, and also call it a D.
Cool.
That's fair.
Next up is Metal Gear Rising.
You actually figured that out. I had no clue what that was going to be.
Boy, naming schemes. Thanks.
That is Metal Gear Rising.
This one's tough. It's
so
good. So good.
Is it though?
It's not.
It's so amazing.
Feels kind of okay at times. As far as a Metal Gear goes, I did not like it. That's.
I love it. Like I think it's such a good parody of Metal Gear that it's like that's why I love it. Like it's Etsu Tamari, Kojima's protege, did this with I think Kamiya was on it, but I'm not entirely sure. But it's like, yeah, it's basically, it's supposed to be a parody of MGS, and I think it succeeds in every possible way.
So that's the thing. As a parody, yeah, of course, but they can make a good Metal Gear Solid parody game, which you get Sons of Liberty. It was a good game, but it also had a lot of stupid moments in it that were supposed to be funny and supposed to be memey. That's how you do it. Whenever you look at Rising, you look at it and go, well, this is a parody. Yeah, it's fun. I'm not playing Metal Gear. This is not Metal Gear. It is
not a Metal Gear game.
It's hard to say that game does not have memeable moments when Nano Machine Sun exists.
I can't think of any memorable moment outside of fight the guy who looks normal. It was like the president or some shit, but in all reality, not maybe the president, but he's just like cybernetically enhanced as well.
There's the part where you're facing off against, I think his name is Monsoon, and he just goes, memes. They're the DNA of the soul.
Yeah, let's not.
So what? You want to give it a B? Is that what you're saying, right?
No. Oh, for Ryden, maybe.
He's disappeared, I think. Is he?
No, I'm here.
Is he dead?
I'm here.
My opinion killed.
Oh boy, that is some loud fucking thunder.
But I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it's supposed to storm really bad.
It is storming really bad. So, what would you say?
I'd give it a B.
D.
Ooh. What about you?
I'd almost put it.
God, this is another one I don't know, man. I don't know this game.
Oh, so you don't have an opinion? I see.
Not really.
You're bad at this. You just have all these games you don't know. I think I'd probably put it in the C category, which I think pretty much puts it C for everybody.
Yeah. Oh, that happens. Okay, I was wondering what was going to happen with that.
Next up is Bloodborne, which I think is probably a B game.
Yes.
I would put it at B just because of the way the game functions. It teaches you all the wrong things about a From Software game. Great setting. Horrible way to introduce someone to a From Software game.
This was my first From Software game, and I feel like it has a perfect beginning. I feel like Central Yharnam is one of the greatest opening levels in any video game I've ever played.
It's really nice. The problem is
because of how it teaches you.
Well, that's the thing. The problem with Bloodborne is that it teaches you the wrong things. Bloodborne rewards you for being aggressive. That's the whole point of it. You take damage, you hit back, you heal. That's
why Dark Souls is ass compared to it.
No. Look, so you have the opinions of my sister, and I hate that. Because I
hate my sister. You remind me of her.
They have platinumed Bloodborne 3 times now, and I agree. Bloodborne has great combat. It has really great settings, and the story's pretty solid as well. The problem is that from a From Software perspective of playing, I'm a Souls veteran. I've played all of them to great success. Is that if you try to go into any Dark Souls game outside of Bloodborne, even Sekiro, if you try to play aggressive, you will get your shit knocked in every 5 minutes.
Oh, I fully disagree. I think in Bloodborne, I think From Software literally saw how people played in Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, where it's like all shieldy and not doing anything fun even remotely a little bit. And they were like, okay, we're going to make you have fun in Bloodborne. And then they're like, okay, now we're going to make you have fun. Or no, we're not going to make you have fun in Dark Souls 3, but we're going to give you the option to have fun in Dark Souls 3 by letting you play a fast, rolly dude. And then they were like, in Sekiro, they're like, all right, fuck it. We're just going to make a Legend of Zelda game and play aggressive.
So Dark Souls 3 is called Fashion Souls for a reason. But we'll get to that when we go into the Dark Souls. The point is, it's a great game, and I greatly enjoy Bloodborne. I just, as far from if we're talking from a From Software perspective, because I got to look at the whole thing, it's not that great comparatively. That being said, I would still put Bloodborne at a very solid B, just about an A if it didn't reward you for being aggressive. A game that rewards you for being aggressive is just looking to be speedy.
How about you, Ryden?
You're just gonna hate me again because
I heard you being silent, so I figured this would be another moment.
I was gonna call him out too.
So I
think this one's an exclusive. To be fair,
I'm saying this one's a B for me. Jeff is also saying it's a B.
It's a B.
Yeah, having played Dark Souls, I feel like I have more of an idea of what to expect from Bloodborne.
It's great.
I could say that it is like
one of the best games.
I wouldn't put Dark Souls as an A, I don't think. So I think I'm okay with a B.
I'd put Dark Souls 2 at an A. I'd put Dark Souls 3
I would put Dark Souls 2 as an F tier. Jesus Christ.
No.
Yeah,
we'll get
Dark
to that when we come
Souls
to it.
Pretty fucking terrible, dude. Okay, we will get to it. So that's B, and what was yours, Brody?
S.
So that's that. I mean, that's still a B, regardless.
One of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah.
It is a great game. I'm not denying that. It's just not that great.
Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain.
Oh, this one's tough. It's
actually played this one.
It is such a fantastic game from a gameplay perspective. It's still pretty good from a Metal Gear perspective, and I actually like it. Like the fact that it doesn't have the ending is kind of perfect because of what the game goes for. Like the message behind the game, the Phantom Pain, and then not having the final, like the finale of the game that like makes everything make sense. Like it's so poetic that I'm almost like, did Kojima fucking plan that? Did he purposefully not put episode 51 in that game? Like,
well, the problem is you're trying to make sense of Metal Gear for the starters.
That's always a bad idea. You shouldn't.
So I think the issues with Metal Gear with 5 specifically was, I don't know, I felt like it was confused between like the mission structure and the open world structure.
No. Framinator, this isn't New Jay. New Jay is Dan the Man. We just have 2 J's. Yes. I
would put Metal Gear 5 as I played it and I liked it. I love the combat, I love the mechanics. It's a C. It's a solid C, almost a B. So, but definitely a C.
Yeah, I'd throw it right in there as a C.
I'm happy with it.
I give it a B.
You give it a B? Well, you're just disagreeing with everything. It's a C. We agreed it's a C.
I could see how you might like it enough to be a B, but I just didn't feel that way with it.
Exactly. It was I'd recommend it to people and I'd play it maybe one other time and then it's like, okay, I get it.
It's the kind of thing where I played it the first time when I played it and I was doing, my no kills, no alerts or whatever. It's the kind of thing where it's like I can picture myself going back and just playing with all the fun stuff they give you and not caring, and that could be a lot of fun too. So I feel like there's just a lot of.
I legitimately do not know how your team management or your own mission or any of that works. All I do is I tie a balloon to fucking everybody, and then they just laugh as they fucking go. I love it.
Oh boy, he's playing Metal Gear.
Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy.
S tier?
This is the newer one where I think he talks, right?
No, this is the
Lego Star Wars 2, the original trilogy. But if this is the one he talks, I need to check. No,
it's if it was the one talking, it was like a one. This one is the one where he shows that Anakin.
Yeah, okay. This is the 2006. Yeah, and he shows him absolutely okay. So in that case, yeah, I'm on board with an S tier for this. to be honest. If it were the remakes where they did, I think it was the complete one. Is that what it was? Where they start talking.
They did a complete one where they weren't talking, which is basically just a collection of the first 2 games. But they did a remake, I think, of
where they talk like as soon as they start talking, they lose all of the charm of the Lego games. It's really hard to tell which one's which on these because I don't know. Like you guys on stream can see like how small these are, but we're also looking at the stream to see which one's going up. So it's kind of hard to tell which version of some of these things it is.
I think I can. Does this help? This would not help whatsoever.
That does not help. That makes it so much worse.
Well,
oh my god, it's so much worse.
I've helped.
That is not helping.
You made it much worse. It is now
I'm so helpful.
Please stop.
Okay,
we're gonna have to just ban you. I'm sorry.
However, I will do that on my end since I'm just looking at the game names. Oh my god, that's so much better. Look at how high quality these are. Why did they do this so bad?
Right.
All right. So it is the original trilogy. Okay, cool. Yeah. So that one, I agree. That's an S tier for me.
It's an S tier.
I'm just not into Lego games. I guess I don't know. Like I've played through some of them. I feel like I think I'd give it a C. Honestly, like I don't know what makes it an S.
So we have 3 S's and a C, which I think makes it an A.
Yeah.
I can be happy with that.
Next one up is Shadow of the Colossus.
Man, this is a game.
Shadow the Hedgehog. S tier.
I would love to play.
Why do you keep doing that?
I still haven't played it.
It is a fantastic game. Like I know that it's like it's beating a dead horse.
You got to move Team Fortress 2 back. Was that a B or was it a C? I can't remember.
Team Fortress 2 was at a B.
It was a B. Yeah.
Wasn't it C?
All right.
It was behind BioShock.
All right. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Shadow of the Colossus is genuinely.
So Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah. Would we call it a fucking S tier game though?
No.
I don't know.
It's so close. They needed to add more to the world. It felt good running around, but it was also so fucking
empty. Like a B.
A B? No, it's an A. It's an A.
I think it's a B.
I'd give it an A, but I mean I'm fine with wherever it ends up.
I just put it somewhere where it would be like viewable. I'm not saying it's an S.
I mean, I guess if you wanted to make a tier for next up.
I actually could do that, yeah.
Yeah, you could.
It's yeah, okay.
I mean, I think it's pretty. Yeah, there you go. You're next up, and we'll get rid of that at the end. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's a good game, but it's a B game.
I mean, I'm fine wherever it does end up, but yeah, I'm giving it an A.
So we got an A, a B. What do you got, Ryden?
Jeez. I'm kind of between a B and an A. I'm not sure which one it should get.
It's an A.
I think I'd give it an A, honestly.
3 A's and a B kind of makes it a B, yeah? Or an A.
I think that.
A.
I think
yeah. An A. All right, so next up is XCOM 2, which I think XCOM 2, oh man, right?
I think it's
the original XCOM is like an S for me. But XCOM 2, I think, is an A because I don't really like the timed stuff that they did with the mutation pink things, whatever they were. I can't remember what it was. I don't know what you'd call it. I don't remember what they were. But you have to like. There's these timed things in the missions that you have to do, and so I didn't enjoy those very much, and I felt like they pulled it back a little bit. So like in my memory, XCOM 2 is a little bit lower than XCOM. So it's more of an A for me.
I don't like having a 92% chance to hit something very easily hittable and then missing 3 times.
Well, then you just don't understand statistics. Like, you know? Framinator brings up the modability of XCOM 2. And yeah, I mean, you know, that's a super, super cool thing. XCOM 2 is a great game, but I think it's an A game for me. I don't think it's S tier.
I've never played it. I would have to judge it based on Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, which is a great game, but I don't think that's fair to XCOM.
I mean, you know, it's the same genre, but it's not the same game.
No, I like how that game has 50% chance, and that's it. It's either 0, 50, or 100.
Yeah, well, they did that, you know.
I'll happily put it at a B.
Yeah, I think it would be very difficult for me to have any turn-based strategy game like.
Well, I love turn-based strategy games, especially games like XCOM. First XCOM was amazing, but XCOM 2, just in general XCOM like 2 specifically, it's an A.
Yeah, no, like I also agree that it's lower than the original XCOM.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm saying C with it.
C.
Ooh.
All right, so we got 2 A's, a C, and what was yours, Brody?
I mean, I really don't. I guess.
Give it a score, Brody.
I guess a C.
What the fuck is wrong with you? So that makes it a B.
That's no.
Which this feels wrong to me. I just want you to know.
It is wrong.
It is
like
wrong.
You put it on the same level as Fallout New Vegas and Massive. Yeah, I can't say.
I mean,
I
can give it a D if you want.
You know what?
I mean,
You know what? Having Bloodborne next to XCOM though, it makes a lot of sense to me.
I don't like this anymore. XCOM is a D now. XCOM is a D now.
No, it's already on there. We're leaving it.
Next up is Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which I think is the last good Assassin's Creed.
No, I
AC4, man. AC4 rocks.
Here's the thing,
Okay.
right? When we're talking like after Brotherhood, you had Assassin's Creed 3, and then you had Liberation, and you Assassin's Creed
Liberation's a PSP game.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, like like that's what happened, right? So we had 3, then Liberation, then
the best one, 4.
No, that
yeah, I would say you had 3, 4, and then like Unity.
No, wasn't there more of these little fucking spin-offs in the middle of it?
I wouldn't count those. They're 2D side scrollers.
Yeah, they're like Mark of the Ninja,
like China
ripoff.
and all that kind of. Yeah. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is the last of the original, I guess, Assassin's Creeds.
The Brotherhood was the last time they tried to make a different game.
Yeah,
that was just like the same.
This is the game that made me stop liking Assassin's Creed.
Really?
Yeah. Because this is the moment that I realized that nothing. They were just remaking the same game.
Well, that's kind of
every year, and just
I get what you're saying because I played through. I got 2 and Brotherhood on the same day because I got them both for Christmas on whatever year Brotherhood came out, and I played through all of 2, except for the ending because I didn't want to do the Triforce hunt. They make you do I can't remember what it's called in the game, but they basically just make you do the Triforce hunt from Wind Waker. I didn't want to do it, so I just looked up the cutscene, and then I was like, okay, all right, I'm done with that. Time to play Brotherhood. And I played Brotherhood for 5 minutes, and it was the same thing. And I was like, I'm tired of this, and I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, it's really exhausting, and I describe
it is Assassin's Creed 2, but the horses can now go in the cities. That is basically
pretty much. Yeah, like when I describe this, I describe that feeling of loading up an Assassin's Creed game, right? And anybody who's done it where you're like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, that just instant feeling of exhaustion, where you look at the map, right? And you look at the stuff to do and you go, oh, I don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. That's what Brotherhood is to me. It's the embodiment of that. And I'm sure that if Brotherhood was the only one you'd picked up, you'd be like, oh man, it's great, right? But because of that, for me, it's like a C or a D.
I've heard most people that like the game end up liking like the story or whatever. And
I've heard that the story is that bad. It's just very, for me, it's the story of exhaustion. You know,
yeah, I think it's basically just better AC2. But if you've played AC2, you've played it. So
yeah, I would say that's fair. Yeah.
And one of the things that I really didn't like about it, that I think nobody would possibly complain about, but I really liked the overworld map. Like in Assassin's Creed 1, every single like city that you could go to was connected by an overworld that you would travel through by horse.
Yeah, you would drive essentially to Acre or to Jerusalem or whatever. Yeah.
2 removed that, but still had like you traveling your horse between regions. So like regions were connected, but like it was generally like either a set piece through mission that you would go to a different region, and then it would just be fast travel from then on, or like whatever. So there were still. So then instead of having the horses be useless, there's like, I guess you can bring them into the city now. But I really liked the connecting overworld part of it. I think that it kind of really made the setting work really well, and I was disappointed to just be stuck in, you're only in Rome. Like, sure, the city's deeper, sure, it's bigger, but like, I don't know, you're just kind of stuck there.
Yeah, I dig that, man. I dig what you mean. So I would say it's a C, just because for me that it's a good game, but I mean, like it is, as Brody said, it's Assassin's Creed 2, but better. And if you played it, you've played it, man. Like you get nothing out of playing the Brotherhood after 2. I don't think.
I think my only problem with C tier is that I'd probably also place Assassin's Creed 2 in there. Like I don't think
that's fair. That's fair. I mean,
I think I agree with C tier.
Next up is Grand Theft Auto 4, which is so much better than Grand Theft Auto 5. It's not even fucking funny.
Yeah.
You guys aren't going to like me on this.
That's fine, but this is an S tier game for me. Boy, did they do this well. Everything about it was good. Even fucking, like, the cousin calling you on the phone being just naturally annoying. Like, it was so good. This game is so much better than Grand Theft Auto 5.
So I can get with it being an A tier. I think S is too much for me.
Here's the thing. I'd give GTA 5 a C. I'd give GTA 4 an F.
Wow. Did you play it, or were you like in a corner or something?
I picked it up. I played it way later than everyone else did. Like I picked it up like way later for like $20 used or whatever. And I was like, oh, I can finally find out what GTA is all about. I hear a lot of people like this, and I played it, and it was like, I don't I don't like this. This doesn't feel. Maybe it's because I had played Saints Row, and that game just feels looser and just nicer to just like move around and just play. But it was just like, yeah, I would rather just be playing Saints Row.
Yeah,
I think there's something about when like it's my first Grand Theft Auto, so I think I may rate it unfairly high because I haven't played like San Andreas first.
I don't think it's unfairly high. I think this is really.
It was my first GTA as well.
I think it's better than Grand Theft Auto 3 by miles, just miles and miles.
I think there's something about Grand Theft Auto that the first one you play is probably going to be the best experience you're going to have in
it. I mean, I liked 5 more than 4. I didn't like 5 all like that much, but I did like it more than 4.
I don't think 5 is a good game. I think 5 is a perfectly good game. The story, the problem is online takes over, right? Like everybody thinks of GTA 5 as online now, and I think that we need to separate that because, God damn it, Take-Two separates it. Grand Theft Auto Online is not Grand Theft Auto 5, and Grand Theft Auto 5, it's the story of the 3 guys, whatever, Trevor, and like that story and that gameplay is fine. I would say that's probably a B game to me, Grand Theft Auto 5. But Grand Theft Auto 4 is just so good. They managed to really nail. It reminds me a little bit of Mafia. It is just this incredibly good game. Yeah. So I'm happy saying that's an S for me. That's my vote.
I gotta give it an F.
Oh, yeah, D.
Wow, I'm giving it an A, but I mean that's not going to help very much.
Gives it a C. That just like straight up narrows it into C. If we get an F,
sorry,
an S and an A. Like it's a C.
This is gonna be great when it goes up.
Like we could, if you were to raise your A to an S, we could at least make it a B.
He's not going to do it.
Silence.
He's not going to do
it. Solid 3.
Wow. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater.
Most people consider this the best MGS. I like it. Like I fucking love this game. I do not think it is as good as people say. I would give it a B.
You know what? A B. Yeah. I like no, C. Never mind. It's C. It's good.
Everyone loves it, and I'm like, man, MGS 1 and 4, man, that's where it's at.
Sons of Liberty was.
I think I'm B tier with this one.
I think I'm also B tier with Snake Eater, and I don't have anything else to say about it.
B. I mean, it's a fantastic game. Like, it's got the ladder scene. It's got the fight with what's his name?
I want to say the Ancient. But it's not.
Does it make it
the Soro? Like that's really good. I think the votes. I think it was 3 B's and a C.
Oh, okay.
Then yeah, it's a B. Yeah, we got it on B. Assassin's Creed Black Flag.
S.
Yeah, no, this is like a pretty hard.
It's an A.
It's a C.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I was done with fucking Assassin's Creed at this point. I'm done with it.
So I basically skipped Brotherhood because, like I said, I turned it off like 5 minutes into playing, and I didn't buy Revelations or 3. So it had been a while since I played, and that's why I think I was able to like it the way I did. But I love Black Flag.
I played Black Flag for a couple of hours, and every single time I touched land, I got just so bored, and I stopped wanting to be there. And yeah, being on the boat is cool, but you know, that's just like one part of the game.
But you don't like.
Well, I actually thought there wasn't enough land.
Chops chasing a fucking music. Like,
yes, yeah. The sea shanties alone, like. No game will ever have as good a radio system as Assassin's Creed 4 sea shanties. Like,
I think you totally misheard what I said. I'm talking about the collectathon where you did chase the music note as it flew throughout the city.
Oh yeah, no, the whole experience is good. Where you,
Dude,
yeah,
you're saying that's good?
Yes,
it's
I love
horrible. That. No, it's terrible.
It's a collectible that flies away from you.
Yeah, you gotta chase it.
No, that's not good. What's wrong with you, Brody?
It's a game about moving.
No,
stuff.
It's terrible.
And you give it a challenge where you have to move across stuff.
Finally reached a point where they couldn't make enough collectibles to like just make this busy work enough for you that they have to.
It's like the coolest collectible. You get a whole song out of it.
No, it's not cool. Why are you suddenly turning into a chipmunk?
I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm with him on this one.
So we have an S. I'm saying C. We had 2 C's in S. What were you, Jeff? You said
it's an A for me.
You're an A?
Yeah.
I think that puts
an
it in
S
B.
and an A and 2 C's makes it.
I think that's a B.
That's a B. But even then, like my C to I guess it is. It's a B. Smite.
C for shanties is where it should go.
I like Smite. It's definitely fallen off.
I think Smite, because Smite's still free to play, right? So like,
oh yeah,
Smite's another one of those that's like, it's a solid game if you like it.
They do a lot of really cool crossovers. Like they did a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one that was really awesome.
It's a solid game if you like it.
Yeah, I would put it.
It's such a shitty review, I know, but like if you're into like the third person MOBAs type stuff, like it's a good game if you like it.
I like it enough to put it in a comfortable C tier.
Yeah, I'd give it's a C. It's such a good C. Like it for some people this is an S game and they'd fucking love it, and I'd be like, I understand why you love it. You know, I don't think anybody can really hate it because it's like it's well done. It's very well done, but it's just average as fuck. It's so average for me. You know, like C for me. Right. Brody probably thinks it's garbage because it's a MOBA.
My buddy played this. I guess I can give it a D for him.
So what do you think, Raiden?
I'm okay with C. Because like it's not better than Dota. It's not like worse than Red Dead Redemption 2. You know?
Yeah, it's right in the middle. We might need to break out like if we have enough time, we might need to break out our C. If
like a C minus to a C+.
Yeah, we started this thinking we weren't going to get a lot of C's, and now it's all C's.
Yeah, I really didn't expect for you guys to constantly be like, no, that good game is trash.
Well, Doom's up next.
Doom 2016 is a very solid A game, maybe close to S for me.
It is a great game that I just cannot bring myself to play, not because it feels bad to play, but because it's like I can only play that game for like 20 minutes at a time. It is so involved. Like I get fatigued. Like literally because fatigued playing it.
Well, so are you talking like Doom Eternal?
No, like the 2016.
Doom 2016. Yeah, so like 2016, man, it gets your heart pumping, you feel good. Yes.
Yeah, like it's good. I just like I can't like literally like I it was one of the first games I played when I built my PC just to like see how if graphics were good. And I was like, oh, okay, I'll buy Doom. And I'm playing. I'm like, this game is really good. I'm too tired to play it.
So it's so good that
it
exhausts you, and that's why it's a. What were you saying? What?
I would give it a B.
You'd give it a B because it's so good it exhausts.
That laugh is
oh
so
my
great.
God, man! Like, what kind of argument is this?
it's A. It's an A game.
Oh man, what even? I love it. It's so good. It's so great. It makes everything better. I'll give it a B. Oh man, no, like 2016, dude. Such a good game. Such a good game. What about you, Raiden?
Honestly, personally, for me, like Doom isn't the aesthetic I'm into. Like the heavy metal demons is like I'm not against it, but it's not like my setting. So I think like obviously like you're getting into it for the gameplay and that, which is the high action. Like you don't really like get that level of like pushing you forward during an FPS. Generally, it's like trying to slow you down. So I definitely appreciate that, but I put it more on like a B tier.
Yeah, the combat pushing you forward. The what do they call it? I think they called it push forward combat. In fact,
yeah.
Just man, like constantly keeping you moving. I thought it was fantastic, just simply fantastic. So I have an S. You've got an A.
Yep.
You've got an A as well.
Yeah, so that's an A.
And then I don't know what you said. B.
I said
B. I said B.
We're never going to get an S tier out of this, guys.
I think we could. We just have to agree on it.
I think it's going to be the thing where we have to like go back and look at our A's at the end and be like, what of these can we elevate?
I can see an S tier on the list. It's going to be highly contradictory to what everybody thinks.
Well, then it's not an S tier. Like there's a. Also, thank you very much for the raid. Until further notice. Let's see what's up next. We got Borderlands 2, which is the best Borderlands.
This is so tough.
This is not tough for me. I don't like Borderlands.
It's the best Borderlands.
If there's no other Borderlands on this list, I gotta give it the S. If there's literally any other Borderlands on this list, I gotta give it an F. Like, it's just...
Why is this part of your ranking system?
Yeah, I don't understand, man. Just give it a... Like, if it's an F...
No, you don't understand. It's so... The gameplay is so good. I love it. I love Borderlands to death. The writing in 2 is...
The comedy is there. I'll give it a D.
The comedy is there. The comedy is not there. That's the one thing that isn't there.
Like we're both mad at you for different reasons.
That's the joke. That's the joke.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I should have made it apparent that I was making a Borderlands 2 style joke there. Yeah. No. It's
okay. That's good.
Yeah. God damn. I didn't have to explain the joke, but I guess I did. Simpletons. I swear. Yeah. It's D.
What I am throwing things now.
I don't like looter shooters. I don't like.
I have not gotten into like any looter shooters, but like Borderlands, I got into. Borderlands was like one of the first-person games and first RPGs I ever got into.
Well, that's why. It's because it was the first.
Yeah, and it's like I don't think that anyone has been able to capture that lightning in a bottle except for Gearbox, like over and over again.
Dude, I super don't understand not thinking it's fantastic. Yeah, like Borderlands 2 is really good.
Like, for me, I don't experience Borderlands 2, or the way I played Borderlands 2 was like
I experience Borderlands.
I didn't think of it like a looter shooter, so I'm not comparing it to like Anthem, The Division, or blah blah blah.
It is the looter shooter.
That's true.
I thought
Redcard's got the right idea.
As Redcard is saying, can you think of a single villain that's more S tier than Handsome Jack? Give me a break.
Oh, this is so okay. Handsome Jack gets better as the series goes on after he's dead. Like
he doesn't get any better, and like if you're saying, he's better because of the Telltale games, like So they give him actual, writing in pre-sequel, and he becomes like a character that you're like, oh, I see how you got here, and I actually kind of feel shitty that like I know like you're kind of crazy, and you probably would have gone insane anyway, but it's also shitty that like Lilith and Moxie and Roland did this shit to you, and like it's kind of, I see where you're coming from, and then in Borderlands 3 you even get some more like backstory with like him and Angel and stuff. And the Telltale games is weird because it's like an AI version of him, but it's still like sort of characterized as Jack, but it is a different character. It's a whole thing. But anyway, yes, Jack is great, but not because of Borderlands 2. I fucking despise Jack in Borderlands 2, and not in like the good way where it's like I love to hate him. I just fucking hate him. I super disagree. I think Borderlands 2 is like right up there. It's S or A tier for me, man. But
what a shame.
Okay, so let's vote. I'm going to give it an A.
D.
I'm giving it a tentative A. I can't.
It was one of the better Borderlands.
I can't hear you, Ryan. You're
deny.
very quiet suddenly.
It's just a D.
Oh shit, am I really? I shouldn't.
No, you sound like you like knocked your mic over and it's like inside of your soda underneath your blanket.
I'll bring it under. Okay, I didn't have a joke lined up. I thought I could come up with one, but it's not there.
You didn't come up with one.
I had to explain my jokes, so I don't feel bad.
So how would you vote for Borderlands 2?
Yeah, sorry, I said A as well.
So
I think it's like it's one of the it's the perfect split screen game. I was gonna say because like it's just one of the things.
I would disagree there.
When it comes over, you're looking through your Steam library, like what the hell can we play? Pick up a second controller, like it literally just works.
So
trying to navigate the UI and Borderlands split screen is
that puts
Todd,
it in
Todd Howard
B.
confirmed for Borderlands 2.
And puts it right into B. So next up is Final Fantasy 15.
God, as a long-time Final Fantasy fan, I cannot say this is it's a great game for beginners. They really at the start of the game when they say a game for newcomer or like fans of the series and for newcomers, they really drive home the newcomer part. Beautiful game, beautiful soundtrack, great writing to an extent. It really falls off near the end there. It's good, but they really drive home the new too much. No, it's not. It's like I would recommend it for new people. That's about it. It's a C. No, it's a B. It's a B, but just barely a B.
So with the exception of like the 20 minutes I played of Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 15 was like my first Final Fantasy game, and yeah, like I think that like what happened with me though is I only got to like the chapter 4 or 5 because I did the first 3 chapters. Yeah, well, I did the first 3 chapters in that small little kind of open world area they give you, and I was like really digging it, really vibing with it. And then they like opened up like the bigger world, and I think I just got like major choice paralysis because I was just like, I don't want to play this game.
That's what it makes you feel like. It makes you feel like you have a choice on what you want to do because it's like, oh, I can go check out this dungeon, or oh, I can go do this hunt, or I can go fishing. Congrats, those are the 3 things you choose from, and you run out of dungeons so goddamn fast. They had to add more through crossover events. Like, they have a whole separate game that's even more linear. The game says once you get to, what, chapter 5? Whenever you leave the starting island and go to Altissia, then it is just the most linear piece of crap you've ever seen, because now you're in Italy, what's supposed to be Italy. You go there, you do the thing, you come back, the game thrusts you into another linear bit. You don't get to do the open world ever again until right at the end of the game. It's not great. It was better. They give you this open world and say, don't explore it. There's nothing to reward you for exploring it. Go here, move on.
Yeah, I would give it a.
It's a B.
Yeah, I'd probably give it a B.
It's barely a B, but it's a B.
Gladiolus is the only good part of that game. I give it a C.
Gladiolus is great. I like Prompto.
Why the fuck do you keep calling Gladio? It's Gladio. The Olus is silent. This is Gladio.
The Olus is silent.
If you have 15 sequels in your game series, then I was never going to play it in the first place.
Joke's on you. That's actually like, what, the 27th game?
Yeah. I mean, there's 3 Final Fantasy 13s alone.
God.
Yeah. No, so usually whenever you're going...
that is unlucky.
Well, so fun. And was it Lightning Returns is just a reskinned... What was it? It's like reskinned Ocarina of Time, isn't it? Or no, what was the one? No, it's a reskinned Majora's Mask. You literally just reset after like 3 days.
So what are you saying there, Raiden?
I'll go with the B. I think that's what people were saying, right?
I said C, so it's up to
Oops.
you.
Well, too late.
If it lands in B or C, I won't be disappointed.
It's a B.
Yeah, B or C is right for it. So.
Well, what is the tabulation here? I said B.
It's 3 B's in C.
Yeah. Next up is Watch Dogs 2, which is a C for me. It is better than Watch Dogs the original by quite a lot. It's a lot better.
Can't you fuck with people's like pacemakers in that thing? Like, can't you hack their thing in their chest and just make them have heart attacks?
I think you can one or two different people. It's a lot better for me than Watch Dogs, but it's still not.
Actually, you could do that. That was technically that's like a spoiler in the original Watch Dogs, but that's a mission.
Oh, I don't know. I just see my buddy do it and I laughed watching a guy just like squirm. Anyway, yeah. No, it's a C tier. I would agree C tier. Better than the first. but it's still not great. They took an Assassin's Creed game and made it fun.
Whatever we gave the original Watch
Unable
Dogs
to play
is what I
it
give
without
this.
like laptop overheating and shutting down. Like I couldn't get through the first 30 seconds of the menu screen.
They were hacking you.
So yeah, it's clearly.
Yeah, I think it's a C.
I'll put it where I rated the last Watch Dogs.
Oh, if we have to entertain our guests here temporarily.
Quick, what games does M11 hate that we can just assign right now without him looking?
Can we just
Let's go.
put?
Oh, here we got a Doom. This is clearly F tier for me.
No.
Yeah,
No,
put it right in there.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, put that in F. Yeah, put that like. Oh yeah, it's perfect. No, make it like an F minus tier or something. Yeah, make it like an extra tier.
Make a second tier. That's even worse. Yeah.
Below
Just, put it like, just call it absolute dog shit or something. Be quick. Seriously, you better be quick.
Hello.
Hi.
Howdy.
Hey, how's it going?
So Doom, why did you put it in mistakes? We need to talk a little bit about how 1993's Doom is the most influential game ever made. And you're absolutely
there's this whole video on it that someone made, and the video was just wrong.
No, actually, it looks like Dark Souls 2 is next. Or Dark Souls 3, sorry.
Yeah, it's going back to Dark Souls 3. So...
We're going to talk about this, by the way.
No,
so
Dark Souls
you
3...
pulled up Doom. We're talking about Doom, okay?
No.
We've already rated it.
This is our show, not your show.
You stepped out. We've already rated Doom.
Yeah,
We're past
dog
you're
had
done.
to pee. How dare you?
Anyway,
I see.
So here's the deal with Dark Souls 3, right?
No, we're talking about Doom. So, Doom 1993 is the most influential game in history. All right, there is. I made a whole video about it. It is absolutely the most influential game. Boy, oh boy, and it's still completely playable today. It is very good.
It's no Quake.
Now that being said, I would still not say it's an S tier game to play. It's just incredibly influential. I would say if you're going to play it today, you're looking at like maybe a B.
It's more like a D.
That's so wrong. Have you played it?
I have. I think it's actually an A, not a B. We're messing with you.
Yeah, like it's an A or a B game. Very, very solidly.
It's an A. I will happily stand by that it's an A.
I don't know. It seems like you guys are disagreeing on there. Well, so
I don't disagree with you. I think that it is. I mean, unfortunately, it's just so old that, like, yes, it's obviously very residential. Obviously, like, it was like the greatest game when it came out. But I don't think that
the internet.
I don't think
broke the internet.
But it is old enough now that I think that if you went to go back and play it, you couldn't compare it to a B tier game.
I think you could. I really do. I think you can play it again today. People still do. They play Brutal Doom still today. It is. It holds up well.
The community is really alive and well.
It holds up well.
Making maps.
Once we start getting into games from before I was alive, it's just like I don't even know. I have no opinion.
It's fine.
Like,
you're just wrong.
There's a handful of SNES games I've played, and that's my entire experience from everything pre PS1.
Then you should just listen to your betters and admit that Doom 1993.
I'm gonna go with D tier because everyone knows the real FPS is Disruptor from Insomniac.
Yeah, you fucking Disruptor. Oh no. No.
I'm saying C, but like this is consistent because this is where I put Half-Life as well. I said Half-Life was a C because just it's not like the influential didn't like take into consideration.
I think if you play it today, it's a B game. I really do. I think it is an S tier game in 1993 for sure. But it's a B game today. So you can get rid of that mistakes thing that you fucking put in there.
Oh no, I think that stays.
Can we duplicate it? Can we just make
You're such a horrible human being.
Yeah, no, okay. So wait,
just alt click and
so I said C. I heard a D. I got a B and an A. Was that what it was? Does that actually make it a C then?
I feel like it was 2 B's, a D, and a C.
It was an A, a B, a C from you, and then what was you? I don't remember what Brody said because he was He was talking with.
I said a D.
Well,
No, it's an
one. Yeah, so you're wrong. Yeah.
A. You are. No, he is wrong. It's an A.
Yep.
Okay, I gotta put it in B. I think it can go in B.
Okay. So next up was Dark Souls 3, which you have all the way at the top.
It is.
So again, I'll put this in there. Much like the way Fallout 4 is, Dark Souls 3, known in the community, not even as Dark Souls 3, it's called Fashion Souls. They have stats that aren't even enabled, they say are working, that are clearly not, looking at you poise. They were like, what if we just took all the cool armors and all the cool cosplay sets from all the different games and just threw them into this one? The players will love it. And people did, but the thing is that you could run around completely bare bones or have some crazy OP, ridiculous, Habble busted armor, and the difference in the damage you take is going to be so minor that, like, you're going to dodge it anyway, or you're not going to care. It's pointless. They have the most annoying swamp level in Fair and Keep.
I love that level.
Get out of this chat right now.
I love shit that's annoying. I really do.
You don't.
I'm honestly with you on that.
You're a masochist. Get out of this chat. Anyway,
well, that's well established.
The lore is really great. I love the throwbacks. I do, as much as I also hate that there's so many. It's just not. It's a good Dark Souls game. It's just not that good of a Dark Souls game.
In terms of the FromSoft games I've played, it's probably my least favorite, but I've only played Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Dark Souls 3.
It's my least favorite Dark Souls, but I still enjoy it. I'm not saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying there's a lot more throwback to the veterans and a lot less like good things. The weapon arts are cool.
I thought it was really cool how like you could tell they used what they learned in Bloodborne, and like they didn't make it Bloodborne, but you could tell that they like learned stuff about what they wanted to do.
Yes, I agree with that statement. Yes, I would put if I were to grade Dark Souls 3, I would highly recommend it to anybody. I wouldn't put it at an A though. It's nowhere near like Fallout or Doom or anything. It's a very good B, almost an A tier. I think the A tier spot would go to Dark Souls 2 instead.
I would say yeah, because I mean Bloodborne's an S for me, then A would be Sekiro, so I got to give it B for Dark Souls 3.
B, yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing I really appreciate about Dark Souls 3. Oh, you go ahead, Marty.
I think it's a C.
You think it's a C?
I
don't think that's fair. I think so. I really appreciate from Dark Souls.
I didn't think it was fair when you said it about anything I liked. So fuck you. Like, what is that? Well, I don't think that's fair. It is fair. It's my goddamn opinion.
Em's not good at Dark Souls is the problem. He can't get past the tutorial, so.
Oh. My buddy accidentally beat the wolf at the end of Bloodborne like with his bare hands, and he literally messages us. He's like, "When do I get weapons?"
Oh yeah, no, I do that too.
You're supposed to die.
I did that too. I got all the way to the first boss, and then I was like, "Well, I'm dead now." But
well, in that case, like I could maybe understand why you don't like the first area of the game.
Yeah, no, I crushed it, but then again, Souls veteran, so I was kind of like, "Oh, okay." Well,
it took me 8 hours to get past Central Yard.
What is wrong with you?
What?
I like how the chat is now referring to Jeff as Bird.
Yeah, we'll get to Dark Souls 2 when it pops up.
It will be coming up here soon. Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, the thing I really appreciated in Dark Souls 3 was the summoning. I think like they really improved. Like you could actually just play through them co-op now, and with the remastered, they like brought the 3 multiplayer to 1, so you could like basically like if you want to play Dark Souls with like up to 4 friends, like you literally can, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. So I got it a C.
I think it's a pretty good B.
It's a very good B.
Yeah, I think so.
If they would have focused more on the gameplay outside of like the weapon arts, which were cool, and they would have done more with the game, the lore was great.
I gotta apologize. I'm trying to turn this microphone so that it's not pointed directly at the blindingly loud thunder outside.
I don't even hear
it.
Hopefully,
I haven't been hearing
I can guarantee you that the chat has heard it. So I'm trying to keep it out of the noise. There's just like
his voice gets compressed for us that it doesn't for chat because he's streaming.
Yes. So there's an actual torrent outside. Noah he called his friends and like they're doing a thing. I don't know.
Was that a Bible joke?
Was that a what?
A Bible joke?
That was a Bible joke.
Like, it almost didn't register because it was just so, you said it so nonchalantly. I was like, was that supposed to land?
Well, I thought you were talking about the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
See, it hits on multiple levels.
Oh, I'm sure.
All right, so next we got Dark Souls.
The original Dark Souls. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think with this you're like starting it right up there. Maybe it is S or A tier, right? Like
Yeah.
So, okay, yes and no. I would put it it's better than Dark Souls 3 agreeably. I would put it at an A. The only thing that keeps it from me from putting it at an S tier is that to make the game playable on PC was that you had to download a mod before they included the mod in the base download of the game to have better frame rates, better load times, and everything else.
Isn't the mod actually better than like the remaster?
No, the remaster it comes with the mod. Just like whenever the game updated, it has the mod as part of it. Over the original Dark Souls, if you had it for console, which I arguably didn't, so I can't say anything negative about it or good about it on that regards. I only have what I've done for PC. However, pushing all that aside, it's a great game with a beautiful story. Highly recommended to anybody. And out of all the Dark Souls, outside of Demon Souls, which I'm specifically talking Dark Souls, not Demon Souls. Out of all the Dark Souls, it is the most difficult, and it's probably one of the most punishing. And I love that personally. So I would give it a solid A. I would put it above 3, but just barely above the 3 into the A tier. It's like a low A.
From what I have played of it, I would give it a D.
Ooh, no.
I feel like I'm with you. I couldn't give it an S, and the reason I can't give it an S is because I think like it inseparable from the like punishing gameplay, which I don't have a problem with the fact that it is hard and punishing.
I don't know,
but I think
it's hard.
I think thrown in with that is a lack of information and bad game design that gets excused as, oh, it's just meant to be challenging. And so one example I'll give of that is like the Estus reinforcement flasks.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the description for it, it says to drink it. You do drink it, and because you didn't give it to that one fire kindling lady, you have permanently lost an upgrade to your Estus.
Yeah, it's so...
And like stuff like that where it's just like... Or stuff like where hidden areas that you can only get from... I can't remember what they're called, but the things that other players have left behind, the bloodstains or whatever.
From Software is notoriously good at at wanting to get you to read between the lines and throwing misdirection at you. And that's part of their charm, and that's something I really like. I like a game that says, you can do this, but it makes you think, but what if I don't? What if I can use this at another time or elsewhere? It takes the old elements that you learned in RPGs to hold on to the better items, Mega Potions, X Potions, until you really need them, and force it to go, well, now this is kind of the moment where I can use it, but there's a time here. I'll use it here, and this unlocks something cool because I was diligent and I played better, so I didn't have to use it.
Well, okay, here is another example, actually, that where I got really fucked in Dark Souls 1. Was I was doing the area, I can't remember who, but the fucking golem frog guys cursed me, right? So when you're cursed in Dark Souls 1, basically you've lost half your health, and you have to go and get your curse lifted. Mm-hmm. And what happens is when you get cursed, it gives you a cutscene saying there is a guy in, I can't remember any of the names, but we're near the 4 night skies. Jeez. Yep. But yeah, the area that's flooded that you have to then like remove all the flooding area. Basically, you have to go through that entire area and beat that to go talk to this one person who will give you a cure. Where it turns out another merchant can just sell it to you. I've already unlocked him, and I could go talk to him, and he would give me a cure. But the game never told me that, so I didn't know it, and so I was just doing the one path that was like really, really tough. And I eventually did beat it and got through it. And like if that was the only way to get the cure, I would have felt very rewarded. But the fact that there was just another easier path, and I went the hard one because that's when it told me to, it just made me feel like, oh, like I just wasted my time, you know, which isn't the feeling I think you want to get out of it. You want
the only thing I can say to that is get good.
Well, I did get good. I did the path that it took getting good to do, and the answer was, why did you put so much effort? You should have just bought it from that merchant right there.
Well, so I think the answer I would just be like, didn't you enjoy the time you were playing the game?
What are your votes?
A, very good A tier game.
I'd give it a B or maybe, yeah, I mean, I guess a B.
And then Proteus gonna try to get down to D tier. Where's it going?
Give it a D.
All right, so
I just
that
don't like how
pulls it into
slow
B
it
then.
plays.
Shadow of War. This is the sequel to Shadow of Mordor.
I didn't play Shadow of War. Or
Yeah,
Mordor.
F tier for me.
Yeah, yeah. This almost feels like an game.
So Shadow of War is not nearly as good as Shadow of Mordor. I mean, it's okay. It's like a C or a D for me. Yeah.
From what I've seen, it seems okay. I like games that are kind of in that field of going into a battlefield, killing everything, and subduing stuff for opponents and having cool, epic fights. That's awesome. That's why some of the fights I liked in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, that you do that little war and little battles. It felt like that, and it's nice. I like the what is it? Not devalue. You can disgrace. I like the disgrace feature to it. So, from what I've seen and what I can acknowledge, that is pretty decent with it. I would put it at like a C tier. It's something that like I'd recommend people try, but that's about it.
Yeah, it's a C or a D for me.
See if it's for you. If it is, put it up at a B. If it's not, put it at a D.
It's an F. It's an F.
Why do you hate it?
Because it was the only game where I was almost tricked, and basically, you know how I feel about microtransactions. But generally, I just avoid the games. And then when I feel like I'm almost tricked into getting a game, like I played the previous game, it was fun. I was like interested in this game, and then I found out about it, and it was like it's just instant, like, oh fuck no.
So you're mad that it's Smeckledorfed you?
Well, they've Smeckledorfed many ways. Like, there's the patent on the Nemesis system. There's like
that sucks. I fucking hate that.
Things. It's just like fuck you guys. Like no.
Yeah,
F tier.
That super fucking sucks. They did that. I really hate that.
So we have 2 C's, an F, and Brody.
I don't know, like a D.
that puts it as a D.
I lost it. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is.
Next up is going to be Need for Speed.
I'm gonna queue a bunch of these up because it's really getting annoying.
I like Need for Speed Underground. The regular Need
No,
for Speed.
this is the original Need for Speed.
No thanks.
The original Need for Speed, I think, is fine.
I'm very biased. I do not like racing games.
It's a really old racing game. It's fine. And stop. You got enough. Fucking up my flow, man. It's fine. Need for Speed is so average. It's fine. It's perfect.
Is it really that average?
It's unplayable today. It was very cool at the time. I don't know what else to say about it.
It's a D tier then. It's a D tier for me.
It's an arcade racer, which I like arcade racers, but they usually have to have some other thing, like I don't know if it was Blur or Split Second. One of them had like a environmental trap mechanic or something that was nice.
Well, this was before all that. Like this is
this is like back when I would be like, yeah, give me the karting games. And I'm still like, give me the karting games. Like I won't play like a Gran Turismo. Like I'm not into it. But I'll play like a karting or an arcade racer. And Need for Speed is good, but I've only ever played Most Wanted, so I don't know how to rate this.
Yeah, I mean this was on like the Sega Saturn, you know, like
which I still have it. Playing Command and Conquer recently,
that kind of shit. Like it's an old game. It's from early '90s. It's fine. I don't think it's playable today, and so like, you know, it's a C or D for me as well because you can't like the experience today is nothing. There is nothing. So unless you played it back then, and you love it. It's just so incredibly middle of the road.
Yeah. Spoilers.
So, I give it a C. Well, D even.
Yeah, I think I'm D. I'm not into racing in general, though.
Brody.
I'll just give it a C.
So that puts it as, I guess, a D. You gotta hold it longer, man.
No, it's my mouse. My mouse is fucked up. It's just an ongoing.
Do you need a new mouse?
Sure.
I will send you a new mouse. I will send you a good mouse. We'll talk about it after the stream. Remind me.
You know, this is a wireless mouse that takes 1 battery. It's 1 AA, not even 2. So it's
Super Mario Odyssey. This game is a D for me.
Oh wow!
I really didn't enjoy this game. I thought it was so boring.
You can turn it into a T-Rex.
You can turn
it into 2 Goombas. And you can turn into
all of the cool moments are experienced in the first hour, and then after that, it's nothing. I super didn't enjoy this game, and like I'm not a Mario Ultra fan. I don't go, oh my God, Mario! Like, that's not who I am. So playing this game it was so boring. Like, here's the thing, right? This is a great game for a child. But there's nothing good. There's no skill. It's just boring. This is a collectathon, and if you're not interested, and that's it. Like it is a child's collectathon. So if you're not interested in just collecting coins and then jumping up and collecting another coin again, like there's nothing here for me.
He's trying to egg me on. I feel it. No, I really like this game. When I
take the music out, do you still like it? If you take the
well,
music out, do you still like it?
I mean, yeah.
No, you don't, because all you like is the music. This game sucks.
No, I mean, I actually think the soundtrack in this game is pretty lackluster compared to like other Mario games. I would say that like the music is not what's like. Don't get me wrong, there are a few tracks and like the few banger tracks that are there are fucking bangers. Like absolutely. But I think it's the exploration and just the variety in what you're seeing, and it's very weird for a Mario game, at least, kind of. And just like I when it came out and I played it, I was like almost like this is tied with Sunshine for like best fucking Mario game, and now it's like I think it's a little bit less, so I would probably give it an A because Sunshine would be an S for me.
This is up for you, stranger on the left.
Oh, I said it was a C.
And Ryden?
I said B.
So we have A, B, C, and D.
Well,
I'm willing.
Wait, quick! What if I give it an S?
I'll take it to an F. It fucking sucks. It's terrible. It's such a bad game. Such a bad game. I feel
like it deserves to be, but I mean,
I really didn't enjoy it. Like that's the thing, right? Like a lot of this is not how we are in no way trying to be objective about whether or not this game is, any of these. We're not being objective.
Fucking like it is long past like even trying to pretend like we're being objective.
Well, no, but I want to clarify because like I think Speedy specifically is like looking for this to be very objective, and it is not objective. I didn't enjoy it, and therefore, since I didn't enjoy it, it is a D.
I will never be objective in my life. It just won't happen.
I feel like I was nice to Doom at this point.
Devil May Cry 5.
Haven't played it.
Speedy just says he's convinced I'm being subjective about it.
Well,
I don't know how to feel about Devil May Cry.
Man, Devil May Cry. I am bored by this game. Like, we're getting into some games I just don't like here. The next couple, we're going to talk about some games that I just don't like.
Everything I've seen of it, it's like, okay, the combat's probably cool, so people who are like into that is cool, but like all of the environments look like the same, just red crystal hallway kind of. I don't know. I'm not into it.
I'm not a big fan of hack and slash. Right, like a hack and slash game is never going to be something that I'm just like, oh man. But for people who really enjoyed it, who enjoy hack and slashes, they really loved this game. That it was great. It has all the blah 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 blah. Man, for me, this is like C or D quality. It's just it's there.
It's another game I'd recommend people to maybe play if they're into those kind of games, and if they like it, put it in a B. If not, it's a D tier game. So I'm going to call it a C.
Yeah, I don't really know too much about Devil May Cry, honestly. So.
I think it's a C then.
Just a C.
Yeah. Next up, we got something called Soul Calibur 6, which I think this is the one with the Yoda, right?
I think isn't that the one you can just custom make people? Is it sick? I guess you can do that in the other ones too. What am I talking?
I think 5 is the one with Yoda.
5 is the one with Yoda?
I might be wrong.
I think that tells you how very little I know about Soul Calibur.
Yeah, this is like my friend's favorite fighting series. I don't know
I like
shit
the
about
old
it.
ones. They were really good.
I'm kind of okay putting this in an category for me. Like, I don't know, man.
I'm good with because I don't really know too much about Soul Calibur.
I've watched Critical play it a little bit here and there.
I'm sorry.
Does that qualify it to be out of
Oh no, it's definitely an for me because I'm just not. I've experienced the old games. The new one I've not.
Is it as Jungle Party?
Do we need a second No.
I just really like. I like the idea of somebody looking at this tier list later and going, "It's as as Jungle Party." So yes, it's as Jungle Party. That's great.
I have an experience with it.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
I like Odyssey a lot.
So Odyssey is, for anybody who's not aware, it is not Origin.
No. Well, so that's the thing. I have no desire to play Odyssey because I played Origins and hated it.
I hate how the Ubisoft, they Ubisoft it, where it's like, this weapon has an attack power of 59, and this one's like 72, and then you hit an enemy early game and you deal 30 damage, and then you hit one late game with a weapon and it does like 3,000 damage, but it's as if you hit him with the weapon that did 30, because enemies level, your weapons level. It's cool, I get it, you want better weapons. But you can also pay a really cheap price and upgrade that weapon that you got at level 3 to the weapon it would be at your level at like 30 or whatever.
Anyway, they turned Assassin's Creed into a looter shooter, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly. But I don't like it because of the combat can be kind of fun. I don't like how the weapons work in the game, but I do like the historical locations, and I like how you can actually go in and look those up and go, oh, that's kind of cool. And you can, like, it's kind of like Civ. It has, like, random pedia moments where you can go, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Oh, that's really neat. I didn't know that.
Odyssey, I think
it's aesthetically really pleasing.
I feel like I have to give that to every Assassin's Creed game, though.
Yeah,
I feel like the setting and the historical setting is something they've always done like extremely well.
I like Greek culture, so it's a little more home for personally. But that's,
I think that Odyssey might be an A game for me.
It's an A. I solid that. It's an A.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it might be an A game. I like the looter shooter aspects of it. I think it's really pretty. I think the story's okay. I think the gameplay fits my interest. I don't know.
It's weird. You want to. It is the one game I will say that if you decide to play as Alexios or
Cassandra.
There. So if you play as Alexios, I didn't enjoy the story as much. I played as Cassandra, and
that's a lot better.
It made
I think if you hear the behind the scenes, they planned on just making Cassandra, but then the studio didn't think they could do well with just a female playable, so they forced them to put the second one in, and so the plot elements isn't as connected.
There were some moments where they were really good too, but the acting from the voice actor for Alexios, it was good for most of it, but at times it felt lackluster. Like, what? Why? That makes no sense. Why would you say it like that? But that's me that's a voice actor perspective. I can't, that's me splitting hairs.
So
I think I have to put it in a C because I definitely preferred the earlier Assassin's Creed to the Odyssey Origins formula.
So I give it an A. Jeff gave it an A. Brody?
The closest thing I could do is rate it based on my experiences with Origins, in which case I would give it an F, but that seems unfair, so I guess I'll just give it a D.
And then a C, so that makes it a B. We're getting a lot of Bs.
Yeah. There's as many Bs as Cs now.
Mortal Kombat 11.
Didn't play it.
Didn't play it.
Wait, I played Mortal Kombat Deception Deadly Alliance and the one after those. Yeah, I'm sorry, I have played it. You played one Mortal Kombat, you played them all. It's a pick your poison for fighting games. It's a C game. Do you like Mortal Kombat? B game. Do you hate it? D game. It's
you gotta stop with this. You're the one giving the score.
It's one of those games where that's the only way I can describe it.
No, but you're the one giving the score.
But do you like fighting games?
Yeah, right.
I do. I really do like fighting games. That's
so
why I'm
you
putting
give it a B.
That's a C.
Okay, so you gave it a C. What about you, Brody?
I'd give it an if I could.
I'd give Deception a B.
Okay, what about you, Raiden?
I'll give it a D. Like I said, I'm not a fan of the Mortal Kombat.
So we got a B. We got a D. We got a and I guess I'll give it a C. And it's a C.
It's about a C, yeah.
Modern Warfare, the remake or the reboot.
The reboot
from 2018, I guess.
I can't remember if this was decent or not.
Yeah, I think the campaign was kind of derivative, but it was neat, right?
It pissed me off that final cutscene where they're just like that guy they've been calling James or whatever the fuck the whole time. He's like, yeah, Gaz, and you're like, oh, he's a guy. I feel like they overly relied on you having played the previous games, and then they name drop it, and then you feel like that's supposed to be important. And I've played them, and I'm being like, this isn't like as as much as you're playing it up, like it does not feel as cool as you think it does.
Was it like a Halloween situation where it was like a sequel to 1 but not to 2 or something like that?
No, it's a prequel to the story, but it's a reboot.
Yeah. Like it is a prequel, but it's a reboot. It's a firm reboot.
So after you beat the game, it sets up the events for Al-Assad to get to power.
Yeah.
So 1 hasn't even happened yet.
Yeah.
It's completely separate.
I don't know, because like as I went through it, it kept feeling like they wanted me to be like, "Oh look," the whole time. Oh look, we're in another kill house. Another green night vision mission like the last time. Oh look, we're at like, yeah. It just kept feeling like that. So like, I don't know, man. I think this is a C. It's a pretty game,
It is.
It's very pretty. Right. And I think that if you're going through the campaign, it's not bad. I think you'll enjoy yourself, Mm-hmm. It's better than Cold War's campaign. But that's not saying much, I don't think.
No, Cold War.
Yeah, it's a C. It's a C for me.
I'll second that. It's C.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if like Warzone should even factor in or not, because it technically started.
I don't think so, because it's the same thing as like GTA Online, right? Like it is a separate thing, even though it came from that game. It's not the same. Yeah. It's not part of it. And now that they've rolled it into Cold War, it's even more officially not part of it.
Yeah. I think I'll give it a B. Honestly, I enjoyed the campaign. I enjoyed the multiplayer.
What you got, Brody?
I'm gonna give it a D because I think that's
so. It's a C.
It's a C.
Good job. Good job. So we got Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2.
This one I think holds up a lot better than the original Half-Life. Actually.
Yeah. What's funny is I think it holds up a lot better, but I think it's still worse.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So
I think it's written a little worse.
You can play this game a lot better today, but I think it is not as good of a game, and it never was. Half-Life 2 is a tech demo for Source at best. It's very, I don't know, because the whole game is really kind of setting up this big story that they wanted to tell, but there's no fucking payoff, right? Like it ends on a cliffhanger. You're constantly just building up, and like the best parts of the game are the first like 20 minutes as you're going through like city. God, I want to call it City 21. Is it City 21? As you're going through the city and you're learning about the Combine, and then you're like running away from them, and that whole like first 20 minutes is really, really, really cool. And then the rest of it is just kind of like okay today. Right? Like it's okay, especially as you're going through with like the antlions, and you're going through with the watercraft thing. Like that section is fine. And even at the time it was fine. It was kind of neat. It was, physics engine. Woo, look at this. But never was it great. It was fine. And then like, going through, the horror section of it. What's it called? River Hork. I don't remember. So like going through that, and you've got this just sudden horror game in the middle of it is just such a tonal break. And then like after that, you're back onto this like fun little romp line. I don't think it's as good as Half-Life. I don't think it's. I don't know. I think this is a C game. I think it's very, very cool at the time, and today if you play it, you go, oh, it's kind of bad.
Okay, I mean, like I did Half-Life and the other one that I for some reason can't remember a C, so I'm okay with that.
I don't know, man. 12 days ago, they finally announced, 11 days, they finally announced Half-Life 3, so maybe. Ha ha ha! Funny joke that gets told every fucking year. Anyway.
Yeah.
April Fool's Day, Half-Life 3's Day. Anyway, yeah, it's a C.
So League of Legends.
Instant F. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Is there a tier below? Can we do a Z? Like
now, is that because of the game, or is it because of the community?
All?
Well,
The
they're
community is not as
inextricably
toxic
linked
as
because you have
Dota
to
is.
deal with the community to play the game. Whereas
Yes,
other
because
games
there's
you
no, like,
don't.
bots
Like
or single player.
Undertale, you don't have to deal with the community. You can just play Undertale.
Yeah.
But like this one, like you have to deal with them.
I think they're about average. I like the things they do, but I'll have to give it a C too. I can't do anything else with it. I've played it for years. I can't say, and I hate the game, but I hate that I love the game, but I hate that I love it. A very strong love-hate relationship.
hate it
I
with
hate the game.
passion.
I'll uninstall it, and then 10 minutes later, I'll go, "Oh, better reinstall it and play another round." I've had games that are just absolutely bullshit and games that are actually really fun. And then when you play with friends, like most games, it's even better. It's a C tier game.
I just gotta give it the lowest possible score I can, so F.
All right, it'd probably go into D then.
I do tend to agree that the community is definitely a part of it. And so with a community that kind of sucks to play with, right? Like that
Yeah.
makes the game kind of suck to play. I think that's obvious. I think League is worse than Dota because of how they do their hero rotation.
Yes.
I'm not a big fan of the hero rotation. I'm not a big fan of the and this week you get 3 of these heroes, and if you pay for only I like that I like that Dota just gives you access to everything and then charges you off of cosmetics. Having the heroes available really does make it so that it's part of the competitive viability of the game, first of all, and so not having access to the characters harms your ability to play it competitively. One of the things that I think about with a competitive game is, you look at like a CS:GO, right? And when you watch a major, you can then get off from watching the major and go play that game and try to replicate the move you just saw, right? So if you see Simple throw an op over window in Dust 2 and then jump down and shoot a guy with a pistol, you can be like, ooh, I'm going to go play Dust 2 and I'm going to buy an op and I'm going to try and throw it over the top of the window in order to get a pistol kill like Simple did. However, if you are watching League, right, you're watching Worlds, and you see Faker, pull some cool thing in whatever, you can't go do that. You have to go buy that hero and then learn that hero.
Mhm.
I don't think that's as big a problem as you say it is in League.
It's a big problem.
Yeah, I think it's
well,
a big problem.
if you've been playing for a while, then you should be able to it's pretty cheap to afford a hero.
It is
But
nowadays.
that's not the point.
The way they have the system set up, but it's still not. Take it for example, the whole insect thing, right? With the whole casting and going in, getting into the backlines, taking the Nexus. It was the biggest deal, and everybody wanted to learn how to do that trick, even though it's just casting and pressing his ult. If you tried to do that and you were just kept going, you ulted, and you just kept going over every wall, avoided every fight, every enemy, you would never be able to do it like that, because people would go, oh, he's doing this, and then go immediately blow you up. There's strategy to it, and it's not just you. You got to rely on everybody else knowing what the hell you're doing and how to respond to it. Dota, you can try these things. You just can't do it with
So, for me, yeah, I think it's probably a D.
It's D.
So that's 2 Ds and F, and then what were you, Ryan?
I was an F. I thought I was the F.
Is this our first F? That's the thing.
Would that?
Am I a low D?
I feel like it deserves to be.
Yeah, it definitely.
But then I'm just giving it.
Are you a low D there, or a high D, Jeff?
Man, we really got to work on that. I'm a high D.
I didn't even think about it until you said it, and then the way you said I'm a high D. I'm like
D.
I think that makes it more of a D than an F.
It's barely a D at that point, but it's I can't give it an F. I don't think it belongs in F because I've seen a lot of good come out of the game, outside of the toxic community, that's all you can really say. Like they keep the game fun with new game modes. They rotate them in.
Hold on, you can't metagame this out of F now that it's been placed in there like every other game legitimately has.
If it's any consolation, I would rate it lower than F if I could.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, we've unfortunately heard of it, so we can't.
We were
rate
still
it up.
deciding if it was D or F. Like we were still kind of. I don't know. If you want to put it in F, I'll accept it. But if you want to put it in D, I would also accept it. I'm okay with either. I think it'd be more of a D than. No, they have multiple maps. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I mean the most common map is the 5v5, the basic Summoner's Rift. But they got Summoner's Rift, ARAM. They took out Twisted Tree Line. They had Conquest, and they bring that back in game modes. They've got one map now that, well, they had a map for a while that was in and out whenever Earth would come along, and they had extra lane split over.
I don't think it's fair to say that another map that is only played on a different game mode with less players is like inherently.
ARAM's wildly played,
but it's a different game mode.
It's effectively
so it's not a different map; it's a different mode entirely. Like
it's hardly a different game mode though. Something like Twisted Tree Line wasn't even a different game mode.
It completely removes the lanes. It's just one lane.
Yeah, all random, all mid.
So next up, we have Overwatch. Boy, right? Like, this is a super crisp game. It's very sleek. I don't really like it. And the reason I don't like it isn't because I think the game is bad. It's because I think that Blizzard fucked it up, right? So when this game came out, I had such a huge amount of fun, right? Like me and War Owl and Ninja Deer and like Crypto, we would, 4 or 5 man squad and get into Diamond and have fun, whatever, and just fuck around, right? Because they didn't have the competitive yet, right? And like when the first one came in, we played it sort of like it was casual, but like I don't know, like a serious casual. And then it became so metazed, I guess.
That, I get what you're saying.
That if you didn't have the like Junkrat, Roadhog, Mercy, or whatever the meta was at the time, right? It was unplayable.
Yeah, there was 2 comps, and that was it. And this day, there's like 3 comps that work.
Yeah. So, like, you're talking about a game that I thought it was a lot of fun until they forced in competitive, and all of a sudden it became just like a league, where if you're not playing the meta, you are playing the game wrong. I don't know if you can hear the air quotes there. Wrong.
Yeah, I
felt it.
Yeah, right.
It's
so
a
like
D game to me. I like it, but not.
Can I enter in one piece of evidence, which is 6v6 lockout elimination arcade mode, and I'm gonna have to give it an A for that.
That is a good game mode, but we're not judging things just off game mode though. Otherwise, league probably be higher. We're just saying,
No, I played a lot of Overwatch. Like, any game I play a lot of, I'm still going to be bad at because I'm just terrible at video games. So I never go into the meta of like anything, like maybe Siege, just like learning what stuff does, like because that's a game where it's like you basically got to be on the ball there. But like with Overwatch, it's a game where it's like, if I just go into casual, let's pick up and play with friends, just like whatever, we might win, we might lose. It's just kind of inoffensive in that way. But 6v6 lockout elimination is literally like, that is what I played. And you know what? I'm not going to give it an A. I'm going to give it a B because whenever they had an event and they had to do another arcade game, they wouldn't get rid of 3v3 lockout elimination. They would get rid of 6v6, and I don't know why. And it made me angry every time. So I got to give it a B. I'm changing my answer.
So we got an A from Jeffers.
What? No, I didn't say A. I don't put it above. I wouldn't put it above like Dota or something. It's a D.
A D. All right. So we got a D from Jeffers. We got a B from Brody. What are you doing, Ryden? Because I know
I'm trying to figure out if I want to give this an instant F like League, or if I'm going to be a little bit more nicer and say like, no, it's not as bad as League. There's still some fun in it.
There is.
I think there's more fun. Yeah, like for me, it's a D as well. There is more fun than League for sure.
I would almost say belongs like the lowest of C.
I mean, like, if you're playing with 4 friends and casual, I could see it as a C.
Oh yeah.
So, I have a feeling for Overwatch, like the only feeling you can have for a game that you've played like that much, and then like just I definitely didn't stop playing it because I got bored of the game. Like I stopped playing it because it blew up to a point where it was a problem in my life, where I was literally becoming a worse person. I was angry all the time. Like, you're just complaining about every fucking game, and it's just like I'm not even having fun anymore. I'm just mad. Like let's just stop.
I think that's why I just don't bother getting into the meta of any game ever. I'm like, I don't want to be mad over it. I don't want to be legitimately mad over a game. Like I just...
No, it really did that to you. Like it just takes it out of you over time.
I think
no
that no
I
matter
think I got just saying that got me angry enough back to put it in F tier. I think I'm just so
you're
angry.
an F, then 2 Ds and a. Did you say B? So that's a D. That's a D.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if that's how it shakes out, it shakes out. I am not married to Overwatch by any means.
Crash Bandicoot's Insane Trilogy.
Wait, how can you put a trilogy in here? What the fuck?
Well, it was sold as a single game.
Well, I mean,
I like the Crash Bandicoot games in general. I'm
right,
biased.
like it's a single product. It was sold as a single product.
I wouldn't put it S tier. I don't think I'd put it.
I think this is an A or a B, right? Like it's a very solid.
It's tricky because it's like Crash 2 is fucking amazing, one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Crash Warped is also still pretty damn good, even if 50% of the game is not what you'd want it to be. And Crash 1 is Crash 1. That's what it is. It exists.
It's charming. That's about it.
Yeah, I will. So this game, I mean, like it did make Crash 1 better because it improved the save system and like the gem system and all of that. So like, if I don't know, it's just like, do I do it S or A? I feel like I'm leaning towards A.
I feel like it'd be a really good B.
I'm also B. I like B.
I think it's an A.
Well, so Brody, I'll put it higher. I put it higher up on the B, so maybe it's like a low A.
Yeah, well, if he's putting high up on the B, and I was like conflicted on S or A, I think that makes.
Yeah, so that makes it an A then.
It's an A. Next up, we've got God of War 3.
I like how I tried to read it out at the same time as you there.
I can't remember what happened in 3 at all.
I'm just gonna say like a B by default because like the God of War games are like they're good, they're competent.
Yeah, they're nice.
I didn't play this. This is like got nothing.
Wait, was 3 the one where he went and actually went to get help from the Titans and ended up killing one of them?
Yeah, I think it's like the first mission.
Isn't that all of them?
Yeah, no. Well, usually he's just killing gods. He doesn't really.
Well, in the first game, he only wants to kill one god, and then in the second game, Zeus is like, "Hey," and he's like, "Hey," and I'm gonna kill all of you. And 3 is it's the Titans, but
2
it's
had
literally
the best opening sequence where you just use all your powers. He's like, "I am the God of War." And he's like just shouting things.
I have conflicted feelings on that opening sequence because of exactly that.
I love it, but I hate that I love it. Anyway, 3 I'm pretty sure is where you lose everything again. You go and you have to go into like Tartarus or something, get help from the Titans, and then you get to go back and start fighting everything again. So if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's get Medusa's head I think in 3 as well. Yeah, I kind of liked 3. Yeah, I put it. It's it's a good game in my opinion. It's a very low B, but I put it in B.
I don't know much about it because I played the new God of War pretty much blind and then loved it so much that I didn't want to spoil the previous series.
They do cool mythology rather than gods. It's still gods, but they go into you need more mythology stuff.
Yeah, the new God of War switches completely from Greek to Norse.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
It's also like it is they try to pass it off as the same gameplay style. It is not the same gameplay style, not even a little bit. Like I don't know what I don't know what I would call God of War 2018's gameplay because it's third person. There is like a hack and slash element to it, but it does not feel like a hack and slash game.
Honestly, playing like the newer God of War, like you go through most of the game with the Leviathan axe is the new thing, and then when you unlock the chains of chaos or whatever the fuck they're called,
Torment.
The Blades of Torment.
They were Blades of Chaos. Yeah, Blades of Chaos. Yeah.
Blades of Chaos. When I unlocked those, like they were like they're obviously useful because you have to use them for like the ice enemy or whatever it was for. But like I feel like, oh man, this kind of sucks. I like the axe better. And then like finding out that like it was only those like blades in the previous games kind of like made me think like, oh, am I gonna like it as much as I think I will?
There's like 4 different weapons in the first game alone, I think.
You get the fist, which is I think the second one you get the fist. The game after the first game, you're introduced with like you get the sword, the fist, you get like a spell. You get I think a hammer in the third one. You get a couple different weapons, but they're mostly used for like situational things. You'll almost always use the blades and maybe the sword.
I think the best traditional God of War game is Darksiders 1.
I didn't really. It's a fun game. It's not my. All right. Next.
Yeah, well, no. Do we vote for any of these yet?
I think it was getting a B.
I gave it a low B, a very low B, but I'm comfy in it.
Okay, I'm good with B as well.
I don't care.
I think. Well, I would have given the original God of War like an A.
Like I don't know.
The sequel one, an A to S, but.
So Dragon Ball Fighter Z, which is from the Blaze Blue guys.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, here's the thing. I don't care about Dragon Ball in the slightest. I don't know anything about it. Somebody was like, oh, hey, I got a Goku. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. So, like, I don't care about that. But the fighting in this game is super smooth.
It is.
The fighting is smooth. The combos are good. This is a just like...
It's
I'm going to use that speedy word. This is an objectively good fighter.
This is my favorite fighter, actually. Not only because I'm a longtime fan of Dragon Ball, but like I know a lot about it. My father knows more about it than I do, which is weird because he hates just about any other anime or TV show, but he loves Dragon Ball, which is always something we've bonded over. I like it a lot. I have a lot of good memories with it, but memories aside, just like you said, it's a really good fighter. The online matchmaking's actually good until you get to like the top of the top tier. The characters all like, yeah, some are definitely better than others. They do constant balancing to try to make it a little better. Obviously, they do power balancing where like new characters out, better max them out so people buy the pass, and then we'll scale them back later. But outside of those things, it's quick to find a match. Fighting's great. The special abilities feel good. Like, oh, here's a super strong attack. Oh, it feels strong. It doesn't feel like it's weak and shitty. And the combo system, how you can weave together your assists, and it's good for a 2D back and forth, left and right, not like an open pit or open field style fighting game. It's amazing. It's my favorite fighter. Personally, my favorite fighter. I would put it the lowest side of A.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an A. It's an A game. It's very, very solid.
It is very good.
I don't play fighting games, but from the outside looking in, like it has felt like Dragon Ball Fighter Z is like on the level of sort of like that Super Street Fighter 2, like in terms of like what it's done. Like it feels like it's gotten more people into fighting games.
It has.
Yeah.
How about you, Mr. Rideope?
I don't know, man. Probably a C.
What the fuck?
I mean,
I don't like fighting games. What's going on? Like I keep saying this. I don't like 2D fighting games.
I don't like fighting games either, but man, like ArcSys does like really the animation and everything is so fucking good in that game.
I looked it up because there is a Dragon Ball Z game that I think I played that was I thought it was more Tekken, which is why I thought this one was for a second, which is it's not the 2D like side by side, but the one where it's like a lock-on kind of arena style fighting game.
Budokai Tenkaichi.
What's the one with like Saul Bad Guy and all that they do? Is that
Xenoverse?
Is it? I thought it was Guilty Gear.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were still talking about Dragon Ball.
No, I was trying to like ArcSys because they do Dragon Ball Fighter.
Yeah,
I think it's Guilty Gear. That I'm like literally like ArcSys is so good at what they do in terms of like visuals. I'm literally like looking at Guilty Gear like I might get into fighting games just to play.
Guilty Gear is another good one.
Yeah, like I really like the character designs in that game and like the aesthetic and everything.
It's not as good as Fighters, but it's still
Who said something was Souls-like? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about Souls-like. Who said Souls-like? Oh, I think they're talking about something in chat.
Maybe.
Let's go a little bit.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
this ain't God of War with Souls like.
So I'm happy with an A. You gave it an A. You gave it an A, and then he gave it a C, which I guess makes it a B. Even though
It'd be like the top of B. It'd have to be.
Well, I mean, Ryden says it's a C, so I guess it's a B.
Thanks, Ryden.
Right? He's
You're welcome.
pulling it down.
Thanks for being trashed here.
Next up is Far Cry 3, which I would argue is the best of the modern Far Cries.
I think I liked 4. Okay, I liked playing through 4 and in like a moment to moment kind of way more, but I think in terms of like overall package, Far Cry 3 was probably just like more memorable. Also, it's one of the few characters that like almost has my name. His last name is Brody.
Yeah, that's true.
That almost counts.
Yeah, people do call him Brody a lot. And then I don't know, the villain in this, I thought that like what's his name? Min from 4.
Pagan Min was 4.
Yeah, from 4. Like
cool villain,
I guess, but he didn't really affect anything, and he kind of was almost a good guy, except that he was willing to kill everybody to get you back.
I do love that, like at the very end of the game, you can just let him go and take over the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine, right? But like Far Cry 3, you felt like the villain was a fucking villain. And then Far Cry 5 was just a parody of everything. And, you know, all of a sudden you're riding an elephant. Next thing you know, you're drugged for no reason and kidnapped. Far Cry 5 is not even.
I don't like Far Cry 5. I honestly, Far Cry 5 it sucks so much, but I think it's just like it's like somehow they made the gunplay worse than it was in 4, and they made the AI way dumber than they were in 4. I don't know how they managed this, but it's just a worse experience all around.
Yep. And then Far Cry 3, I don't know. I think it's the best of them. So like for me, this is like an A or B game.
Give it a B. It's hard for me to go through Far Cry's and go, yeah, this is good, this is bad, because they all feel pretty good to play at the very least.
I don't know. Far Cry 5 starts to become really Ubisofty, you know?
Yeah.
I don't mind like having a bunch of stuff to go around and do, but like literally, like if it does not feel good to play like moment to moment, I'm not gonna. I would
feel good if it was for Far Cry 3. From what I've played, I haven't played a ton of it. If I got into it more, I'd probably put it at a B, but I'm gonna give it a C.
Far Cry 3, I can give an A.
Yeah, I feel like I want a B with this one.
So it's a B again. Just a stream of averageness.
Yeah, but when you look at these lists, you can go, wow, these games in A and these games in D must really be good and bad.
You know, it's true too, because like the A's and the D's are definitely terrible. We still don't have an S yet. I think we will have an S. I think we're about to have an S in a moment. Yeah. So first up, FIFA 20. It's another FIFA. Yay. Yeah. I'm gonna give it a D.
I don't like sport games. D.
You want to give it an I don't think it's an I think it's a D. I think there's another.
I don't even know if it just deserves to be rated. Like,
how did it make this list in the first place? Who snuck it on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It's.
I feel like if you're rating FIFA, I mean, at this point, you're just like that is the sports game, so you're just rating sports games. Except for like golf games, because those are different.
Did you play FIFA?
Actually,
18, 17,
tennis
16?
games are legit fun. I think tennis games are a lot of fun.
I do. Okay, I like
anything Hot Shots.
I still think that Mario Sports
Hot Shots is great, man.
I love the sports games that don't take themselves seriously.
Yeah.
Like NHL Hits, or not NHL Hits. What was it called? It's 2003, whatever. It was an old game.
Nobody else plays.
It was the 3v3
hockey, dude. Like
I like a lot of the golf
not a
and
real
Tiger
sport.
Wood games. That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I love Hot Shots Golf. Like I will buy that every time it comes out.
Yeah. So FIFA, I'm giving you. I'm gonna say you're a D.
D.
Yeah, I'm gonna say F.
I'd almost put it F, but D.
Yeah, I mean,
what are you, Brody?
It feels so mean to just put it F because what it represents. I'll give it a D.
The only reason why I'm not putting it F is because I'm pushing. If I brought my bias of what I feel about sports games, I'd put it in an F easy. But it's D.
Yeah.
So next up is Tetris, which is an S.
It's the world's greatest game.
It's
technically.
I mean, it's an S game. If we're looking at it.
That's what I'm with you. Like, I'm honestly saying.
No. Well. I still won't say an S.
I think it's an S game. Yeah,
we're going by like what the world thinks, and that's fair because it's the world. It's like the most top selling game since like forever. But it's not an S. I don't.
You
find
can play
that
it
much
on your
enjoyment
phone. It's of course what, bro. You don't
C.
find enjoyment.
I'm
just
sorry.
Say C?
No,
C.
what? No, I.
Oh my
C?
god.
No. It's not a C.
It's not a C.
It's an A. It's not an S.
C.
So we have 2 S's, an A, and a C, which I think means it's a.
No, it's lower A. It's like the lowest of A's. That because 2 S's.
No, it's clearly this is our one. This is our obvious S. This is the obvious S.
It's not.
It's a C.
It's the obvious. How is it a C? I need you to explain this because you're wrong.
How can it possibly be C? It doesn't.
It's just like, okay, yeah. I mean, it's Tetris. All right,
Didn't they
cool.
come out with that battle royale style Tetris recently? Yeah, wasn't that a thing?
A Tetris effect.
Oh yeah, you know what? No, yeah, give it an S. Give it an S. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. They took the game and they spun it and made something even more fun.
But this is not Tetris effect. This is Tetris.
It is not Tetris effect.
It doesn't matter. You know, they're still doing stuff with the game.
This is obvious. Like this is such an obvious S game. You're calling it a C just because it's so obvious.
It's just, I don't know. It's Tetris. Tetris is just like something that is like just a self-evident thing.
Because it's so good that it's taken over gaming to the point that you're just like, yeah, of course, Tetris has always been there and it always will be. That's how S tier it is, motherfucker.
No, it is the end all be all. It's to the point where, you know, you're sitting somewhere, you got your phone, you've got no games on it, and you except for Tetris because it came pre-installed on your phone. You're not going to sit there and do nothing. You're going to play Tetris, and sometime while you're playing it, you're going to go, "Oh man, this is getting really intense." Oh, and you're going to have that rush of adrenaline going. I enjoyed myself. Yeah, I'm going to play another game. Why not? And then you're going to fall into this Tetris loop where you're just going to keep playing it, not because you're obligated to or because you're trying to pass time. You're genuinely enjoying it.
Yes.
And then you won't boot it up for months, and then when you do, you're like, "This game's great. Why haven't I played this more?"
If this was like Peggle, I could go S, but I
fucking hate you so much. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is happening right now?
Please kick him from the chat.
Are you Peggle?
That sucks.
Oh man.
You don't like Peggle?
Peggle's not an S. Okay.
I fucking
You want to take my shotgun? You think I hate dogs? You want to see what I could do if I had my hands on fucking Bjorn the unicorn? I would fucking to death in 2 seconds, dude.
What about Jimmy Lightning, everyone's favorite hamster?
Do you know what I would do if I had my hands on Bjorn the fucking unicorn? Oh man.
So Tetris is a C.
I mean, we made it as an S.
It's an S. It's the one S game we have.
3 S's.
I don't know. I feel
makes it an A, but it's an S. Like
I feel like the S's have to be unanimous.
We're this overwhelmed,
or like at least have to be like 3 S's and an A. I feel like
we're overriding you on this one. We're sorry.
No, it doesn't matter because even if you would say this is like the lowest S, I would put it at the most average of S, and these guys are going to put it at the highest. That would still put it at like a 90% guarantee for an S.
Yeah, I mean,
it'd be the lowest of S's, but it would still be an S.
So I think that's a good moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, with
Vladimir Putin.
No. So unfortunately, it looks like Jeffers and perhaps I think maybe Brody even said it needs to go, and so we want to keep this fairly consistent with regards to the rating. So we're going to do this again next week. We've gone through 60 games.
Leaving on the cliffhanger of Fortnite.
Yeah, we're leaving them on the cliffhanger of Fortnite. We've gone through just about 60 games, and there are 140 games to go.
Mamma mia.
So, like, looking at it, we would still be doing this for several more hours. And like I said, we want to leave it and make it fairly consistent. So we can't do that because Jeff can't hang out for the next 3 hours to go through this.
I've been awake for almost 24 hours.
Yeah, and it might even be closer to like 4 hours.
Like, yeah, like look at this shit left. We got some work ahead.
We got some stuff. What we're gonna do, right, is next week on Sunday.
Oh, papers, please.
I'm sorry. What link are you asking for? You want the link to this tier list? You want to do it yourself? Is that what you're saying, friend? If that's what you're saying, let me know. So we're going to go ahead next week and have the exact same people on. Here you go. We're going to have the exact same people on. We're going to go through the rest of this list. And we are going to finish it up next week with our friend Jeff. We're going to have our friend Jeff on.
God damn it, Moyer.
I think he's just doing it on purpose at this point.
I think he is.
We're going to have our very good friend of the show, Jeff Wheeler on. We're also going to have...
He almost said Barbie.
We're also going to have Brody back, and we'll go through the rest of them. We'll watch, less trailers, that kind of stuff. You know how it is. We'll make it work so that we can make sure that everybody gets done. And we'll get through the other 140 games or 160 games, whatever it is. But it is what it is. I don't want to make it so that it's not, because otherwise it's just us sitting here until we're tired and then we're quitting and then he comes back up next week. Like, this is not good.
Yeah.
So let's take a look and see what happened this week. It was a kind of a slower week. We had Vincent from Final Fantasy VII follow the channel. Speedy Acorn followed the channel. Now, you'll notice that Speedy's been here since episode 1 and only just decided to follow. So I guess we need to remind people that you should absolutely follow the channel. It really helps people find us out and all that kind of stuff. Hey, it's Bray followed. Wendover and Tough Avocado also followed. So thank you very much, everybody, for following.
Yeah,
we had a raid from Until Further Notice TV, who rated and hosted for a grand total of 14 viewers. So thank you very much for anybody who came from there. That is always nice to have. Unfortunately, kind of like with the format that we do here, it's a little hard to just be like spontaneously, hey, thanks so much for the raid, guys. Hey, how's everybody going? How was your stream? Because we're not really like talking directly to the chat
right
at the time. And like, that's part of Twitch's culture, right? That you're supposed to do that. And it's one of the things we don't do very well. One of the many things we don't do very well.
I do it really well, but I didn't want to be annoying and keep reading the chat.
Yeah, right. Like, so it's nice that I saw some of the people in the chat who were talking to them and saying hello and welcome and all that. And it's really nice to see you guys doing that, because it's a little more difficult for us to just kind of pause the conversation to do that.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. And then, let's see. Hearing Jiff say, I'm a nice guy, while then delicately saying that M can be a gentle person. He wants to scream that M is an ass. Is that true? You wanna tell the world that you think I'm an ass?
I don't think I've ever said anything truly negative about you outside of us playing games and me going, you are an asshole. But in reality, no, I think you're a pretty good person. You've helped me out a lot. So I don't believe that at all.
Does the world need someone to tell them?
I think the world knows for themselves.
Yeah, that's
what I'm saying.
I like Moriarty. I can't say anything truly negative about him and mean it outside of a friendly jape. I think he's great.
M set up Jeff's OnlyFans for him, which is true.
No, I actually set that up on my own. You just kind of picked out the name. People think I'm joking, but I make good money off an OnlyFans. I just post audios, though. I don't post anything, revealing.
Mm-hmm. M is not funny. We all know this. Also, hi. I am funny, however. I am very, very funny.
You ever hear that laugh?
Was that part of the comment? Or did you just add that comment?
No, I was adding that. I was saying I am very funny.
I thought you said you didn't add to it because it was important not to.
I said it. I said M is not funny. We all know this. Also, hi. Right. That's the end of it. And then I was saying I am funny. Hi. I'm very, very funny.
Moriarty is about as funny as Jeff Foxworthy.
Mm-hmm. So, Tacosaurus Oh, right. We were talking. What was it that was Tacosaurus?
There was literally a Tacosaurus. There was
yeah. That was right.
Yeah, it's a cloaca. It's proven to have a cloaca.
The psychic Tacosaurus. Yeah.
You can't even argue with me.
It has a cloaca.
I mean, I can't.
Yeah. Which means that Bowser has a cloaca. Yes.
Bowser must have.
Oh my god, I fucking forgot about that.
That's how
I feel like I say that at the end of every stream. Like you'll say something that comes up because of like something someone said earlier, and I'm just like, wait, that happened.
It's always fun, right? Like I enjoy it. I really like going through all these, and
I mean, it just convinces me that you were a djinn trying to steal our memories. Like, this is...
Yeah, well, this is why I'm trying to get you to remember it at the end so that I can steal it even more.
Better when it's fresh.
When Veager needs Jif's help to get the grapes unstuck from his throat, like, whoa, you guys move fast, wins the weeding.
Hopefully soon enough.
Wedding.
And then the next one says wedding.
I mean, I don't think there's a wrong answer no matter how you look at it.
Yeah. M's best murderer line. Hey, dude, I'm already dead.
I remember that. Yeah, it was a good time.
You're cleaning the fish tank and taking pics of the fishies. Yes. Yes, that's true. At 1 hour and 47 minutes, we find out that M was the one helping Veager to get the grape unstuck from his throat, as M is now choking on it. I didn't choke. I just kind of coughed a little bit. Pajama Sam is the childhood game I wanted and never got.
Pajama Sam fucking rocks. All of the humongous games are on Steam. So like fucking Pajama Sam, Spy Fox, Putt Putt, Freddy Fish, all that shit, they're all on Steam. And if you just fucking play them, they're so good. They're just good point and click games. They're simpler. Like you're not getting like Sam and Max. You're not getting Monkey Island. Like they're made for like kids, but like they're just, the animation in them is so good. The comedy is like fucking they're amazing. Yes, play Pajama Sam, play Spy Fox. Freddy Fish and Putt Putt are also good, but play Pajama Sam, play Spy Fox. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
I wonder why they're not on the 100 greatest games of all time list. I wonder how come it didn't pop up.
Because these are 200
This
games.
list is rigged.
Like, it's the top 200 games. We weren't even right about that. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. I have the Cry More Shark emoji. Yes, you sure do. You sure do. We called it out during the video.
Look at those jaws you have.
What nice jaws you have. This is the never-ending stream. We all knew this day would happen. You didn't ask for this, but you got thrown it in your face and now have to accept that life has become watching the stream.
Well, that's ironic considering it's about to end.
Right?
Let's test that theory.
Right? We are going to test that shortly. The weather, boom, 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 boom. I want M in my room.
When do we get a Moriarty singing that song?
Right after he's done with the Sonic campaign. We're not going to put new things.
One thing at a time.
If M sings it, I will subscribe for a whole year.
I mean,
instantly.
If you're offering, I don't even know what the lyrics are. So like, I'd have to hear it.
If you want to do it, I'll work with you, Em. Like we can come up with.
Sure, if he's gonna subscribe for a whole year, yeah, sure, absolutely. I do things for money. I do things for money. I've made this clear. I am absolutely purchasable.
Show your face for money.
Yeah, sure, enough money.
How much is enough money?
You don't have it, I'm sure.
He's bashful.
Only M's laugh is funny, not he himself.
Ouch.
Yeah,
that's just hurtful.
That is hurtful and incorrect. Again, I am very funny. Everybody says it. I said so.
Well,
you know what? One thing I can say about you, you at least have confidence.
I'm
not as much
incredibly confident. Yes,
it's the one thing.
Yeah.
One good thing about you is you're confident in yourself.
Wow, that's
such a mean thing to say.
You're very confident
That's so mean.
That's really mean. You're like a mean person. I don't know. So, Ryden will save this, and we will reconvene.
I screenshotted it, and I'm gonna try to save the link, but I screenshot it just in case.
Yeah, and we will reconvene in 1 week to complete the tier. Thank you so much for coming, everybody. It's been fantastic to have you. Also, hey, I'm not gonna jinx it, obviously, right? Like, you know, because I wouldn't do that. But this is the first stream we had without any hitches.
Cut right there. Just cuts off.
Just the stream just dies. Yeah.